Good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. Me and Jen are just doing a little online test.
Hi, Nadia.
Good morning, Jenna. How are you?
Can you hear me?
I can. I don't know if they can hear us in the room though.
I can see us on the screen. I don't think they can hear us. Maybe the technician actually turned that off. Are you in Riyadh?
No, I didn't get a visa.
Um, I'll message you out.
Can you hear us?
Maybe not.
Nadia and Jenna, are you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, that way.
No. Sorry, that was my attempt at humor. Hi.
Hi. Can you hear
Hi,
us?
Jenna. Hi,
Hi,
Nadia.
everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, we can. So we've just come up with a new speaking order based on some feedback here. Hi, Carolina. So I just give you the speaking order, right? So Marcus will go first, then Jenna, then Nibal, then Carolina. Is that okay? Perfect. All right. Now I'll give the mic to somebody else. We're on channel 2.
Seeing if this works. Seeing if this works.
This works.
Okay, excellent. Seeing if the people online can hear me.
They can.
They can. Hi. Okay, okay. So there's the. All right.
And just let me just make sure, Nadia, Jenna, and Carolina, you can all unmute yourselves. Is that correct? Good. Perfect.
Okay, we might give it another
Can you hear
couple
me?
minutes, and then we'll
I can hear you,
we'll
Marcus.
dive in.
So for those online, I guess you've been sitting through quite a few of these events, but we all have to wear headphones on site as well, which is a really funny thing. Everything is perfect. Shukran.
No. Yes, let's.
Right.
Thank you. We will have to put it. Yes, I will take one. Don't worry.
There you go. Okay.
Two.
Then Jenna. Then Nibal. Then Carolina. That way we do online, offline. MJ and Stephen.
As long as it's here in front of me.
You're using a handheld mic. So there's
Yes.
only 3 handheld mics. That means at a certain moment.
So we can share it. I mean, that's very.
Yeah, I mean, there are 3 months maybe.
Too much? Okay. You sure? You just won't,
Maybe two.
you take two. I keep this one?
Take.
Just in case.
Yes, Marcus, you'll speak first or second after me. So you
Okay.
hang on to that.
Does this work? Can you hear me?
I can't hear.
Oh.
You will ask many questions and each time you will answer out loud.
That's the plan. We'll go round last 3 rounds of questions.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
And can you hear me? Yeah, we're just getting our screen set up. I think we're probably about 2 minutes away and then we can kick off.
It's fine if there are more people in the audience than in the stage.
You don't use the mic, turn it off. Noise seeps through. Yeah, just it's down. Can you hear me? Well, Chris, is that working now? It's black. It's black. But okay. I assume we'll have something up there. You ready to go, Jamal?
I think it.
Okay, I think we are ready to go here. So I would like to welcome everyone to probably the first or second of the sessions of the day for everyone. This is workshop number 141, and it's on regionalism and the IGF. My name is Chris Buckridge. I'm here, I think, with no hats on today, just as a general IGF gadfly, but to moderate the session, and I'm very happy to do so. We have a panel of 4 speakers, 2 of whom are here with me on site in Riyadh, and 2 of whom are online here. And hopefully we'll also have a very active discussion with both participants online and in the room here. We, as Marcus just noted, we have more people in the audience than on the stage, which is always a good sign for these workshops. So looking forward to that. The speakers that we have, and I'm going to let them maybe, as we go around with the questions, introduce themselves a little bit more in terms of their affiliations. I know certainly many of us here probably have multiple hats on, and I'll let people identify for themselves. We have Marcus Kummer to my right here, Nibal Idlebi on my left, and online we have Jenna Manhao Fung and Carolina Aguera. Apologies to all for any mangling of pronunciations there. The topic of today's session, and sorry, just for looking around for anyone, we are on channel 2 in the room. We have the audio set up. The topic of today's session, regionalism and the IGF. So, I mean, from very early in the internet's development and technical governance processes, there has been a bit of a focus on regional groupings, regional coordination, regional preparation. The regional internet registries are one example of that, which has really emphasized that approach. And it's allowed that structure was very much reflecting a need for local communities based around whether language, time zone, cultures to develop policies that suited their specific needs and circumstances, while maintaining and contributing to global coordination on essential elements of governance. Now, today, we see with the Internet Governance Forum, there is a really vibrant network of national and regional internet governance initiatives and internet governance forums, which we usually call NRIs. So I'm sure that that acronym will be used very often in this session. So NRIs representing all of the national, regional internet governance initiatives. There are currently more than 170 of those around the world, and that also includes youth IGFs. Majority of those are in the global south, though I think it's probably very well represented across the world. And they're defined, those NRIs, by their multi-stakeholder bottom-up approach. This is something that's laid out and overseen in some ways by the global IGF. So the recent, there was a recent paper called Net Effects, which was produced by the DNS Research Federation. And in full disclosure, I was one of the co-authors on that. But one of the findings that it had was that those NRIs, the National and Regional Internet Governance Forums, were actually one of the most significant outcomes and products of this IGF process, and are seen as a really vital space to foster and develop new leaders and informed governance participants for global discussions. And in the GDC, we actually see the IGF referenced in part for the importance of its connection to national and regional groupings. So with all this focus on regionalism, I think the purpose of today's discussion is to dig into that idea a little bit. Is regionalism, how does it contribute to the idea of global governance? Is it still as relevant today as it ever has been? And how can that develop over time? The first question I want to sort of put to the panelists that we have here is, well, speaking to that, how relevant is the regional concept for understanding the IGF or the multi-stakeholder world? And how is that regional approach, regional idea evolving and developing? And so I first want to put it to Marcus. And Marcus, as I said, if you maybe take the opportunity on this first question just to introduce yourself and your affiliations, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Well, I'm a veteran of this space. I was involved in WSIS 1, WSIS 2, and then I was the head of the secretariat of the working group on internet governance, which provided input into WSIS 2, which was by and large adopted by the summit. That is the definition of internet governance, explaining what internet governance is. So I worked there, and I also worked for Internet Society, and I was on the board of ICANN. Right now, I'm mainly retired, but I stay involved. One of the advantages of old age is that you have seen a lot. And in previous life, I was dealing with trade, with free trade agreements. I worked then for the European Free Trade Association, which is the tiny brother of the European Union. It groups Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland. But these are 4 highly developed and well-to-do countries. And we had free trade agreements all over the world, from Singapore to Canada to Chile. And in free trade, there was a saying of regional free trade agreements, a stumbling block or a building block for free trade globally. And I think we can ask the same question with regionalism in the internet space. Chris mentioned the RIRs that are more the regional side of internet governance. ICANN is the global side in trade. That would be like the WTO in trade. So in the internet space, I think in the technical space, they are complementary. Now, when it comes to internet governance, it's not just about naming and addressing. And the WSIS outcome clearly states that. It's also about the use and abuse of the internet. There are issues like cybersecurity, like protecting children, and you all know that these are all hotly debated issues. Now, do we need to find global solutions, or can we find regional solutions to tackle the problems we are facing? One of my favorite sayings, it was from your former boss, Chris, from Axel Pavlik, used to say, good internet governance begins at home. There's a lot to be said for that. A lot of internet governance is actually at the very national level. National governments have a lot to say, but obviously in the regional, there are usually countries that share a lot of commonalities. They share the same, obviously are from the same region, so quite often they share the same language. In Europe, that's not the case, but they share the same legal background. Now, the European Union is an excellent example of regional approaches. The European Union has obviously the market power, and it has the power also to impose their views. I mean, the GDPR was one of the examples where a regional solution by its sheer force became a global approach. Countries are more or less forced to adapt to the GDPR. If not, they will be forced they will be just left behind, and their actors will face huge consequences if they don't adapt to the GDPR. So this is obviously one example, and the European Union has others, the Digital Market Act, Digital Services Act, and so they are solutions that are regional, but they become kind of global standards. Now, for other regions that don't have the same market power, the same power to impose sanctions, they will not be able to do the same, but they can nevertheless share same experiences. And there, I think the possible way could be that they have a bottom-up share the same, adopt the same practices in dealing with similar issues. So in trade, there was never a clear way of saying this is good or this is bad, the regional approach. And I think we are in the same way in the internet governance space. We cannot say it's good. We cannot say it's bad, but I think there is merit that obviously in discussing, in sharing experiences, and also in developing good practices in how to deal with some of the issues. And obviously it's easier to get together on a regional basis where you share, have some commonalities, share cultural aspects, and bring that into the global debate. But we are, as we all know, far away from having global solutions to some of the issues. We have one global solution to security, but that's also highly controversial right now. And it shows it's not easy to find global solutions. With that, I think I hand it back to you, Chris. And I also apologize to the people in the room that I will nip out in between because I'm double booked for this session, but I will come back again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus. But all right, we'll work around the very busy schedules that we all have. For the next speaker, and please, I want to go around the four panelists first, and then we'll come to the room. I know there's already some questions or comments starting to bubble up. But the next speaker I'd like to hand to is Jenna. So Jenna, please, the floor is yours. And with the same sort of framing question there of how relevant is regional concept and how is that evolving? Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. And thanks, Marcus. That makes so much sense because I was like, Marcus is the most experienced person I've ever met in the global IGF community. And I was like, it's not a good sign to go after him because I was like so stressed about what should I go next. But before I get started answer the question, perhaps I can provide some background of myself before I started, especially given the topic it's about regionalism. I work for a top-level domain registry in Asia Pacific, mostly spending my time managing a program, youth capacity building program on internet governance for about 6 or 7 years now. And I usually wear my hat as the Asia Pacific Youth Internet Governance Forum coordinators when I get more involved in the IGF related initiative right here. So in the past year, I've been quite active in helping organizing the youth related activity and outreach within the IGF community. So speaking of this topic, I always get very interested. And I don't want to repeat too many of Marcus' point because I think he make it very clear, and it's also resonate with a lot of points that I want to make. But I want to echo on some of the points and build upon on that. Earlier, Marcus mentioned how regionalism could help with creating some regional solution. But my personal experience and as a youth coordinator there for about 6 years, I think, especially for younger people in Asia Pacific region, before you can even come up with anything that's close to a regional solution, that regional approach is even more important as a platform for them to amplify their voices. As you may know, Asia Pacific is really huge. There are many languages and there are different cultures as well. Even there are times when we talk about the topics that we approach there would be very different from Europe, I would imagine. And now that I also reside in North America, I could really see that people usually have different focus. And there are times just like picking on my own experience organizing a youth IGF in the Asia Pacific region. I could see that Southeast Asian country will have a different interest on topics that might be different from East Asia, for example. And many of the students who are involved from some regions may care about more the for example, internet access, while the other maybe want to talk about more the issues related to AI or technologies. Maybe not AI. Everyone wants to talk about AI because it's really influencing our life right now. But what I wanted to say is there are times, even with a region as vast as Asia Pacific, we already feel challenges making a conversation that's constructive enough that lead us close to a solution, so to speak. And so that's why I think a regional approach or even a sub-regional approach maybe even become more important. But because if you couldn't have a constructive conversations at home, then it will be very difficult for you to represent your voice at a global stage. Myself being very involved in the global internet governance forum for so long is that I do value and I do think that a global solution or a platform for that kind of conversation is important. But as Chris kickstarted the sessions, time zone sometimes doesn't work out and it just naturally eliminates some voices, right? And it's, there's some level of practicality too. Like imagine an initiative having a coordinator based in the region that has more resources that allow them to make this initiative, a conversation happen. That's, just sometimes naturally make the conversation happen or flavoring people from certain regions. But for example, it's like, of course, I know there's like a mechanism, for example, rotating the schedule to kind of like accommodate, but it just different from how regional approach work. Well, I'm starting babbling right now because it's right way past midnight here in Toronto, but I will stop here and pass it back to my fellow panelists and moderators so we could continue our conversations as we move on.
Thank you very much, Jenna. And and thank you for the closing illustration there of the challenges of a global conversation and the importance of regionalism. I would like now to pass back to the room here in person. We have Nibal, please.
You hear me? Okay. Thank you very much, Chris, Marcus, and everyone on the panel here. I'm Nibal Idilbi. To introduce myself, I am currently the acting director of Statistics, Information Society, and Technology at the UNESCO. UNESCO stands for United Nations Economic Social Commission for Western Asia. I was involved and we are working mainly in the Arab region. We are focusing in the Arab region. However, we are of course linked to the UN Secretariat and we have a lot of collaboration with all UN agencies. Myself, I was also, like Marcus, I was with WSIS since the starting point, since 2003 when the discussion started, and I followed WSIS plus 20 and so on. And we are now preparing we are making the preparation for WSIS plus 20. We have Arab IGF, which is one of the regional IGF. Then I'm speaking about our experience in this regard. And Arab IGF was really established at the beginning since 2005, around 2005. And we are continuing making organizing the Arab IGF regularly, sometimes each year, sometimes each 2 years. Our experience, based on our experience, I believe the regional dimension is very important. I believe, because as Marcos was saying, there is sharing the same challenges. Maybe we are sharing the same challenges in the region. We are aware about the dynamism, the dynamic of the countries in the region. We know very well the stakeholders. Then, based on our experience with the stakeholders, different stakeholders, especially that IGF is multi-stakeholder. We were able to engage them in a very dynamic way, I would say. And we were able also during this experience to feel some stakeholders were not very knowledgeable about the IGF and its importance and so on. Then it was we have made a lot of capacity building about what it is IGF and what it is, even with us in some cases. But it was very important for capacity building. I believe in the Arab region we had a lot of things to say, to engage people and to make them learn about the process. I believe that also the challenges are very similar, as Marcos said, while also that the culture, the language, it is the same language across the Arab region. And then I believe it was very good experience for us also to bridge the gap between national and global, because some countries at the beginning, they didn't have this national IGF. Our role was also to encourage countries to establish the IGF at national level. And we supported some of them, we interacted with some of them. We feel till now, some countries don't have IGF, a national one. Then I believe the regional dimension fill the gap in a way between the national and the global. And also it was very important, I believe, for the common positioning, to have common position of the region vis-a-vis the global issues, that are discussed at a global level. And then it was intermediary layer, I would say, and important block to fill the gaps and to give the voice of the region at a global level. This is from one side, and also encouraging the stakeholder. I believe the dynamism in the Arab region was among the different stakeholders was completely not the same. I mean, for example, NGO, they needed really a lot of capacity building to have and so on. While private sector, they were more engaged and they were really very supportive, and they wanted to be real, to play a role, very important role, especially that in many countries it is more the government who is leading the scope of the regulation and everything in the country. Therefore, the private sector, they found it as a very important room and very important forum to discuss and to discuss sincerely with the government, and to put their position and to put what they need, in fact, for enhancing the sector as a whole. This is what I think that the most important issue that I would say, and I believe for the last 20 years now. I mean, I believe the discussion started smoothly, but now I believe we have a strong community for the IGF, very strong community for the IGF at regional level. And there is, we can build on this, what we have achieved so far. I believe it is more promising for the future. And although there is between Arab countries, there is no binding rule as there is in the EU. You mentioned the EU and GDPR, which is very important experience. However, in the Arab country, we don't have this power of political power to impose anything at regional level, unfortunately. What we do is more promoting, positioning, global positioning, and so on. And we try to make it as serious as possible vis-a-vis the global community. I will stop here for the time.
Okay, thank you very much, Nibal. And turning now to the last of our panelists, or at least in this first round, and going back online, Carolina Aguero, pass to you.
Thank you, Chris. Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's also very late for me over here, so I empathize with Jana, and bear with me for my ranting a little bit. I'm a scholar, I'm a university professor, and I've been very much interested in how local and regional communities embrace internet governance. In my understanding, I mean, it's conceptually very hard for people all over the world, global north, global south, or global majority, however you want to call that, to embrace something as powerful, but also as immaterial and very material at the same time as the internet, without going down into the local layers, and how local actors organize themselves, how they imagine, how they build their networks, how they want their standards to operate upon. And this kind of struggles and this kind of vision is something that, in the case of the internet in Latin America and the Caribbean, it has been present, I would say, since the late 1980s. There was, and the struggle to sort of generate a regional internet registry portrays the relevance of thinking about this levels of subsidiarity, where local policy or the policies of assigning IP addresses come closer to the communities that have to be served, and this applies to all our RIRs. And I think this is a very valuable lesson on how the internet evolved originally and how it still stands today, reflecting the needs and the identities of these regional and local communities. Lately, I would say that in my region, regionalism has tended to become more interesting for actors, and I'm not exactly sure why, but I think that a lot of the geopolitical turn concerning the governance of the internet, but also the governance of AI, really leaves much less space to think about the development of these infrastructures and the platforms that citizens want to engage with, and the actual local power dimensions that need to be addressed. And I've seen that there is a renewed interest, not so much in national initiatives in Latin America and the Caribbean, but more in the regional forum. This year's regional IGF in Santiago de Chile, the 17th edition, it really sort of marked this kind of vibrancy that with the pandemic, I think had lagged. And now we're seeing this spike coming up again. But just to end my first intervention, I also want to address something concerning Marcus' original intervention, concerning this idea of, okay, so which is the platform, which is the kind of process that is guiding regionalism. And so he mentioned trade a lot, for example, right? And the EU, for example, it is an economic and a political bloc, but we don't have that kind of regional integration in Latin America and the Caribbean. That's much more loosely bound. Actually, there's so many sub-regions and countries that actually operate with the North much more commercially wise, much more than with the South. But still, this brings in another cleavage or another interesting dimension to address. Okay, but there are regional forums, there are regional, and not just the IGF, there are regional processes addressing the impact of these general purpose technologies. We are seeing this in AI as well, where identity and culture from this regional perspective does matter. So I think that the challenge in a region that is not politically or economically integrated as is LAC, we have the challenge to think about what kind of institutions, other than the existing RIR processes or LAC TLD for the top level domain sector, I mean, which other institutions will be able to sort of harness this regionalism that we need to think about in terms of the digital and the internet world. And this is my closing comment for my first intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Yeah, okay, Yuri. To rectify that going forward. So I think that's been a really good discussions here. I do want to make two comments from the floor. I think from my very limited attempt to sort of summarize what I've heard or what key points I've heard here, the sort of the relevance and the importance of a regional approach comes down to obviously logistical issues. There are time zones, there are languages, there are cultural distinctiveness that can be addressed in terms of more regional processes. There is the sort of capacity building element where you can bring people into an understanding of the importance of internet governance and this sort of space and the opportunities there are to engage. There's strengthening those voices in the global discussions, and I think maybe some of the discussions around EU processes, GDPR, etc., and Carolina, your points then maybe speak a little bit to that. And I think also, Nibal, your point about sort of regional processes allowing for more sensitive discussions with stakeholders was a really interesting and important one. So I want to see if, yeah, we have one at the back of the room there and another here. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Tiago. I am a PhD scholar at VUB in Brussels, but also a fellow at UniCris. So very nice to be here in this panel that's discussing the discussion on the regionalism in the IGF. And my question is, and this has been part of the discussion that we had in Brazil during Net Mundial Plus 10, how we make regionals, IGFs, or national ones to be more connected
and like what's being shared there and best practice, so this flows. And one specific example that I think that can be very interesting if we can have some platform, some way of like sharing better and building bridges of these initiatives, is how different stakeholders in these regions connect with the topic. Because I can give an example, at least in Brazil, I'm from there, of course, and in Brazil, we see civil society has really an outstanding role there in the way that talking about digital rights organizations, they are very well structured in a coalition, and they do a lot of like policy agenda, as like there are different institutions that work together for some common goals. And I see that the role of the Brazilian IGF makes a big difference for making them to connect. And this, for example, is a kind of what I could say good practice and stakeholders that could be shared in other regions. And I heard Nibal saying that, for example, here the private actors in Arab region is quite active. And I hear that in some other places it's not. And people say, yeah, we should have more people from a business being engaged. Otherwise, how can we say that this is really multi-stakeholder, right? So I think there's also an imbalance of how, depending of the region, some groups of stakeholders are more or less active, and maybe it's something that the regionalists approach could, I don't know, see how they share and trying to understand why is this happening there, here and not there, and vice versa. So just food for thought.
Thank you very much. No, a really, I think, important point there, particularly in terms of regional diversity and distinctiveness versus sort of emerging common best practices that, yeah, so I'm sure the speakers will all come back to that. I think Dana, yeah.
Thank you to the panel overall. Dana Kramer here for the record. I'm a PhD candidate and I study a lot of these regional elements, so I'm quite interested by this panel overall, and I thought that these opening remarks were phenomenal. I come from Canada, and our region does not have a strong regional focus. We're a bit left out in the regionalism conversation because North America has very large landmass countries in Canada and the United States. And we have that Mexico tends to get looped into the South American space because of similar language, but also to the Caribbean nations also have their own regional initiatives because telecommunications wise, they're either European or North American or South American. From a numbers perspective, they get split between Aran and LACNIC. And then also too culturally, they have a very distinct identity that doesn't fit. Like we don't have a homogenized view the way that Europe or other regions might to help with it. And so that kind of guides like a bit of why I'm going to ask two questions that are a bit more like slightly geopolitics focused, but within the lens of recognizing that not all regions really have the capacity to act as regions in that North American context, which is like with Canada as a middle power, for example, and ahead of WSIS plus 20. Is there a role for middle powers to start to become their own region, such as Canada, Australia, New Zealand have been moving together in joint statements in the space of the GDC and WSIS plus 20. But do we need to start seeing like regions emerge across like similar economic frameworks, similar political policies that might not be geographically the same, but have different socioeconomic factors to make a region, such as including, for example, like the Nordic countries within that? And my second question, I think maybe Carolina would be best for this, rests within thinking about Anu Bradford's book on digital empires, which notes that the EU, the US, and China as 3 global digital empires overall. And I'm wondering if you could speak to how maybe instead of thinking as certain countries as superpowers in the digital space, if it's because that they might have large stakeholder groups that create that local level. And that's how we can better understand regions of their capacity to have these complex networked actors that then create global superpowers in this space, and how then different communities overall might be able to become new digital empires in and of themselves for forecasting how we might see internet governance evolve over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dana. I'm going to throw to Marcus quickly, because I know he has to leave us shortly, and so Marcus, just obviously we've got some very important insights and questions from the floor. The other sort of next round of questions we have here is in terms of I think a little bit more looking to the future. Will regions continue to be building blocks or be building blocks for a new multilateralism or multi-stakeholderism? So in the time you have, can I ask you to answer that definitively?
Yes, thank you. That's all good questions, and thanks to my, can you hear me? Yeah. To my fellow panelists also for their intervention. And I think in particular, I will circle back to Carolina. She corrected me or made an addition, obviously, which I forgot to mention. It's the question of regional integration. And there the European Union, of course, is light years ahead of most other regions in terms of integration. So they have the institutions that allow them to take to find binding solutions to tackle the issues. And that makes what comes out of the European Union, what comes out of Brussels, so important. And the other was a very interesting question of like-minded middle powers who are not geographically linked, whether they should work together more. And you mentioned a case which is already happening. So, and I also remember that my days when I was dealing in multilateral affairs for the Swiss government, we worked actually closely together also with Canada, Australia, New Zealand, because they were like-minded, but definitely not geographically linked. And that is definitely, I think, a way to approach these. And the last question I would address was Tiago made also very excellent points. And I think that is precisely what the IGF is all about, that we come here to learn from each other, to share good practices, and also then to go back home and make sure that governments don't take the wrong solutions, because governments have a tendency to shoot from the hip, so to speak. They want a solution, a quick fix, and they don't think of unintended consequences. Governments in particular, whatever their leaning is, they like blocking the internet, for instance, which is a quick solution. Something they don't like, okay, let's block it. And I come from a country which has excellent democratic pedigrees, but they actually adopted that solution when it came to gambling. They thought, okay, let's protect our own gambling industry and block foreign providers of the same services. I'm also part of the Internet Society Swiss chapter. We went on the barricades against it. We think this is a bad solution. It essentially breaks the internet, but the government didn't listen. They listened to the lobby groups who wanted that solution. And this is, I think, one of the strengths of the IGF, that we actually learn and can promote good policy and also go back and prevent governments from taking the wrong quick fixes without thinking of the unintended consequences. We may not always succeed, but at least we learn from each other, and let's keep up the good fight. And with that, I apologize, I have to run.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and thank you for being here and sharing your insights. As an Australian, I'm a little triggered by the example you gave there, but we'll move on from that. I'll throw back now again to our online speakers. And so Jenna, again, yeah, please respond to any of the questions, but also that looking forward as to how regionalism might play into evolving multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism.
Certainly. I will try to combine some of my responses to both of the questions and echo a little bit on what Marcus just mentioned as well. Every time, as Marcus make his remark, it sparks me with some sort of like new insights all the time. And now that make me realizing I have to say that, like, unlike Europe, Asia Pacific, for instance, there's like no singular institution that could help like create a binding solution that could influence globally to an extent of how the EU work. Many of the time, it will eventually falls into the hand of the big power of certain countries or certain corporations in the regions. As you can see that, like for example, microchip, you could see that some certain corporations are bigger there. I try not to name them out specifically because given my background, I'm not very comfortable naming them out directly. Um, but many of the time, I want to name the power dimension, like dynamic there as well, because in the regions like Asia Pacific, for example, there are certainly countries that is so big with a big market, big political power to also influence how smaller countries react to approach certain issues. And then there's economical factors on top of political factors that will influence how things are like. And so that's why I think beyond the actual like organizations like RR were literally to deal with the technical aspect of the internet. I personally do see that the regional NRIs or local NRIs for some countries, if they do have a more democratic system there, helpful as a channel for them to advocate what they concern. Because I do believe there are times where individuals may have to leverage some sort of power, but different kind of power from people or like organization beyond their own physical boundaries. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's some of the cases. Because as I think just echoing on like the questions about whether I think that the multi-stakeholderism will be like a building block. Like regionalism will be a building block for this kind of new multilateralism or multi-stakeholderism. I do think that this approach could be a catalyst for that one. Just so how I mentioned earlier, I think how different countries share a geographical context, and sometimes because of how they're it just like a more practical way to do it regionally, as you can't really just like start everything huge when a small country in one of the regions do not have such global impact where everyone will give them the attention, especially right now with us actually just living on online, relying on whatever information we get through social media, for example, which is highly manipulative in my own opinion. I think that kind of platform is important, but at the same time, like people who are involved in IGF regionally or globally, it's still our own community or bubble sometimes. So I think Tiago mentioned and actually throw out questions about something related to that, like in terms of like collaboration. I think regionalism can favor collaboration beyond the actual physical IGF, whether it happen nationally or regionally, because not speaking for businesses, I do believe that unless they are a huge corporation which have a lot of like resources to send people to a physical IGF to just like show up to partake in conversation that we're making. Sometimes like smaller businesses, they're trying to survive. And even if they care, they won't be as active as those. And that's why those people are usually missing in our conversation. And that's why I think there are times some ongoing collaborations is important. But of course, there are many different kinds of businesses, but I won't be speaking for them at this point. But I I start to see that in some of the Southeast Asian countries, for example, especially around the AI area. Last year, I did a research, like a really casual research on how the developments in terms of their policy look like. And I could see that in some of the Southeast Asian country, they kind of like rely a little bit more on uh, public-private collaboration into making things happen, because I would assume not every country have such system that allow them to have to develop something that's like comprehensive right away, just to start with, while they have to catch up everything that's just like evolving so quickly, right? So I'll stop here because I do believe I echoed and respond to a few points that was asked and named earlier, and that's my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenna. No, I think some good points there. And I was wanting to push a little on the sort of AI aspect of this. Not that this is the AI governance forum, but we have seen, I mean, groups like ASEAN, the African Union have all done regional AI strategies in the last 12 months. So we're certainly seeing that engagement at a regional level, not necessarily in the specifically digital policy and internet governance related groups, but at the more geopolitical element of it as well. Nibal, I'll pass to you.
I mean, okay, let me answer Theo. I believe here some question about his question related to platform and exchanging experience. I believe, as Marco said, IGF, global IGF is very good platform for sharing experiences. It is really, I believe, during this the two previous days, I turned around. I saw many regional IGF they were speaking. One of them, it was about the Arab IGF. Yesterday there was a session about their experience, and it was really multi-stakeholder. I mean, the intervention and the people who participated in the session were from different background and from different groups. And then I believe such IGF, global IGF, is very good platform for sharing experience. But I will add to it that it could be even that it could answer maybe this best practices exchange, and also this building block that you have asked about. I believe as I mean, involved in the IGF and as involved in other platforms, I mean, related to WSIS or other development of policy in general for many countries. I believe having more reporting about the IGF. Till now, IGF, they don't, at the beginning, there was any reporting about IGF process at regional or national or international. Then there was introduction after 10 years of the IGFs, there was this introduction of chairperson messages or key messages that were shared by different IGF forum. I believe this is very important for sharing experience and for capitalizing and exchanging the best practices and so on. I think reporting on what is taking place on IGF, either nationally, regionally, or globally, it is really very important for building on the things. And it is like that, it will be more important, how to say, important element to building blocks. I mean, for building blocks among the different regional IGF, or even from national to regional, from regional to the global. This is maybe missing, and this is where sometimes myself, even when I want to look at the IGF, I don't know in others area what was the result. It is really difficult to find the results. Then some reporting mechanism in the IGF, the introduction, and I'm not here, I'm just giving this idea. It will really be very important for everyone. This is what I want to say, and I want to mention that it is really, I mean, the multi-stakeholderism that was introduced in the IGF it was copied everywhere today. I mean, in many platform and in many international or international forum, we find this, it is copied in a way. It is everywhere, multi-stakeholderism. Even we are working as international intergovernmental organization. However, today, because we see the value of multi-stakeholderism, we duplicate this model everywhere. In all kind of activity that we are doing today for development, we are working more on development, socio-economic development, we are copying this model. Then multi-stakeholderism, even if there is no voting, I mean sometimes, but however, the process, the multi-stakeholderism that was introduced very much by IGF, it was copied everywhere nowadays in many forums. Then I believe this is really also a very good example to borrow from it and maybe to generalize it.
Okay, thank you very much, Nibal. I think something that jumps out at me from that, and maybe others will want to comment on it. So taking up your final point there about there is this model that has been adopted and embraced by a lot of people. But also the point you made about the reporting back from the IGF to the regional areas. So I think that sort of that relationship between the NRIs and the global IGF is something that's very important and is evolving. And I mean, particularly that question of how do NRIs feed into the global IGF? Is that a sort of defined, distinct process? Are there sort of, or is that something that happens in a very organic way? And does that need to change as we go forward? So, yeah, I'll throw to Carolina now, and I'm sure we'll have then more discussion after that. Carolina?
Yes, thank you, Chris. So yes, I'm taking your point, and then we'll address Tiago and Dana's comments. So concerning the function of regionalism as multi-stakeholder governance or multilateral governance, I think that that avenue is very much alive. Again, I mean, for many of the national or local communities that are unable to speak or to have a voice or to a representation or even to sort of follow and understand global debates, the region is really there for them. It's closer to them, and there is this value from these different communities. And I'm not just talking about civil society, I'm definitely talking about governments, about SMEs, trade associations in smaller countries or in countries such as in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is, again, as was rightly pointed, I mean, it's there's many sub-regions within such a vast cultural continent and with many subcultures and identities and languages as well. So going back to the question concerning the comment that Tiago raised about the role of the Brazilian IGF and CGI, that again raises the centrality of having mechanisms and institutions that can allow for this ongoing process, for this transparency and accountability about the discussions, about the outcomes, and about how those processes feed into broader, more consistent national discussions, but also into the global IGFs or other relevant institutions. And you did mention, Chris, that you were interested about AI. And I have to say that in Latin America and the Caribbean, there has been a lot going in the last 2 years concerning finding and building a regional, institutional, interministerial platform to address what kind of AI governance the region is looking forward to, and actually building on this regionalism. It's how they have addressed the Global Digital Compact's search for commons in September. Finally, looking into Dana's comment, thank you. I think that's I mean, it's a super relevant question, and also to think about is geography or regionalism the only way to address this issue of multi-stakeholderism. And again, let's go back and be kindly critical towards the stakeholder discussion, which sometimes it's not just about being a different stakeholder, but it's sharing different points of views in a same space or venue, right? And what you were mentioning about like-minded countries in certain contexts or certain discussions, this brings in the idea that sometimes you may have countries that come from very different parts of the world, have different sizes and different capacities of stakeholder groups, but they have a strong opinion about or a normative approach or consensus about how to move forward some of these debates. And it is in this respect that this Brussels effect or this approach that the EU may have in some regions, it's not because there is this, it's because those values are in a way embraced by other jurisdictions as well. So that's a kind of like-mindedness I'm talking about, but you can also find that, for example, in groups such as the D9, the advanced digital nations, where governments from different parts of the world sort of embrace technologies to address government transformation for their citizens. And so this is, again, another way of reflecting how values, norms, ideas about certain issues make this kind of new networks or coalitions around certain topics.
Okay, thank you very much, Carolina. I want to again now maybe throw open to the floor. While you think about putting your hands up, which I encourage you to do, both online and in the room here. I think one thing I'd be really interested in, I'm looking around the room here, seeing some participants in and technical processes and representatives of technical organizations. We started out this session talking about how that regional approach was sort of embedded in the technical governance space. It would be really interesting to sort of hear, in terms of those technical governance processes, is that regionalism still central? Has that evolved? How has that developed over time? We have a speaker here in the middle of the room first. So, and then Ulka, I see you as well.
Hello, sir. I'm Sardar Farmanullah from Pakistan, sir. I'm a student of Defense and Strategic Studies, Qaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. Sir, what the youth can do in regional IGF? Some comments, sir.
I'm sure I'll throw it to our speaker, our panelists, I'm sure, in terms of how youth can engage in regional groupings. I mean, I think coming back to the first point, there was that capacity building element is a really that educating and showing how they can have that voice is a really important aspect. Ulka, maybe Jamal, thanks.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Ulka Hatle. I work at the RIPE NCC, one of the 5 regional internet registries. And a regional approach has been central to how the RIRs approach internet governance right from the start. So at least I can tell you a little bit about how the RIPE NCC does things. For us, for the past several years, while we have events that bring together the technical community and other stakeholders from across our region, which is very big, we also do smaller, more focused events. The Middle East Network Operators Group is reaching its 25th year next year. So that's been a long-running event that we have, which brings people together. But one of our more recent ones is the Central Asia Peering and Interconnection Forum, which is just in its 3rd or 4th year. And this is particularly interesting because the Central Asian countries are landlocked. And you have to think about what makes a regional event happen or success, and motive, means, and opportunity come to mind. Because when we carried out research on the internet infrastructure in these countries, and we showed it to representatives there, they realized that cooperation and working together was the way forward for the digital economies that they hope to build. We heard from The deputy digital minister from Uzbekistan yesterday on the high-level session, and he was talking about unlocking the potential of digital economies. But all of that is built on internet infrastructure, which needs a lot more work. And this is really where we see the benefits of multi-stakeholderism. I also wanted to add that the RIPE NCC supports a lot of network operator groups. These tend to be very technical. And we also support a lot of internet governance conversations, regional IGFs or like CDIG, Eurodig. But we don't always see these two groups coming together. And that, again, is what makes the IGF so special. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ulka. Looking around. Oh, Roman here. Thanks, Jamal.
Hi, Roman Danilio, representing the IETF here. I'm going to make a slightly different kind of statement. Mostly is the IETF is the Standards Development Organization for the Internet. Our approach on kind of regionalism is everyone comes to the IETF kind of as individual. We need everyone to come one, come all to provide that multi-stakeholder input. But the charm that makes the internet work, the interconnectivity of thousands of networks around the internet, is that there is not a regional protocol. If we want an end-to-end internet that interconnects everyone, it's about a single collection of different kind of protocols agreed globally that makes the internet actually kind of possible. So certainly kind of filtering up regional perspectives is great, but ultimately that needs to come to one place if we're going to have one internet, and the IETF develops such protocols. And we welcome everyone to come.
Thanks, Roman. I think that captures, well, I was going to say, the tension between the global and the regional very nice. You're not presenting it as a tension, which I think is important as well. I think it's not necessarily a tension, but it's something to be balanced and understood as we go through. We had one more question in our planning with our speakers. Possibly we've answered it in many ways, but it's, I think, a good opportunity for our speakers to go around again and maybe engage with some of the questions. It was, for which policy challenges are regional organizations better equipped to tackle than something at the global level like the UN or even the sort of global technical organizations? And we do have Marcus back, so thank you for coming back, and we'll put you on the spot again for that. I'm going to give you this. Oh, you have a microphone there. Thank you.
Yes, seems to work. Yes, it is an excellent question. I mean, we referred to it, I think, in our opening statement, each speaker in a different way. I think there is the commonality of the regions, same cultural values, and also different priorities. I think it was also mentioned by one speaker that different regions have different priorities. It became to me obvious when I first time went to Africa. Access was the number one priority. First, you want to have the internet, and then once you have the internet, there are different issues that come to the fore. So, if you come from a developing region where access is a major issue, then obviously the focus will be on promoting access, sharing best practices on how to do that, and also sharing bad practices, what didn't work. It was quite often the incumbent telcos did not help with promoting access, as they were defending their own priorities, what they owned and their income. So, just to get over that resistance by the incumbents, there was also the interconnection fees the governments earned from the telcos. And they were afraid of losing that. I do remember attending once a meeting in Africa where one minister said, no, they want to take that away from us. So, and overlooking the fact, yes, you may lose something, but you get benefits through the connection to the internet, which by far outweigh the interconnection fees you had. But then quite often there were individuals who benefited from the interconnection fees, so that was built-in resistance then to change. Yes, it's nice if I have my car financed through that. Why should I give that away? So there are many, many different ways. So just I mentioned that as a negative example, but you have to overcome these obstacles in order to find good policy. And there, just one example, that was access. But so in different ways, I think regions can also learn. I mean, it's one of the issues. I think everybody agrees that you have to take care of vulnerable children on the internet. Everybody who is a parent or a grandparent is aware of that, and there is content that is clearly not suitable for young people. Now, how to do that is a different issue. And there again, I mentioned in a previous intervention that governments like to shoot from the hip, so blocking is a quick reaction, a quick solution. And there we collectively now, who go to the IGF and learn from each other, we know that blocking is not a good solution. So we have to talk and say, what are the good solutions? And maybe it's like parenting, as a parent, you learn how to prepare your children for the bad world out there. You tell them not to take sweets from strangers and so on and so on. And the same is obviously a question when you go to the internet. I mean, it's parents, it's their first and foremost responsibility to make sure that their children are in a safe space when they go online. Yes, it may be difficult, and not all parents are digital natives. The children are. They're quite often by far smarter than the parents. They outwit their parents. But again, it's a question of trust. Parents need to also have trust with their children, but simple word, it's parenting, and governments cannot take over from the responsibility of parents, and. So there are, because of the cultural affinities, there is easier maybe to share good practices within the region because they have similar approach, outlook on life than you have from different regions. I think we in Europe may have a different outlook on life than you have in the Arabic region. So you are much better suited to find solutions within your own regions. And I'm not talking on hard law solutions, but on soft law solutions, on good practices, on what to do and what not to do. My short comments on this issue.
Thank you very much, Marcus. I know we're having a little choppy sound online, but hopefully it's going to come back and be better than ever. And I am also planning to throw to Jenna, but Jenna, are you hearing?
Still awake?
And you're
Yes.
okay. Yes. No. Well, so and I mean, obviously, I gave a very brief answer to the question of youth in these before, but you're certainly much more expert in this. So, yeah, very happy to hear your views here.
And it's kind of weird to be called an expert in the youth thing, but thank you. The audio works fine now, but I realized maybe Marcus' voice got cut out for like 5 seconds. I kind of missed it. But to approach and to respond to your last question about for which policy challenges are regional organizations better equipped to tackle them, I think since I also wanted to respond to that question related to how you've engaged, I would say that, like, in my opinion, any kinds of policy challenge, especially, for example, in Asia Pacific, I think it's better to kind of approach it that way too, as usually young people, they are relatively having less experience as in how to practice into making policies and all that, comparing to people who might not be a digital natives, but having more experience in different institutions into making policy changes. So that's why in that context, I think for young people especially, trying to find a spot in the regional space to make a change is the first start. as many speakers already mentioned, how we get together to hear different people's perspective. I think that's important, and it gives you inspirations on what kind of change you want to bring, want to make, and what kind of insights you want to bring back to your own countries. Because, I mean, we can't just like, we chat here, come up with some sort of ideal solution or best practice, and then the world doesn't just work it that way, because those solutions just do not naturally become law right away by the end of the discussion, right? You have to bring it back to your own country and to make the real change that will impact people back in your community who can't afford to be in this room talking about these issues. And those are the people who are also being impacted by all the things that we discuss all the time within our community. And so I think at least that's the thing I think I value so much. And perhaps some of the young people also share a similar sentiment, if not the same. So I think everyone will have a different path, but try to find your way on, what kind of changes you want to make. Whether you just want to mostly spending more time advocating, amplifying your voices of your respective community, whether geographically or value-based community. I think that's very important, and so I think that's like a good starting point. And since I am mostly favoring this regional approach, and I think as different regions getting stronger in some sense, whether they being bond through certain topics, values, or purely geographically, I think that's already make things slightly. I don't know if that would be easier, but what I understand right now is that the issues we're facing is like getting more complex, and then perhaps sometimes this cross-regional approach could be one of the way that could help us to start a conversation, especially on some sort of topics that may need to be discussed and approached at global level. As I think we mentioned about AI, but for example, there are actual like for example, climate change. It could be disastrous and it affect everyone, right? And then not directly mentioned related to what we've been discussing here, but there's like things that kind of like menacing to people's actual life these days, where you need that kind of global conversation. But I think there are a regional platform where you can talk about the interests of those people more. And so that's why I think any kinds of policy, it's better taking approach and started regionally, and then as young people, for example, find their own path, whether you bring it globally or back to your own community. I think that's like the important first step where we actually try to make change.
Okay, thank you very much, Jenna. Nibal, please, and then Carolina, and then we'll have a closing comment. We're probably 10 minutes out.
Okay, to answer your question about what the regional organization are more suitable to do as versus international forum. Let me say that because we are regional organization and we are related to the UN, of course, but we are also working at regional level. I believe regional institute or regional organization are more suitable in general to make policy and to propose how to make policy and the strategy for specific area, like for example, information society, knowledge society, research and development, and so on. But I mean, this is, I believe, based on our experience. I want to tell you a story. When I started working with ESQA, I was dedicated a task to make guidelines for information society for the Arab region. And I try to copy what is the EU is doing in this regard. However, it was useless for me, the experience of EU, for one example, because the governance process in the Arab region, I learned a lot from EU, really. I learned a lot from the EU experience. However, because the governance process of the information society or the ICT sector in the Arab region is completely different, it is more oriented towards government who is leading, not the private sector who is leading, then the scope was completely changed. Then I was obliged to completely change the scope of the work because, the governance process in the Arab region is completely different. It is guided by the government while it is guided by private sector in the Arab. And this make a change because the government in these cases in Europe, they are facilitator, they are enabler, they are not the one who do things, then they are the facilitator. They make the regulation, enabling environment, whatever. However, in the Arab countries, it was everything controlled by the government. Then they have to do everything. Then the formulation of the strategy and the policy and the guidelines that we developed, it was completely different scope. However, we learned a lot from EU. We learned also a lot from the EU, for example, in rule and regulation. In regulation, I believe, and here the regional organization can do a lot also in regulation and legislative process. And because also the similarity in the governance process and in the administrative process at the regional level might be different from other regions. And this administrative and how they deal with things, and the cultural issue here, it comes into the scope that the cultural issue also different at regional level, then I believe the regional organization are more suitable to propose a regional dimension of legal and regulatory framework. I want to add another, if you allow me. Rapidly, I believe the regional organization has a lot of role for answering to support state or member countries in the region to respond to the global agenda. For example, sustainable development goals, for example, a global digital compact nowadays, and you counted. There is a lot of a global agenda, and I believe the regional organization can support their member state, whatever it is, much more than international one because of the similarity among countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nibal. Apologies for rushing you at the end. Carolina, please, some closing thoughts from you.
Yes, so just to complement what has already been mentioned by the other speakers, the word services emerged a lot of times. If we make a word count of how many times the value of regional organizations that may contribute to this idea of service, I think this is crucial. So it's service, it's delivery, it's being closer to the citizens which are being affected by these kind of policies. And so you really need to sort of be like the on-the-ground delivery of these global policies or general principles that then need to sort of get to the ground. And I also want to add another point, which is the essential for the information and digital society, which is that of infrastructure. And I do think that regional organizations are key institutions and processes that enable the thought process and the development of digital infrastructure. And this is something that we've seen already in the past with internet related technologies from ISPs, IXPs, undersea cables, that kind of connectivity, but it's also the kind of discussions that we are beginning to see emerging more and more in Latin America and in the Caribbean concerning the infrastructure that is needed to develop AI capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. We've got just a little bit of time left, but I wanted to, so this workshop has been put together and driven by Nadia Chaha and Jamal Shaheen. And I wanted to give Nadia a chance and then Jamal to finish us off there. So Nadia, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the speakers and also the people in the room for your comments and your interventions. And I highly encourage you, if you haven't seen, we're taking notes online. You could still put in feedback and comments. We really want to start using this to build our conversation on. And what I would like to take a very brief moment on is to answer the question on how youth can participate in regional processes. And what I think is important is to take this opportunity while you're here at the IGF to meet up with some of the NRIs. So there are NRI sessions where you can go to, where you can actually meet the people who are organizing events that are happening in your spaces. So for example, for Europe, there is the European Dialogue on Internet Governance, or EuroDIG. They have a stand. And also, if you go to these NRI sessions and you see these people on the stage, please don't hesitate to actually walk up to them and say, hey, I live and work in your region. Can you please advise me? But if you are not able to find people on site, you can also find it on the IGF website for the NRIs. And also Jenna is one of the coordinators who facilitates youth participation in the NRI spaces. But if you don't have a regional event or a regional space where you could go to, there is a dynamic coalition called the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, and they have regional representatives based on the UN regions. So you are able to reach out to that representative, and they can help you and support you with setting up your own events, or connect you to other people in your space who are working on particular youth issues, or just wanting to connect to other young people. So it is not a space where you have to feel alone, and there are opportunities out there, especially for those. There are summer schools, winter schools, and other youth events that are being organized. So the way to get involved is start joining the Youth Coalition Internet Governance mailing list, going to the NRI sessions, and also join the youth newsletter that is on the IGF. I hope that is very helpful, and I would then give the floor back to the moderator. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Nadia. And Jamal, going to you for last word here.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, and thanks very much to our panelists as well, everybody. It's been a great discussion, and thanks to everybody here. I have a lot of things to say, but there's a lady at the back who wants me to finish. So I will go through just a few points. A few points as a reflection on what we heard and how this fits into an ongoing research. This one's even worse. An ongoing research program that we're carrying out at the UNU in Bruges, the United University for Comparative Regional Integrated Studies. So we're looking at this idea of regionalism. This is the thing that's causing the problem. Okay, there we go. So, okay, right. We're looking into how regions can be useful also in the IGF sphere. I think Mark, no, it doesn't help. In project, Nadia's been, it's working. Okay. Nadia's been involved in a project that we've been doing, comparing trade to internet governance. Be really interesting. We found that there's quite a lot of differences that make this very difficult to compare these two. So I'd love to go into more on that. I think also this idea of the global needs of the technical community, of the internet, in fact, and the regional needs of the actors to actually build up a common position is actually quite challenging. We need to think more about how those pathways from the regional to the global actually play out in something like the IGF. I think also we need to think that regions are only one of the complex set of actors in the mosaic. We have non-geographically contiguous actors as well. I think, Carolina, you mentioned them as other geopolitical actors like the G7, the OECD, and so on. I think, Dana, you also alluded to this in your question. I think those are very important relations to think about as well. How does the region fit into the non-regional responses here as well? And I think these are questions that we'll carry on talking about as we go into the implementation of the GDC, as we go on to thinking about how the IGF will work and what role different actors like regional actors will play in the IGF in the future. So it's been a great way to actually have this discussion with people, open up this way of thinking on our part, and also get some insights into this. And the document that we're doing will hopefully turn into something a bit much more. So we're looking forward to that. Thanks very much, Chris.
Thank you very much, Jamal. And thank you, Jamal and Nadia, for organizing this session. Thank you to our speakers. We've got Marcus, Nibal, Carolina, and Jenna. And thank you all for being here and for your active participation in the discussion. We'll bring this to a close. Have a good day.
Then I thought, wait, are people hearing? So I kept repeating myself because I thought. Anyway, thank you.
Yes. And this is close.
Who's the foot?
Do we have our online speakers, Maria and Shannon?
Yes, I'm here.
Technical
Sherman is
team.
here.
Okay, and Maria?
Maria's here.
Okay, great, awesome. Can we see them on the screen as well?
Not allowing me. Oh, there I am. Hi.
They don't allow me to share my video.
Hi,
Please allow
Maria,
me.
I can see you. Can you please allow our online speakers to share their videos as well? Can you hear me? You cannot hear me? I can hear myself. Are you on channel 2? You too? You can hear me? Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? Okay. So I think we need to change it. Now you can hear me? Okay, we see Maria Bibi on the screen and Shannon.
The host doesn't allow me to share my video.
Okay, we'll make you a co-host. And that way you can share your video. Can you please allow Shannon to share his video? Okay, we can see you, Shannon, now. All right, thank you very much. Good morning, Sabah al Khair, ladies and gents. My name is Omar Ansari and I work for the APNIC Foundation as its Digital Leap South Asia project lead. According to ITU, approximately 2.6 billion people worldwide are offline. Most of these individuals reside in the developing world, with South Asia accounting for about 57% of the world's offline population. Nearby in 6 of the South Asian economies, around 50% of the population lacks internet access. Afghanistan 82%, Pakistan 54%, Bangladesh 55%, Sri Lanka 43%, India 47%, and Nepal 48%. Other regions with significant online population include Nigeria, Indonesia, and China. Asia alone harbors around 1.9 billion offline population, making it the most offline regions globally. Some of our participants seems you can hear us? Okay, now good. APNIC Foundation's Digital Leap South Asia project organizes this session to explore the challenges affecting connectivity in the developing world and explore the actionable strategies. This session aims to address 3 policy questions. 1. How can policymakers adopt regulatory frameworks to promote innovation and investment? 2. What strategies can be implemented to address the digital divide and ensure equitable access to the internet connectivity? 3. How can regional cooperation initiatives be strengthened to foster collaboration among countries in addressing shared challenges in accelerating efforts towards universal internet access? This is a panel discussion, and I'm joined by leaders and experts from across the globe. Mahesh Opal, Director of Comfirst Private Limited. Jimson Ulofie, Principal Consultant at Contemporary Consulting Limited. Mohammad Sharif, Director of Government and International Relations at Oxia Enterprise. Saeed Mohammad Shahriar Javed, Senior ICT Specialist, Economic Infrastructure at the Islamic Development Bank. Dr. Maria Bibi, Consultant IDG, Asia Open RAN Academy. She's online. And Shannon Osepa, Telecom and Internet Operations and Policy Strategist, who's also online. The panel discussion would be 60 minutes, and it will be organized in 3 segments. Segment number 1, we'll discuss the current state of connectivity and challenges. Segment number 2, we'll discuss policy frameworks and regulatory measures. And segment number 3, we'll discuss innovative technologies and partnerships. The discussion will be followed by a Q&A session, which will be approximately 30 minutes. And we're interested in taking questions from the audiences. So please make it as interactive and participatory as you can. So let's start with the segment number 1, which is about the current state of connectivity and challenges. So I'll come to my distinguished speakers. Mahesh, let's start with you. In the context of South Asia, particularly India, what are the key infrastructure or policy challenges hindering broader internet connectivity and how they can be addressed?
Yeah. Thanks, Omar, and ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to speak to you. We all know that today, internet, of course, is central to more or less every aspect of our social as well as economic lives. So it's critical that we understand what the challenges themselves are in terms of internet access. And I think for that, we also need to have a more nuanced look at some of the numbers that we are talking about. And while I'll try and use India as an example, but I suspect the issues are common to most countries, especially in South Asia, but also probably amongst the developing world. Now, and I'm going to talk about 3 particular aspects. One is the number of users that we are talking about, the nature of usage, and the kind of methods in which people are accessing internet and what the challenges might be. Now, India, for instance, officially claims to have roughly about 1.2 billion phone connections and roughly 950 million internet users. However, I think, like all of us know, that most of this usage is wireless, and wireless users in particular tend to have multiple accounts. So when you actually look at the unique number of users of telephone connections or indeed internet connections, you find that that number probably is roughly about 65% of this larger number. And so the number of unique users is about that. And even there, what we also notice is roughly about 60% of the phone lines and the internet connections are urban, where roughly 35% of the people live, or 30% of the people live, and roughly about 50% of the connections are rural, and there actually more than 70% of the people live. So again, you have a sense of how the distribution of access is. Further, you also see that now you come to the type of usage. For instance, you will also notice that roughly 300 million Indian users out of the 1.2 billion relies still on 2G technologies, 2G phones. So you can also begin to understand that the quality of internet access on a 2G phone is barely functional. So beyond WhatsApp, etc., beyond simple SMSs, there is very little data that you can use in a 2G connection. And much the same thing, a similar message can also be drawn from the kind of usage people have. For example, whether it is WhatsApp, Facebook, YouTube, etc., we have roughly about 500 million, about close to 500 million users. So when you try and imagine a typical internet user who does not use any of these services, you will find that number probably is a very, very negligible small number. So the limited point I'm making is that we haven't really captured the actual the quality or if indeed the intensity of the lack of connectivity in South Asia. So that is something that I'd point out, and we'll come to that. And I'll just mention this is largely because regulators across South Asia have been focused on aggregate numbers rather than unique users. And we'll discuss that further. I hope that.
So that was a very good start. You've touched upon the number of users, the issues that you raised in nature of usage. And what are the methods of the usage in India and the broader developing world? Jameson, you have a lot of experience of working in Nigeria and the wider African region. And most of it is developing. How do you see the lack of connectivity affecting the socio-economic development in those regions?
Thank you very much, Omar, and greetings, everyone. My name again, Jameson Olufuye. I'm the chair of the Africa ICT Alliance. That's the Advisory Council of the Africa ICT Alliance. It's an alliance of ICT associations, companies, and professionals across Africa, 43 countries in Africa, so to speak. So it's not only in Nigeria, but my spectrum, as you said, covers Africa and also involve play globally. Well, the topic is very, very important. It's really crucial. And when we talk about connectivity, without connectivity, you are not in the digital world. And not just connectivity, just as Mice talk about, meaningful connectivity is very important. Meaningful connectivity such that you can really have something productive to do with it. So in developing world, at least let us have connectivity. Nigeria, for example, we had 75% internet penetration, and that even got reduced last 2 months to about 61% because there was a requirement for NIN, National Identity Card, national ID number, to be ported to the phone number. So those that are not ported, they were cut off. So that is to agree with you that around 61% is the actual people. okay? But these are in the cities, okay, basically. So to reach the interior, we need to use, because interior is a challenge, getting to the connectivity to the interior. There is this fund called Universal Service Provision Fund. It has not been used very well. Even at the session, there was a last session I attended where a panel, didn't even know that there is a Universal Service Provision Fund by ITU. So we need to talk more about that and how regulators are using that fund. So stakeholders within their countries, they need to engage the regulators and find out how it is being used to subsidize reach into the underserved areas. And lastly, I did a report on behalf of UNECA, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and that report showed that a 10% increase in internet penetration yield up to 8.2% increase in GDP per capita. So that is an incentive to government to take this thing very seriously. Thank you very much.
And that was very good in a point that was new as well, like the relation of internet connectivity to GDP increase. That's very interesting. Sharif, you worked as Minister of Communications. You were in the government and now in the private sector in Maldives. How are the island economies addressing the challenges, especially Maldives and other geographically unique economies? And how do you see, what are your advice and good practices that could be utilized?
Thank you. Well, let me start by thanking Ethnic Foundation for inviting us to share our perspective as well. As Omar pointed out, I am from the island context. The small island developing states, we call ourselves SIDS, but in reality we are a large ocean country. If you take Maldives for example, the country is as big as some European countries, but the land mass is only less than 1%. So our challenge is how do you connect hundreds and hundreds of islands, small islands, across hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of ocean. And I will give you the answer because I only have 2 minutes. So the answer is prioritizing connectivity, prioritizing bandwidth, right? As developing countries, we have many needs, but we have few resources. And often we say, okay, we got poverty, we've got health issues, we got education, we got no money for connectivity infrastructure. But I think today we've got to, if we want to actually tackle poverty, if you want better health, if you want better education, we've got to invest in infra. In Maldives, we've gone from geostationary internet gateway back in 2004 pre-tsunami to today. We have 5 submarine cables landing in the Maldives, and we have a Starlink LEO-based satellite communication, because especially between in 2023 we've prioritized just having bandwidth. Thank you.
The bandwidth prioritization, that's one key important issue, and I think many of the countries in our region, in South Asia particularly, when I was in Afghanistan, we had not the bandwidth was not addressing the needs of the country. So one of the solutions could be to bandwidth import in the flow, and that will really affect the cost and the quality of services, and more people will connect. Thank you very much, Sharif. Let's take some views from our online participants. Maria, from the capacity building perspective in the developing world, what critical skill gaps do you see that's affecting the digital divide, and what could be done to address this?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you,
Here.
Omar. I'm just going to dive right into the critical skill gaps contributing to the digital divide. First is basic digital literacy, which is the lack of foundational digital skills such as using computers, smartphones, or navigating the internet, which limits ability to access information, services, and opportunities online. Another one is advanced technical skills such as programming, cybersecurity, data analytics, and AI, which hinders local innovation and participation in the global digital economy. A third is telecommunications and network infrastructure. Some of you have already discussed that, but skills in network design, management, and maintenance, for example, Open RAN, 5G deployment, they need to be developed in developing regions to speed up digital infrastructure expansion. Fourth, we normally don't think about this, entrepreneurial and business skills, knowledge to leverage digital technologies for entrepreneurship, local businesses, and economic growth. And some of you already talked a little bit about the policy and regulatory considerations. There is a need for technical knowledge to develop and implement effective digital policies because policies that are not effective hinder equitable access and innovation. And there's language barriers. Limited proficiency in global languages can restrict access to online content, training, and collaboration opportunities. A couple more: teacher training in digital education. Educators often lack the skills to integrate digital tools into their teaching and learning, and they perpetuate a cycle of low digital literacy. Finally, of course, cultural and gender barriers, where women and marginalized groups have less access to digital skills training, perpetuating existing and inequities. I think the other half of my question is to like strategies to bridge skill gaps. I think I shall leave that for the question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Disparities in the internet access do you observe? And how do these disparities...
We lost you, Omar.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Maria? Shannon, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? All right, so until our technical colleagues connect online speakers again, I'll go to Shahriar. Shahriar, given your experience with the Islamic Development Bank, supporting major infrastructure and connectivity programs, as well as the economic development projects across the developing world, especially the ISDB member countries. How do you see, what are the major infrastructure in funding barriers that prevent the widespread connectivity across the developing world, and especially the ISDB member countries?
Thank you very much, Omar. I hope I'm heard well. First of all, of course, this is a great opportunity for us as the Islamic Development Bank to share our experience at this forum. It's probably the first time that we are participating in IGF. And just for the sake of the majority of the audience, Islamic Development Bank is a multilateral development bank with a South-South cooperation model. We have 57 member states across Asia, Africa, Middle East, and Latin America. And coming back to the question, of course, we have had our primary mandate is to support and provide the enabling digital infrastructure in our member states that would facilitate the government to provide further DPI, digital public infrastructure services to its citizens, and also enable private sector to come in to provide the last mile solutions. And what the challenges that we have seen in coming and assisting our member states is lack of bankable documents, lack of prioritization, which was just mentioned by Mr. Sharif before me, the lack of understanding of what new emerging technologies can provide as an assistance to provide and bridge the digital gap. We have actually, some of the examples that we have done is enabling submarine cable infrastructure in Southeast Asia, in Bangladesh. We have done some submarine cable projects in Africa, in Djibouti. We've done fiber optic backbone programs in West Africa, in Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. So we do have financed a good number of projects and working closely with other MDBs like African Development Bank, the World Bank, and of course we are now working on developing certain programs in the Arab and African states in partnership with UNDP, with ITU. But what we have really realized is the lack of capacity, the institutional capacity in terms of master plan in order to bridge the digital divide in the country, and also, of course, lack of proper feasibility studies of large-scale infrastructure projects that we have realized is the main bottleneck that we believe that is resisting in terms of bridging the digital divide in our member states. So probably I'll stop here, and of course, I'll happy to share more examples later on.
Shahriar, so lack of bankable documentation, lack of prioritization, lack of institutional capacity to do all these is a major challenge that Shahriar touched upon. Do we have Shannon online? Okay.
Yes.
You
Yes,
can
I am.
hear me? All right.
Yes, I can.
Shannon,
I can.
thank you very much, and sorry for the technical issues. In the Caribbean context, what disparities in the internet access do you observe, and how these disparities influence regional development priorities?
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank you, Omar, as well for the invitation. I'm a strategic advisor with the Caribbean Telecommunication Union, so we have been observing several challenges within the Caribbean. First, the Caribbean is very diverse. When we talk about the Caribbean, sometimes people think it's a country, but we have a lot of islands and countries in the Caribbean, and each one of them are different. If we look, we do have, for example, two big extremes. If we look, for example, at the poorest country in this Western Hemisphere, which is Haiti, its internet penetration is approximately 39%. And when we look at countries within the Caribbean, the Bahamas, Barbados, and others, which higher GDPs, their internet penetration is more than 80%. So we are seeing big disparities in the Caribbean. And this is also true when we look at the technologies being used. Mostly in the Caribbean, we are using mobile technologies, 3G and 4G, mostly 4G. And nowadays there are some discussions and pilots ongoing with respect to 5G, but we haven't seen a big, let's say, case for 5G as yet. So when we look at the challenges, we have some economic barriers. For example, very high government fees. The Caribbean is also part of the SIDS, Small Island Development States. So they have some very unique challenges. We see high government fees, taxes, dominance of over-the-top providers, which especially telecoms operators are saying they are not receiving enough revenue based on all these over-the-top services being provided. When we look at the infrastructure itself, it has some challenges, as I did mention. It depends which country you're looking at. Some are very well developed, some are less developed. And one other very important issue that you're focusing right now in the Caribbean is what we call the subsea cables. As you know, all the internet traffic is being transported over the subsea cables. And what we have in the Caribbean is quite old. Most of these cables are reaching their end of life period. So we need to find ways how to, if we would like to continue for the development to continue, to see how we can enhance all these subsea cables. So this is very high level. Maybe later on in the questions and answers, I'll make a more deep dive. But for now, this is very high level what we're seeing in the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hernan. You've also touched upon the correlation of GDP with connectivity. Earlier, Jimson said that the higher the connectivity, the higher the GDP. So it enhances GDP if more people are connected. So it means connectivity should be prioritized so that enhance the GDP. In terms of the over-the-top operators in the ARPU, when I was in Afghanistan, the operators would complain that our ARPU is very low because there were complaints about the price of internet. And when I did a little calculation, the ARPU of the Afghan operators were higher than India and Pakistan. So there was much higher, and there were times it was like extremely high when the NATO forces were still in Afghanistan. But they kept the price really, really unaffordable for the Afghan population. And you see around 80% of the country is still offline. So these are some of the challenges that we need to identify and address. So with this, we're done with our first segment, but I'm happy to take one comment or question from the floor before we open the second segment of our conversation. Is there anybody who would like to share an opinion or a question? So the gentleman will take one, and then in the next segment we'll take another one. So perhaps we could take you next. So please keep it brief at 1 minute, so we can. Yeah, there will be a Q&A later as well.
Hello everyone, this is Ajmal Amiri. I have a suggestion and request. We have a big cyber awareness. We have a big challenge in cyber awareness. Most of the people who are educated or uneducated, they are using internet without knowing the threat of cyber attacks and how to use internet in safe manner. So it will be better to have a plan and awareness program, cyber attacks, Afghanistan, and in the same in the other countries.
So cyber attacks, how we can secure our infrastructure and how we can protect our populations from the cyber attacks. Who would like to comment on that? Okay, so a quick one from Sharif and then Jimson.
I think the point that's been raised is extremely important. As we are trying to connect everybody, we have to understand that what are the dangers for individuals in the cyberspace, and we have to put in national programs in place to make everyone as a contributor to a safer digital space nationally and globally. So yeah, cyber awareness should be a national strategy and program. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, very important question. I just want to highlight that because of this importance, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa actually commissioned that report, and that report I mentioned on internet penetration connection to GDP also talks about cybersecurity maturity connection to GDP. A 10% increase in maturity, cybersecurity maturity, will yield around 5.4% increase in GDP per capita. So that is to underscore the fact that government need to take cybersecurity maturity very seriously to build trust in the internet. And lastly on this, we built a framework for organization, for enterprises, for countries to assess themselves on that is maturity assessment. So if you want to check it out, you can check it out. It's still available free. You can check your organization maturity. It's at tc.africa, tcmm.africa. So through that link, you can check your gaps so that you can improve on your cyber maturity and kind of measures to bridge the gaps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jameson. So another interesting finding, the relation of cybersecurity maturity with the GDP. Who has Shannon? Would you like to comment on this? A quick one, perhaps.
Yes. Very, very quick. We have seen, especially during the COVID pandemic in the Caribbean, when governments started to use more their portals to communicate with the community, that also the cyber criminals, or the criminals, let me call it like them, decided, okay, this is an opportunity for us as well. So while we're trying to address connectivity, try to get more people connected, we need to be aware that that criminals also will use this mean to contact, let's say, potential victims. And it's very important to look at a few areas when we're talking about cybersecurity. Just the domain names, you can have ways how to protect them. Okay, we don't have time to go in depth right now, but it's a very important topic that we need to focus on, because criminals also are using these very important tools, which is the internet, to contact their victims. Thank you.
With this, thank you, Shannon. With this, I'd like to move to our segment number 2, which is policy frameworks and regulatory measures. The purpose of this segment is to evaluate the current policies for effectiveness, regulatory balance between innovation, affordability, and privacy, and the government's role in driving connectivity and inclusion, such as gender. I'll go back to Mahesh. Mahesh, what specific policy reforms in India or South Asia could most effectively enhance connectivity in rural, in underserved areas?
Well, picking up from what Shannon in particular and Jimson have mentioned, but also from what I was saying, a key regulatory shift in focus that is required is what I would call, that is to look at different parts of the lack of connectivity puzzle. Now, clearly, there are wireless technologies, terrestrial mobile that we are all familiar with, has been a godsend for most countries, particularly developing countries. They have managed to expand in telephone as well as internet access in a very, very speedy way. However, there are gaps. For example, the same cellular technologies are not particularly suitable in remote areas. They're extremely expensive to use in those areas. Similarly, there are other technologies which are actually more appropriate, but for sadly, I think for most of the regulatory regimes that I have studied are focused on the aggregate connectivity. I think they're missing the point that certain very, very important disadvantaged areas and populations are getting caught in the middle. So, for example, we do need focus on technologies like satellites for remote areas. We also need to make sure that other, for instance, most of the telecom sector everywhere in this region is led by telcos. And telcos have their strengths, which in that they have managed to connect countries, but they also have their own commercial imperatives. So I think we have to recognize that some of the less attractive commercial usage will need other players, will need other technologies. And that is something which the regulators need to open their eyes to in a way and focus on and to enable that environment. I'll stop here, but we'll take it up.
Thank you, Mahesh. Technologies are changing, they're advancing. The regulator needs to be, they should adopt the change. They should be more flexible. That's, I think, a key message that
people are falling between the cracks and they need to be addressed.
Right. So, in how they could be protected. These are some of the key issues. Mahesh, thank you very much. Jimson, how has Nigeria or Africa or similar countries in Africa or other places that you've been working in have managed to balance between fostering innovation and ensuring affordability in the digital services? Earlier you spoke about the relation of connectivity with digital services. You talked about the SIM card registration perhaps enhancing connectivity in Africa. What do you say about this?
Thank you very much again for that brilliant question. Let's first understand the global level, good frameworks. Look at recently the Global Digital Compact, Path for the Future, with 5 objectives: bridging, digital divides, making everybody to have the benefit of digital economy, human rights, talking about data governance, talking about AI management for peace, for progress. So at the global level, regional level in Africa, we have a number of frameworks like Malabo Convention, like the African Union, data, and many frameworks to guide us. But the key challenge is in the countries, it's inside the countries. And in Nigeria, for example, we have made a lot of progress because it got to a point, the government listened to all the stakeholders. So you need to have a multi-stakeholder engagement framework. They listen to the private sector, the civil society, the academic, and the technical communities. We all came into a roundtable. The president called where we have issues so that we can resolve amicably. And through that collaboration, we're able to resolve many bottlenecks. For example, the management of .ng. There was crisis over that, but the government, the president called all the stakeholders, resolve it. So very important, we need that multi-stakeholder engagement at the local level so that we can find solution. As I mentioned earlier, the issue of management of Universal Service Provision Fund is a major challenge across Africa. Many collect it, and in the session yesterday, they were talking about mismanagement or corruption. And then the way to that is digitalization. When you digitalize processes, you can deliver services to the citizens cheaply and affordably. And of course, when we allow citizens to have a stake, the telco, the regulators have a forum whereby they meet with all citizens, quarterly. They have a meeting with all citizens. So it's a calling. That calling, and here, telco, they take action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimson. So with digitalization, the people will be part of the development process. Citizens will have a say. And this could also address the issues related to corruption, perhaps. Mohammad Sharif, what were the successful policy and regulatory strategies in Maldives that help with the connectivity?
Thank you. I think if we actually draw some lessons from where Maldives has been and where it's going, for example, having achieved over 85% internet penetration and 50% 5G penetration, I definitely would say overall the regulatory framework or the regulatory regime has to have 2 key features. One is it's got to be liberal. 2, it's going to be collaborative. And this is the challenge. How can you have a regulatory environment where the regulator, the service providers, and the policymaker, minimum these 3 players can come together and work on a consensus-based policy environment and develop aligned strategies. So the national policies, the regulators' strategic guidance and protections of the customers align with how the service providers want to invest in that market. Ultimately, everybody wants to protect the market integrity, because if there's no market, there is no incentive for private sector investment in a country where hundreds of kilometers of domestic submarine cables now connect hundreds of islands. This has been the key. Plus, how do you bring in international ISPs like Starlink? Again, because we have a collaborative environment where service providers and the regulator and the government spend a lot of time. And now, the final point, the national IGF, the fourth stakeholder, need to come together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharif. So the need for policymaker, regulator, and operator to work together. But there is a fourth segment that you've mentioned is the community, or let's call it the consumer, which was mentioned before, so they can work together to develop and enhance the policy and regulatory environment. Thank you very much, Sharif. How can governments in developing countries integrate capacity building initiatives into the regulatory frameworks to drive digital inclusion?
You want me to take that, Omar?
Yes, please.
Hi, I guess I'm keeping with the capacity building theme. So I guess a few suggestions. For example, incorporating capacity building into national ICT policies. For example, developing national digital skills agendas, setting targets, mandating digital skills training programs, at the same time requiring telecom companies and internet service providers to support training initiatives as part of their licensing agreements. Another example is to establish digital inclusion funds, where a percentage of revenues from telecom operators or spectrum auctions is allocated to fund digital skills, skill training, and inclusion programs. Then there's another big basket of strategies related to public-private partnerships. For example, collaborations with industry leaders. I'm not sure the word is mandating, but encouraging partnerships with tech companies to develop training programs tailored to local needs, such as Open RAN deployment or 5G infrastructure management. And that's part of the work that's being done by the Asia Open RAN Academy in the Philippines. Another maybe possible area for discussion for regulatory discussion is providing tax breaks or other incentives for companies in upskilling local talent in digital technologies. And of course, in some countries, they already have corporate social responsibility, leveraging that to sponsor digital literacy and advanced IT training programs. What I find in the Philippines is a lot of corporate social responsibility. They prefer to do food drops and so on. So like it's trying to convince people that digital literacy is just as important than food in the stomach, just as important. Another one is regulating for workforce development in emerging technologies. That includes creating training standards for new technologies, like establishing guidelines for capacity building in critical emerging fields like 5G, Open RAN, cybersecurity that was mentioned, and it should be tied to global standards like 3GPP or an alliance. And I'll give one more example in terms of certification and licensing requirements, including digital skills certifications as prerequisites for employment in regulated sectors such as telecommunications or IT.
Thank you very much, Maria. Some very insightful discussions. I particularly like the idea of digital inclusion fund. Most of the countries have a universal fund. Perhaps a portion of this universal fund could be allocated to digital inclusion. And tech companies and telcos also investing in capacity building, because without digital literacy, perhaps it would be really difficult for people to connect. The first thing is the connectivity, and second is how that connectivity could be meaningful, and how it can become meaningful is for the people, the users, to understand how they can better utilize the internet and technologies. Shannon, what lessons from global best practices in regulatory framework could be applied to promote a market-driven connectivity?
Yes, I think first of all, it's very important for us not to just to replicate everything that we're seeing, let's say, going on globally, because as I did mention, as small island development states, we are different. You know, we have some very unique challenges that maybe those big countries don't have. For example, we are vulnerable to natural disasters. We have small and close economies. We have lack of capacity. We have higher import and export costs, and we have limited resources. But it's still important that we look what is happening globally. But it's what I'm trying to say is that we cannot just replicate them one-to-one to our local situation, because that would not work. What is very important, one of the measures that we are focusing on that is also happening globally is, for example, passive infrastructure sharing, because then we would like to reduce the cost for telecoms operators. If they can share the towers and mast sites and buildings, you know, this can reduce the cost. We haven't seen much development happening with respect to active infrastructure sharing. There's some, let's say, discussions ongoing, but we haven't seen them really in real life happening. One of the also other developments that we are seeing in the Caribbean is what we call data center and cloud services. We do have one what we call tier 4 data center in the Caribbean. So that's the highest level of the data center that we can reach. And there is another one being built right now in Trinidad and Tobago as well. So this is one of the developments that we are seeing. One of the other challenges that we are seeing and we are trying to address is data sovereignty. Some countries, if you look at how the infrastructures in the Caribbean are developed, most or all the traffic has to go through the US. So you may have some concerns from government saying, okay, we would like to see an alternative route and not all traffic going through the US. And right now you have through, it's called the Ella Link from Europe, from Portugal to Brazil. And they're trying also to get a link to the Caribbean on that. In addition to that, there is also another cable system coming from, let's say, from Europe going to Martinique, and then from there, they would like to reach the Caribbean as well. So what we're trying to do is to look for alternative routes. And this is also one of the global, as you did mention, global best practices that we have seen. One other challenge that we are seeing is collaboration among operators. And here is, for example, where my own organization, the Caribbean Telecommunication Union, is focusing a lot on, especially with respect to spectrum sharing and coordination. When we talk about the Caribbean, we do have 2 ITU regions in the Caribbean. We have the Region 2, which is the Americas, but we also have, based on constitutional developments, for example, Martinique, Guadeloupe, they are part of Europe. They are part of the ITU Region 1. So we need to coordinate, especially when it comes to spectrum, to avoid interferences and these kind of things. So these are basically global developments that we are seeing, and we are trying to use those developments that we think can give us an added value in our region. But as I did mention, it's not just to replicate one-to-one, because some of these global developments would not work given that we are small island development states. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. So the very important important issues you've raised, 2 of them were very interesting for me. Number one, the passive infrastructure discussion. In Afghanistan, per my experience, Mr. Bunyad is here, who's running an ISP in Afghanistan. 80% of the cost of fiber extension would go to the digging and laying, the passive infrastructure. So if you kind of deduct that, it's going to be 20% left. And I think many investors would be interested, to invest that. So the government needs to support the passive infrastructure first, so that would make it easy and attractive for the investor to work on the active infrastructure. And the second issue you've raised was about the collaboration between the operators. Now, this is a very interesting topic. And in some countries, it might be against the, the regulatory, measures or policy for the operators to collaborate with each other. But that's an interesting discussion. Perhaps we can dig deeper into it in our future discussions. So with that, I'd like to go back to Shahryar. From your perspective, Shahryar, working with different policymakers, with the governments across member states, what policy frameworks or financing strategies have proven most effective for attracting investment in digital infrastructure?
Thank you very much. I guess it's a very important question to address. And just to let you know that the Islamic Development Bank has been in operation for over 49 years, and next year we'll be celebrating our 50th anniversary. So we have a lot of experience in different countries, and we've often heard about the challenges, the local dynamics. So one fit solution is not for all. What we have done is more recently, traditionally we've been financing digital public infrastructure. And more recently, what we have come up with last year, in Riyadh, we launched our Digital Inclusion Strategy 2024-2027. And as part of this strategy, what we have done is we have come up with a program called Digital Inclusion Strategic Partnership Program. And I'll specifically share a couple of examples that we have done out of this program. But before that, I would like to probably address that what is the guiding principle of what we are trying to do with our new strategy. So what is the core of our strategy is that we would like to make sure that we provide meaningful connectivity in a safe environment, making sure what we are addressing is availability, accessibility, and affordability. So these are the 3 key aspects that we target whenever we do, and we want to make sure that we have the right capacity once the service is available, so that we make the best use of the services or the infrastructure that we have got out of the project and intervention that we finance. Now, coming back to the examples. So I'll share a couple of examples, like starting with what we are doing with ITU. We are helping developing smart villages in Pakistan. So what we are doing is we are providing meaningful connectivity in smart villages, where we are connecting local schools for girls with teachers sitting in the city, teaching subjects which were not available in the villages before. And on top of that, providing internet connectivity to a nearby local health facility, where a doctor sitting in the city is basically doing online consultations with a trained nurse in the local village through this program. So what we are doing is we are now replicating in other villages as well. So this is one example that we are doing in partnership with ITU. In terms of capacity building, what we've done with ITU recently, just I was mentioning, 3 weeks ago, we were in Nigeria. We did a digital regulation training in partnership with ITU. It was a 5-day training program for the policy makers and regulators from the African region. So we had like 16 countries represented in those program. So the government of Saudi Arabia, FCDO from UK, ITU, and Islamic Development Bank basically co-organized this digital regulation capacity building program for African policymakers. Last but not least, one of the examples that we are currently working with UNDP is on harnessing artificial intelligence for inclusive village development. So what is this initiative? What we are doing is with the Ministry of Villages in Indonesia, we are helping them because in any infrastructure planning, they have a local consultation process to gather the requirements, to know the challenges, to know what solutions would best fit in those villages. So we have handpicked 3 villages, three provinces. We are into 100 villages and working with UNDP to basically use artificial intelligence to collect the data of the requirements for better infrastructure services in the villages across Indonesia, and use this information to do better planning and then ultimately replicate it other villages in Indonesia as well. So the essence of what we are trying to do is we provide connectivity, we provide capacity building, and also last but not least what we are focusing on is mainstreaming of technology to support other services like smart education, e-agriculture services, also in the smart education, telemedicine health services as well, on top of facilitating energy, transport, urban, smart cities, water, all these aspects of different established development sectors. We are promoting use of technology in these just for the sake of bringing an efficiency, transparency, and overall digitalization process that we have addressed in the movement.
Thank you very much, Shahriar. With this, we are concluding our segment 2 and moving to our third and last segment. But before we do that, there was a question. You had your hand raised in the other segment, at the end of the other segment. Do you still have the question, or is it addressed? Okay. So please keep it short, and then I'll just need one of our panel speakers to respond to this, so that we have sufficient time for the next one.
Can you hear me? Okay. Is Dr. Naza Nicholas Kirama from Tanzania. Make an intervention. I just wanted to make an intervention as part of the of my work to connect the unconnected in Tanzania. And what we've been able to manage in Tanzania is working on the hanging, the low-hanging fruits in terms of in rural areas. It's okay. Yeah. Like this. Okay, I'm learning to use microphone. Okay, so the idea is while we continue to debate on the policies and the actions that we need to actually take in our space, we also need to continue to use the availability, the available infrastructure to be able to connect schools and communities. For example, in Tanzania, we have been able to connect about 10 schools using the fiber network, and also using the combination of microwave that is available in the villages by using a simple model of communities, coming together to ensure that they pull their resources together in the form of community networks to connect communities as well as the schools. So I think as we continue to debate on the right kind of policies and infrastructure that is needed to connect, we also have to take the advantage of the hanging fruits to connect schools, especially because the schools is where we are defining the future of digital Asia or digital Africa or digital whatever America, because that is where the kids are, and they need to be connected to digital opportunities online, because we are not just connecting communities and schools for the sake of connecting, but we are connecting them to the resources that can help them even solve the SDG number 1 to get people out of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was a good comment and perhaps a good start to last segment, which is about innovative technologies and partnerships. Mahesh, let's start with you again. You're the digital leader. You work with the regulatory authorities in India. You've been consulting in advising the governments to enhance connectivity. So in your view, what innovative technologies and infrastructure solutions have been most effective in improving internet access in remote areas?
Well, I would say that sure. Huh? I too am learning to use the mic. So, well, join the club. Okay. So, I think in a way the answer to your question, Omar, is that we have seen very limited innovation. I think what we have seen is a huge success of terrestrial mobile services, which the operators, particularly telcos, have innovated in many different ways. For example, the whole question of prepaid, and in India you have something called micro prepaid, where you could actually get a recharge of something like 5 rupees, which is not even 10 cents, right? And that kind of innovation has really worked quite well. But I think there is another kind of innovation which hasn't worked. For example, our approach to Wi-Fi hotspots has not worked, and our approach to USF has not worked. And the main reason for that is that the telcos themselves are a huge interest in this area, and if their incentives are not aligned, they don't really work very well with these things. So we have found very little attention to actually getting the right kind of balance between the stakeholders in trying to come up with some agreed approach. And I think the regulators need to work more carefully on that. There's no shortage of innovative models. For example, one of the things that we in India lack is the freedom to use alternate business models. For example, in Indian scheme of things, you cannot bundle a handset with your service, which actually has been hugely beneficial to a lot of people who have affordability problems. But our regulatory regime, if you like, or our licensing regime has an approach which actually disallows that. So there are many things like that which actually, same thing, we do not necessarily encourage anybody with a solution for let's say a particular community or a small sub-region, because our licensing regime requires licenses at a certain scale, at a certain geographic size. And given what we are talking about today, we are talking about marginalized people, populations, regions which need to be specifically focused on. I think the licensing regime, which actually evolved at a time when there was exactly one operator and one service in most countries, namely, the government was the main operator and there was only one telephony, which was the only service. So now, given what the whole internet space, the way it has evolved, our regulatory regimes are just struggling to keep up. And I think they have not managed to liberalize the entry into this market sufficiently so that people have the freedom to try new innovative solutions. And regulators also, I think, need to innovate in a big way. which again is a separate subject. I'll be happy to discuss it, but it is an issue which they haven't.
Thank you very much. I agree that regulators need to enhance and improve. And licensing regime is very important. I was speaking with Bunyad the other day. We talked about how voice over IP is banned in Afghanistan. It's nowhere in the law, nowhere in the policy that it's banned. But in the licenses of ISPs, it's written that you can offer voice over IP. So that was surprising. I was in a session with John Morai where he was speaking, I think, remotely. And he was talking about the definition of coverage. He said, and when we say coverage, it's the population covered. It's not the land covered. But the future, not only internet for people, it's internet of things as well. We're talking about and all these technologies that would need connectivity. So it means that we have to work on enhancing some of, enhancing our understanding of some of these concepts. I'd like to come to Jimson. What do you think? How can technologies such as satellite, it's not a new thing, can be scaled to reach of regions?
Thank you again for that question. Starlink has demonstrated that you can really use, satellite technology profitably and effectively. And that brings us to find out what happened to country-launched satellites. I think we need to ask a lot of questions about that. There are a number of countries that have satellites up there for internet, but we don't see benefits, as much benefits. So perhaps they might need to bring about competition, open it up, okay? We recommend there should be openness, liberalization, let there be more competition. And with that, there'll be more innovation. Talking about other technologies, if I may, there is TV white spaces. TV white spaces can help even in the widespread island countries. TV white spaces can be utilized. But we have seen that some telco don't like that idea because of interest. And then also, we must not forget about IPv6. Because when you talk about meaningful connectivity, IPv6 will guarantee meaningful connectivity and even security. And that's where regulators, those that are in the room, need to take transition from IPv4 to IPv6 seriously. Because there are a lot of features, there are a lot of benefits in terms of faster connectivity, speed, bandwidth that we can derive from that. And lastly, services. Services, government need to demand services through digitalization. And then outsourcing, that will help a lot, outsourcing, to other SMEs. Because I'm in private sector and I've been a beneficiary, my company has been beneficiary to outsourcing of government activities. So they need to outsource, partner with the private sector the more, so that we can get deeper, into providing meaningful connectivity for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimson. We'll ask our other speakers, but let's make it keep it short because we also, I think, how much time do we have? 20 minutes left total. In total, okay. So if we can keep it at 1 or 1.5 minutes, so that we can have some time for our audiences to speak. Shahryar, you spoke about the partnerships for development. What are good examples that could help address the challenges we have been discussing?
I think, thank you very much for this question. I've probably shared some of the examples that we are already working with some of the regional organizations, UN agencies, multilateral development banks in order to address. But I think the core of what we have seen as best practice is the country itself, which needs to understand what they want and where they are and how they would like, where would like to proceed. Like from A to B, if they understand, and only then external partners could help and assist. If the understanding is not there, if the capacity is not there, then it becomes a huge challenge when external partners come in to facilitate and help the government bridge the digital divide with the essence of leaving no one behind. What we need to understand is if we can collectively work and complement each other's strengths, that if a partner like UNDP comes with the technical expertise and a financial institution like the Islamic Development Bank comes in to provide the finances needed to address a given challenge, that's how we complement with the technical and financial resources, because both are extremely important in order to address any challenge in this current phase. And I think we are now seeing the role of digital cooperation organization in Saudi Arabia coming in to encourage collaboration with different partners, donors, institutions, banks, UN agencies, and regional organizations that come up together to address a given challenge. And of course, we are also part of that ecosystem and happy to contribute as a multilateral development organization.
Thank you very much. Sharif, what are some good examples of public-private partnerships that contributed to enhancing connectivity?
Well, let me just take one example, a controversial example from the Maldives. I would take the example of our incumbent, one of the biggest, we've got two big telecom companies, ISPs in the Maldives. We've got 4 ISPs, but our oldest telecom service provider started as a partnership between Cable and Wireless UK and the government of Maldives, right? And over the years, it's transformed itself into a public limited company. Now the government has a smaller share, the public have shares, and Batelco, Bahrain Telecom, has the majority shares, right? We've gone from connecting the islands to becoming a co-owner of CMV6, one of the most advanced submarine cable systems that is being currently laid. So as a small country of a few 100,000 people, becoming a co-owner of one of the most advanced cable systems, ensuring connectivity to Maldives, this is, I think, a perfect example of how government, the citizens, the public, as well as international partners can work together to take the country to a new level. Thank you. With that, I would like to take leave because I have another session starting in the plenary. So with your permission,
Thank you very much.
And me too.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for being with us. With this, I will go to Maria. You talked about the, thank you very much. You talked about Open RAN in similar projects. How do you see, like, what are the technology trends that could help with enhancing connectivity as well as the affordability across the developing world?
Thank you for that. I guess I'll start with Open RAN. What is Open RAN? It's RAN is the radio access network. So what Open RAN does is it decouples hardware and software in telecom networks. It enables interoperability between components from different vendors, thus reducing costs and fosters innovation. Sadly, all of the examples right now are mostly in developing countries, like the US, some countries in Europe, Indonesia to some extent. There are benefits for developing economies for going Open RAN, and that enables local vendors to participate in the telecom supply chain, which would boost local economies, supports scalability for rural and underserved regions, and encourages regional talent development in telecoms and software engineering. A related example would be, excuse me, community networks and shared spectrum. Community networks, community-owned networks, they enable small-scale, low-cost deployments in rural areas. it does require sharing of spectrum, and it requires something like the citizens broadband radio service to optimize spectrum usage. That CBRS is not yet practiced in the Philippines, another sad story, but something for consideration, for policy and regulatory consideration. It is, CBRS is quite used in the US in addition to doing innovation zones. So community networks and shared spectrum, they empower local communities to deploy and manage their own networks, which of course requires then capacity building. It does reduce dependency on large telecom operators, which are, I mean, they're there for their return on investments. And then shared spectrum lowers entry barriers for small scale providers, enhancing affordability. And however, getting the spectrum allocation to benefit community networks is kind of a big challenge and a big headache. I think I want to maybe two more examples. AI, somebody's already mentioned it, for network optimization. And then let's not forget energy efficient technologies like solar powered base stations, low power Internet of Things devices, and energy efficient network components to reduce costs and environmental impact. So I guess the challenge for us is like how we can leverage these trends, these technology trends, and align them with policy, infrastructure development, and capacity building efforts.
Thank you, Maria. Sheldon, in your view, how regional collaboration initiatives could be strengthened to improve connectivity across the Caribbean, in other regions that are still offline?
Yes, I'll focus, of course, on the Caribbean. And given the time constraint, I will just focus on two areas. So we see, for example, leveraging regional organizations that we have in the Caribbean. For example, CARICOM is one of the, you can compare it a bit with European Union, more or less the same idea behind it. So it's called CARICOM. And we also have the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, at which I am affiliated with. And in addition to those, you have also another organization called CANTO. CANTO stands for Caribbean Association of National Telecommunications Operators. So these three organizations, when it comes to telecoms developments, they are key because each one of them, they have specific roles to play, but together they can enhance, let's say, collaboration in the wider Caribbean. So these three organizations have been working together, but in one way or the other, still we need to enhance that collaboration. One other topic is what I would call disaster resilience. As you know, the Caribbean is vulnerable to natural disasters. So here is also where we have been working with international and other global organizations that can help us to address and to raise awareness on the need to build resilient internet and telecommunications infrastructures. If you look when disasters strike in the Caribbean, and when we look back at let's say our telecoms infrastructures, most of the times we have been identifying some key challenges. If you look, for example, at the towers that have been used, or antennas, sometimes if you can expect a hurricane category number 5 and you see what they have been using, it's like calling, asking for trouble, you know. So we need to continue to raise awareness in that regard and to help all these telecoms operators and others, and also working with government to ensure that we have resilient, let's say, telecoms and internet infrastructure in place. So these are two areas, in addition to others, that we have been collaborating in the region to ensure that we have meaningful and resilient telecoms and internet services provisioning.
Thank you, Shannon. So with this, I'd like to open the floor for questions from the audiences. You've been here listening to us. Now I'd like to, involve you in the discussion. So please feel free to raise your hands if you have questions or comments, but please keep them short, and concise, so that we can take as many. So there are 3 hands raised. The lady in the back, and okay, please go ahead. Introduce yourself, name, affiliation, and then your question.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Mirwais Khan, working with a leading telecom company in Afghanistan, and also part of technical community of Afghanistan. My question is for Mr. Shahryar. Considering as you shared your insights about your projects in different parts of the world, considering the challenges Afghanistan is facing as a landlocked and least connected country, does ADB has any future plan or program to support the connectivity of Afghanistan?
Thank you. So let's take all the questions, and then let's take the other questions, and then we can, yes, go.
Hi, my name. Hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So my name is Eliza from Vietnam, but based in Germany, and I'd like to ask questions to several speakers, and I would love you to elaborate on your country's situations. Maria, you talked about the situation.
I can't hear you.
Hello, it's working. Yeah. It's working, but just keep it closer. Keep it close. Yeah.
You talk about digital inclusion fund, and you talk about various infrastructure challenges facing the Filipinos. However, in the context of the Philippines, there are only a few internet companies, and the geography of the Philippines makes it very difficult to receive internet, a lot of islands. So what can the civil society actors can do to counter these challenges? I have one question to the speaker from Pakistan. In the context of Pakistan, the government plays an active role in slowing down the internet. So these top-down challenge, how can the civil society actors challenge this, counter this top-down crackdown on the internet? And I also have the question to the moderator from Afghanistan. Can you tell us about how the conflict in Afghanistan impacts the internet, and how can you describe the internet resilience in your country?
Thank you very much. There was okay. Let's go to there first, and then no, the last one first. And you have a question as well. Okay, so then.
So thank you for this really interesting and a very comprehensive discussion, because it covers major parts of the world where connectivity is an important part. My question is to Shahryar. You talked about a village, the digital village that you're working on. Usually there also is another digital village probably ITU is working on in Pakistan. Are you targeting areas of true access gap when you're selecting areas for these digital villages? Because our experience has been that they just try to do it in an area near Islamabad, or where their connectivity issues are not really a big issue. So because the private sector doesn't really go into areas of true access gap, so can we have development partners work on those areas? And then if yes, what kind of challenges do you think you'll encounter?
Thank you so much for this insightful conversation. I'm a student from Nanjing Youth Development Center, and I would really like to learn more about how the government of each of your countries adjust policies on digitalization to account for those marginalized groups to make sure that innovation can cover everyone.
Okay. Any more questions? I think that's okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Am I audible? Yeah. I like the discussion. I really enjoyed the example of the schools connectivity, the examples of connectivity in India, how much people are connected, the digital inclusion fund Maria mentioned. So all are like very interconnected, and one of the interconnected challenges is the besides it is the affordability. So I afraid like sometimes these kind of solutions are temporary. For example, if the project which is funded to the activities finished, so what happens? So like I afraid in Afghanistan, we have the same issue of the affordability. Sometimes in some areas, there are internet connectivity there. The service providers are providing the services, but people are not able to, I mean, they are not affording it. So do you have any comments or any suggestions like Mahesh knows about the revolution the Geo brought in India? So is there any other solutions where governments or any international organization can help support to provide such permanent solution to the connectivity? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. I think all of you have questions, but I saw I heard a few of them were addressed to you. So if you can go first, Shahryar, and then we can, ask others.
Sure. I'll try to address some of the questions that were addressed to me. Maybe first of all, just wanted to clarify that although I'm originally from Pakistan, but I'm representing the Islam Development Bank here. So of course, I will not be commenting on the government perspective of Pakistan. Probably starting with the question that was raised. So the Islam Development Bank works mainly with the governments, and we operate in a model that we try to assist the government needs. So as long as the government of Afghanistan officially writes through the official channel, through the Islamic Development Bank, then we are here to address. Because what we need to make sure that we are targeting a problem which is understood and owned and prioritized by the government. So as long as these three aspects are there, only then we respond. We don't come up with our own set of agenda to address any, if we believe that you should be doing, in Afghanistan, we should be doing that, in Pakistan, we should be doing that. No. The idea is that the government reaches out to us, sharing a problem and needing a solution for a sustainable development, right? And then we assess based on our technical due diligence and our financial due diligence, legal due diligence, and then we try to assess the country. This is one aspect. So we are actually in Afghanistan, we are currently working with UN agencies, because they are actively engaged there, and the challenges that we have in terms of accessing places to access projects, sites, and everything. So we are working with a UN implementation partner, like other fragile countries that we operate in, that are in conflict zones, in war situations. So there are a certain number of countries, unfortunately, in today's world that we do not directly work, but we work through agencies like UN agencies. This is so probably I've addressed the question. I think, as we understand that even this forum is about governance, right? So I think every country has their own set of rules and regulations to govern the internet. And probably whatever actions any government, including government of Pakistan, would take is in order to make sure that there are no social unrest. People are following the rules and regulations set by the government, set by the parliament of that particular country, in order to make sure that if they, to avoid any casualties, any social unrest. So whatever they need to do in order to, address a bigger nation like Pakistan, they would take all those measures. So I think I'll probably have addressed, at least that aspect. And coming back to the question that was raised about the smart village, so you're absolutely spot on. The program is by ITU, so we are not directly involved. The program is basically prioritized by the government of Pakistan, which is the Ministry of IT and Telecom, working with the ITU. They've already implemented one phase. The second phase, we assess based on an eligibility criteria that, okay, what are the set of initial assumptions that should be there because we have very limited resources. So we can do only limited things with the limited technical and financial resources, which are, where certain assumptions are there that, okay, if they have a paved road, they have connectivity in terms of transportation. If you're not able to reach to that place, how are we able to provide those services? So I think these are certain eligibility criteria that we, based on that, we shortlist certain villages, and the government writes to us. So it's not, we are not selecting. So it's the government writes to us that we would like your assistance in order to address these challenges in these gaps. Whether would you like to assist or not? So probably,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
There was, I think our time is up, but is there, we'll close it in a few minutes. There was one question for Maria related to the islands being disconnected and distributed, and how what role the civil society can play. And the second question, the last one, was I think you addressed most of the question, and her question was about how the policy can help to connect the marginalized communities. Yeah, so that would be a question for perhaps Mahesh could address that, and Shannon can share his opinion. Maria, then I will come back to Mahesh then. Please
Okay,
keep
let
it
me-
brief. We're done. I think we're finished with the time. Please go ahead.
Yes, let me give it a try. So, in the Philippines, there is a government program called Free Internet Wi-Fi Connectivity in Public Places. Then some of that program also goes to connectivity concerns for state universities and colleges. So that's sort of one way of getting connectivity down to the communities. So there's that. There's the Asia Open Run Academy. It is an NGO. And the point of the academy is actually to, it's an alliance. It's to bring together government, academics, and industry, pulling together in terms of this open run solutions. A big problem for the open run, of course, as I've mentioned earlier, is the radio spectrum allocation. By definition, when you say RAN, it means access to radio spectrum. And yes, there are 7,000 islands in the Philippines. It's difficult to connect all those islands. So we're talking also about us in the smart village, the idea of smart islands. And of course, the connectivity is very uneven, where you have things like smart homes in places like Metro Manila. And then, of course, in the geographically isolated, disadvantaged areas, there is no connectivity. One thing that we're trying to, the Asia Open Run Academy is trying to do is also to encourage private enterprise networks, so away from the big telcos that kind of take forever to turn them around in terms of the technology. So things like, so if you have a province, for example, where they do mining, so you can start thinking about smart mining and how you can have connectivity for the miners who are mining, and then at the same time share that connectivity with the rest of the community. Another example, of course, is smart hospitals. And it's the smart hospital is trying to ride on the internet Wi-Fi connectivity in public places. So trying to get the various actors kind of to work together instead of separately, because they have separate targets, separate deliverables, separate funding, is an excellent challenge. And I would like to continue this conversation with a lot of you in terms of like, how can we do this together? In the Philippines, yes, but Indo-Pacific and in places where there are islands and geographically isolated development areas.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. So just to finalize before they kick us out, 1 minute, Mahesh. how can policy address the marginalized groups, the issues related to them?
Yeah, I think two things are, I'd make two simple points. One is, of course, that as far as service provision is concerned, the private sector has done a fairly reasonable job. I think prices across the South Asian region, I'm not sure about all, but have fallen quite considerably. India certainly brags about being one of the cheapest markets, both for data as well as voice. However, there are two areas where policymakers and regulators need to work. One is actually access, which is the regions and populations that are currently not reached, and where the private operators do not have the commercial incentive to deal with it. And that is where the USF type of funds come into, and they need a great amount of creativity. And amongst the creative bits that they require is also attention, in my view, to smartphones. Because while the service is cheap, the physical device is not. And the price of smartphones is actually increasing quite significantly, while the price of services, you mentioned, Gayur, the case of Jio, or Reliance Jio, which actually crashed the prices and which everybody else has had to follow. And so the price of services has, one way or the other, fallen, but the price of smartphones has not. And also the cost of connecting those who are not connected hasn't fallen. And for that, governments as well as regulators would need to work very creatively with tools such as the USF and various others to deal with it.
Thank you very much, Mahesh. Just to quickly answer your question, the colleague from Vietnam. I am from Afghanistan, but it's been a few years I'm not living there, so I don't have a full understanding of what's happening now. But from my participation at the Afghanistan IGF in the similar local events that are happening, still happening online, it was said, one of the experts said that people were concerned with the fall of the government in Taliban takeover that internet will be shut down in Afghanistan. But due to the fact that Afghanistan internet is uniquely designed, it was hard to be shut down. So it doesn't have one switch from where you can shut it down. It's so distributed and so unique that it makes it difficult for anybody to shut it down. So later on, the colleagues from Afghanistan, you could perhaps discuss more with them to learn more about the realities on the ground. So just to conclude this session, I think that the session is starting. So key takeaways for or the highlights: bridging the connectivity gap, addressing infrastructure affordability and digital literacy challenges is critical for connecting the offline population. That's one. Number two, policy and collaboration matters. Effective policies, regional cooperation, and public-private partnerships drive meaningful progress towards universal internet access. Number three, technology innovation drive inclusion. Technologies like AI, satellite, wireless, innovative financing models provide scalable solutions for digital inclusion. Now, what needs to be done in order to achieve these? Promote adaptive policies and investment. So this is a shared responsibility of all of us to work on. So we need to encourage the governments and stakeholders to prioritize flexible policies and targeted investment that foster innovation, affordability, and inclusion, as Shahryar said, in underserved regions. And also, we all need to invite public-private partnerships and regional cooperation to resources, share experiences, and implement scalable connectivity solutions. Finally, let's keep this discussion. This should not be, it's a start of a discussion, but it should not be the end of the discussion. So in the future, more post-session collaboration from you. Share your insights with us on policy issues, the recommendations and opportunities that could contribute to the connectivity issues across the region. Thank you very much, Mahesh, Shahryar, Shannon, Maria, and also Jameson Sharif, and everybody for participating with us. I wish you a wonderful IGF.
Thank you.
Thank you, Omar, and thank you all.
Take a picture if you would like to join us of all the participants.
Hey, check 1 2 1 2.
One, two, 1 2.
audible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
I think it's time to start. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for taking the time out and showing interest in our workshop titled as AI, the Guardian for Critical Infrastructure in the Developing World. Indeed, this is a crucial discussion, and we look forward to exploring the interaction of AI with the cybersecurity in these delicate times. I am Harisa Shahid, and I am an information security professional from Pakistan representing the technical community here, and I'm joined by my co-organizer and partner Mr. Muhammad Omer Ali from Pakistan, who is employed in the AI field and represents the private sector group here. And without further ado, I would like to introduce the esteemed panelist for our session today. We have Mr. Jacco Papagen, who is a senior policy officer at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. He has vast experience in fostering partnerships to address cyber-related issues across several countries. He has served at the permanent mission of the Netherlands to the UN in Vienna on nuclear issues and at the European Union delegation to the Council of Europe in Strasbourg. Next, we have here Mr. Hafiz Farouk with us. Mr. Hafiz Farouk is a cybersecurity architect at Saudi Aramco. He holds over 20 years of experience in network and cybersecurity. He is a 3 times fellow at the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers ICANN and is serving as the member of the Root Server System Advisory Committee and other working groups. He also serves on the advisory board of several Fortune 500 companies. He is an esteemed cybersecurity professional and is joining us here on site. Now, without further delay, I would like to give the stage to Mr. Muhammad Omer Ali, who would like to introduce our online speakers. So you can continue, Omer.
Hi, Harsa. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. So yes, without further delay, I would like to introduce the virtual speakers. We have Mr. Daniel Lohman. Mr. Lohman is an esteemed cybersecurity professional. He currently deals with public sector portfolio at Presidio. He's an accomplished author and award-winning cybersecurity professional with over 30 years of work experience, starting from the National Security Agency at the United States government, and then has worked up with Department of Homeland Security as well as for White House and other organizations. So he's joining us today from New York. I guess it's quite an early time there. So thank you, Mr. Daniel, for joining us. Uh, Followed by that, Jenna Funk. Ms. Jenna Funk is the program director for the NetMission.Asia Internet Governance Academy. She also leads the Asia Pacific Youth IGF as well as an elected member of the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance Steering Committee. She's joining us from Toronto, Canada today. Welcome, Jenna. And up next, we have the final panelist, Mr. Gyan Prakash Tripathi. Mr. Gyan is basically a lawyer and has worked with several think tanks and research-based organizations. He is joining us as a representative of the civil society stakeholder group today, and he is currently based in Vienna, Austria. Thank you so much, Mr. Gyan, and everyone else for joining. Over to you, Harisa.
Okay, thank you so much, Omer, and thank you so much for our esteemed speakers for joining us today. So, starting with this session, there is a question that what is actually the critical infrastructure? So, introducing the critical infrastructure, it refers to the physical and digital systems, assets, and networks that are essential to the functioning of a society and economy. These systems are crucial for ensuring public safety, economic stability, and national security. Any disruption or damage to critical infrastructure can have serious consequences for the public health, safety, and obviously the national and global economy. Such infrastructure includes, but is not limited to, energy infrastructure, the transport network, healthcare network, financial services, defense services, and critical manufacturing, among others. Today, we aim to discuss navigating the security of such critical infrastructure in the rapidly developing age of AI through the multi-stakeholder participation, international cooperation, capacity development, resource allocation, and building resilience into the infrastructure for the developing countries. So this brings me to my first question, and I would like to ask Mr. Hafiz Farouk that what are the unique challenges faced by the developing countries, like particularly we have seen in the Middle East, the North Africa and South Asia, in securing critical infrastructure from cyber threats, and how can AI be used to address them?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me today for this great panel discussion. I'm Hafiz Farouk from Saudi Aramco, so it's a great question. And I would say in the developing countries, especially MENA itself, the major challenge we have is in the area of critical infrastructure. I would say there are three major areas where we see there are issues. The area number one, I would say, is the legacy infrastructures. In the developing countries, the companies don't have huge budget to upgrade their security infrastructures. They keep using outdated systems and technologies because of lack of resources and lack of budgets, and here comes a problem. So these old systems they keep using, they have lots of vulnerabilities. They don't have security features which are required these days. So they actually create a huge attack surface for attackers to attack on the infrastructure, and here comes a problem. So legacy system is one problem. The second problem which I want to highlight in the critical infrastructure is the lack of security expertise. The lack of expertise in the critical infrastructure domain is a global problem. It's not only a problem for the developing countries, it is a problem everywhere. But obviously, developing countries are also getting the heat of this problem. You will find many security experts in the industry who know about the TCP protocol, but when you talk about any ICS protocol like Modbus TCP, you will not find many experts who know in-depth detail of the technology. So I would say lack of expertise is one of the problem, and companies need to dedicate some budget on training their resources, training their individuals to make sure they are on top of the new technologies coming in this area. And third important area which I want to highlight is the digital transformation. It's not an issue. I know all of you guys love digital transformation, and I really appreciate that also. But the problem is people do spend money on digital transformation, but they don't give attention to spending some money on securing the digital infrastructure. So when are you deploying these digital infrastructure, make sure that you deploy cybersecurity controls on top of that. And if you don't do that, these transformation will become a pain in time to come. So you need to keep this thing in mind. Now coming to the second part of your question, Harisa, which is about how can we use AI for this. I think obviously AI is a great technology. It can do many major stuff to secure our critical infrastructures. But two areas are the key areas where AI can be very useful. One of them is threat detection and response. So you can ingest all your data from your critical infrastructure in real time to your algorithms, and they can find anomalies out of your daily operation and find out if there is a real-time security threat. So detection and response can be augmented by AI big time. There is no doubt about it. Especially a company like Aramco, we have like a massive infrastructure. I mean, we have millions of assets scattered all across the world. We need army of resources, army of SOC analysts sitting in real time, sitting in the SOC, doing analysis on these events, which is impossible. So here comes the role of AI, where AI algorithms can tap in, they can jump in, and they can make life easy for you. This is what my company is doing. We can't just employ hundreds of security analysts just to do everything. We have to rely on AI. So I hope I answer your question. Thank you.
Perfect, very well, and thank you so much for the great points made. One of the things you highlighted is the lack of expertise, as we all know that it is a very major problem. And the first issue that comes to mind when we talk about the cybersecurity and AI, that for it to deploy these solutions, we must have the required expertise in order to work in these areas. So this brings me to my next question, which is to Jenna Fung, that what are the most effective strategies for training and upskilling technical professionals in developing countries? As I've seen that you have been working with some civil organizations and in the community as well. So, and how we can leverage AI for critical infrastructure security, and like what is the limitation for their adoption? So I would, the floor is all yours, Jenna.
Harrison, I think Jenna is unable to unmute herself. Can you please make her a co-host?
Okay, can we make Ms. Jenna Fang the co-host?
Also, can we do this the same for Gyan and for Daniel Lorman? I think I did put requests to the IGF host, but haven't heard back from them yet.
Okay, they're working on it. It's done? Okay, it's done. I think, Jenna, can you please try again? Okay, I think while Jenna tries to reconnect, we can move on to our next question, which is from Mr. Dan. That what are the primary cybersecurity risks associated with AI systems, and how can these risks be mitigated to protect the critical infrastructure? Dan, are you able to unmute yourself?
I think the host is unmuting me again and again, and not Dan and Jenna.
Can you please unmute Mr. Dan and Jenna Fung?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect. We can hear you.
Yeah, but I cannot, the video is not started, so I don't know if you can see me, but I can certainly start talking if you'd like.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Yeah, I'm getting a message saying the host must unmute you or the video is not enabled. So, yeah, so thank you all. First of all, great to join you today. And as soon as the video comes live, I'll be happy to be on video, but it's great to be with everyone. I'm actually in Michigan in the USA, and this question is a really important question. I mean, there's a lot of different challenges. You just to repeat again, you wanted me to answer the primary cybersecurity risk associated with AI systems and how can these be mitigated. Is that correct?
Yeah.
There we go. Great. So, I mean, first of all, I just would say that, the AI is being used extensively to attack us. So AI systems can be exploited to execute large-scale automated attacks, such as spear phishing, malware distribution, and AI-driven attacks are actually spreading and broadening and deepening the attacks against critical infrastructure worldwide. So this is happening all over the United States right now, all over the world right now. And still, the video is still not working. But on the actual AI systems themselves, I think I just want to mention 4 or 5 different areas, and I can dive into how ways we can mitigate these. But from data poisoning attacks to privacy attacks, adversarial attacks. So, for example, data poisoning attacks, malicious actors manipulate training data to bias or compromise AI models, leading to faulty decision making. And so that, for example, poisoned data can cause an AI system managing a power grid to misclassify a threat, resulting in an outage. Privacy attacks, AI system might reveal patient data during training, or an adversarial attackers input specifically crafted data to deceive AI systems, causing incorrect outputs. So, we need to make sure that that those are protected against. Another type of risk we have is model theft. AI models are stolen via exposed APIs, application programmer interfaces, or insider threats, enabling attackers to duplicate or misuse them. So stolen models can be weaponized to attack critical systems or sold to competitors. And then just a couple more. I've just mentioned some, dependency or vulnerability supply chain attacks. So third-party components or open source libraries used in AI systems might contain vulnerabilities. A compromised library in an AI application managing water supply can serve as an entry point for attackers. So, the second part of your question I just mentioned briefly. So what are some things we can do around mitigating these? And, mitigating AI cybersecurity risks in critical infrastructure require us to have a robust data governance model, such as validating data sets, using differential privacy, which is a technique to prevent data poisoning and privacy attacks. We also need to make sure we're doing secure model development, including adversarial training and regular updates to build resilience. And when we have attacks, be able to sustain them and recover. Access controls, encryption, and network segmentation can protect against unauthorized access and the spread of these attacks. And then with the third-party risks, they can be reduced through stringent vetting and secure software practices. Continuous monitoring with AI-driven anomaly detection can ensure proactive threat management. And then lastly, I just want to mention incident response plans need to be updated. And, models like NIST, there's a variety of different really great incident response plans. Be ready for when attacks do happen, that you can collaborate on threat intelligence to strengthen people's defenses. And as was mentioned earlier, there needs to be more training and awareness to create a culture of security and resilience. So those are some of my, it's working now. So good to see you. And so those are some of my opening comments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dan. And now we would like to move towards Jenna. And Jenna, I will repeat the question. The question was that what are the most effective strategies for training and upskilling technical professionals or youth in the developing countries to leverage AI for critical infrastructure security? And what do you see are the limitations for their adoption?
All right, thank you so much. I hope that I am audible in the room, and awesome. And I got a thumbs up from Dan as well, so I assume remote participant can also hear me clearly. Thanks for having me on this panel. Given my background, I work mostly with young people in Asia Pacific regarding capacity building, having some knowledge to a certain extent about cybersecurity and infrastructure and all that. Although I can't speak for the technicalities of all the subject matter, but I do have some opinions on how I see what we could do or do better for capacity building, especially if assuming our the title of our sessions, and in many sense we are using this ever evolving technologies for critical infrastructure these days, and with my experience working with many young people in Asia Pacific in the past 6-7 years, and you could see that many of the time there's some knowledge gap in that, and as I currently reside in North America as well, and so I think that's some differences when we are somewhat exposed to the same level of like development. Things are really new, and people who have knowledge, like for example governments or companies, are using it on infrastructures or things that people from anywhere use every day. But because, for example, people in developing countries might have less resources or opportunity to be exposed to informations or resources to learn more about it, and they essentially become more vulnerable, and there's like a big gaps in between. And I will spare you all the details about what is about digital divide and all that. I think essentially, of course, like ideally, like you said, is that there should be a tailor-made national like a tailor-made strategies on how to do like capacity building for people who implement or execute this kind of technologies in uh, in their work, but especially like for example government um, or even like civil servants who use it at their work. I think they should be the first group of people who need resources. But also there's like people who receive the use of people who being in impact by the implementation of these technologies in these infrastructure as well. They should develop their literacies towards this kind of tools or the use of AI as well. So I think a national strategies will be ideal and helpful. But many of the time, because like I said, there's like financial restraints or resources, and there are many other even more critical things that you need to invest and put effort into it or prioritize, because there's like geopolitical tensions, or you need to allocate other resources and prioritize your energy for dealing with, for example, climate change and all that. And there are times that capacity building will sometimes being put behind our head. So I think there are times where individuals, or especially young people in developing country, can leverage the power of the internet perhaps to kind of look for resources elsewhere, and even like not within your own country. Perhaps you can look within your regions if there's like any NGOs or organizations are providing this kind of like educational opportunity for you to enrich your own knowledge. I mean, perhaps like many people are aware of, a lot of like big corporations also offer some sort of like skills trainings, like a micro credentials opportunity for you to learn about things as well. So I think that will be helpful for young people to kind of like develop the knowledge as well. So I will stop here, and hopefully can chat about more and touch upon other questions as the audience also asks questions later on. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you so much, Jenna. And the points are very well made. One of the most important point I would highlight here, as Jenna mentioned, that we can look within our own region to educate people. And because we are specifically talking about the developing countries, it's always difficult for the developing countries to invest more resources and to get resources from across the borders, right? So this leads to the next question, which I would like to have from Gyan, that how can developing countries rely less on foreign technology to ensure security of critical infrastructure and maintain digital sovereignty?
Thanks, Sarisa, and hello, everyone. Excellent to see many familiar faces on the panel and in the audience. This question of digital dependency and export of technology, as well as the governance architecture, is also something that kept up popping during the now concluded first research cycle at the Observatory of Information and Democracy. Through our meta-analysis of global literature, we observed that the emergence of epistemic injustice due to the corporate incentives, strategies, and practices involved in designing, developing, selling, and controlling socio-technical solutions that are at the heart of information ecosystems. These then make Global South nations vulnerable to exploitations by further privileging of information and knowledge that are neither representative nor inclusive. To address this, I suggest a three-pronged strategy that emphasizes legal safeguards, multi-stakeholder accountability, and capacity building measures. The first prong is a robust domestic legal framework and strategic contracting. Here, Global South and developing nations must codify clear obligations into their legislations, which must themselves be human rights centric. They must enact legislation and regulations that mandate transparency, human rights due diligence, and data protection protocols for all technology suppliers, regardless of their origin. They must also have stringent contractual terms that demand technology transfer, skills development, and long-term support arrangements. By these provisions, uh, they could also include mandatory training for local engineers, commitment to open standards, and clear exit strategies that can prevent vendor lock-in. The second prong that I would strongly suggest is inclusive, transparent, and accountable government mechanisms, which can be achieved through multi-stakeholderism. There must be a clear and direct independent oversight by bodies that include government representatives, CSOs, industry experts, and also human rights advocates. But I don't think I need to elaborate on that in this forum. And the approach is, of course, well documented. The third and a more critical prong of the strategy is regional cooperation and capacity building for long-term sovereignty. It is pertinent that Global South nations form knowledge, R&D, and cooperative blocks to compound the resources that they have available. This can be done either through collaboration with geographically proximate countries facing similar challenges to develop common legal and technical standards. Another way it can be achieved is by forming issue or interest-based blocks, which can increase collective bargaining power and reduce the risk of exploitative deals. Each prong of this strategy seeks to reinforce sovereignty, protect local interests, and uphold human rights standards. By implementing this, developing countries can create a balanced, forward-looking legal and policy ecosystem which will respect human rights, reinforce sovereignty, and foster resilient, fair, and beneficial technology partnerships. Thank you, and back to you, Harissa.
Thank you so much, Kian, for your valuable input. So, after like listening to every speaker here, I would like to move on to Mr. Jacko. You have you have worked with the government sector, have expertise in that. So I would like to ask you that what do you see are the key challenges and opportunities in establishing international partnerships to share best practices and technologies for critical infrastructure security, particularly in the context of AI?
Thank you, Harissa, and thank you to all the speakers before me, which I can actually echo many of the points made before, because together they make a very, bringing all the perspectives together, and I think that's also very symbolic for the IGF as well, where all stakeholders come together and learn from each other. So thank you for that. I would say, of course, well, we've heard it before too, one of the challenges usually is to bring enough human resources and finances together. And on the other hand, AI can also relieve a lot of challenges in terms of human resources, as the other speaker said, because you can use AI instead of actually checking all the cybersecurity vulnerabilities by persons. So I would say these challenges together mean that one has to prioritize. And especially in terms of critical infrastructure internationally, we have not agreed one agreed definition of what is critical infrastructure. And maybe we don't also need it because every country and every region is different. We did agree in the UN that, of course, the core infrastructure of the internet, the general availability and integrity of the internet is part of the critical infrastructure. And I'm glad you said you were also involved with ICANN, and of course ICANN is also part of this. So I would also like to stress that. But other than that, and of course, I think many countries will share many critical infrastructure ideas. It's quite logical to say that energy grid or water supply or your own cybersecurity operations center or your SOC or your CSIRT are part of your critical infrastructure. So I would say one has to prioritize. Every country would have to find their own national priorities, but you can of course exchange within your region. It was also mentioned. What are your most priority issues? And one opportunity in international partnerships is also exchanging best practices and exchanging ideas, also negative experiences. it's also very important that you share negative experiences together so that people can learn from each other. And let's see, there are a number of international mechanisms already for that, both the Internet Governance Forum, but there's also the AI for Good Summit with the ITU in Geneva. There are many there are many forums open to stakeholders. There's also the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, which is built to share this knowledge together and to bring supply and demand on capacity building together to actually bring stakeholders from the private sector and from the governments together from both the global south and other countries. And also these days we also hear a lot about the Digital Cooperation Organization. It's also an interesting organization that brings stakeholders together. I don't know if they do a lot of work on AI yet, but I think that would be a logical step too. Here at the IGF, there's also a lot of talk about the Global Digital Compact and what has come out of it on the UN level. There are a number of mechanisms that will have to be implemented now on AI governance. And you also see there that it's built to bring all the stakeholders together. And I think that's the most key message I want to give, that it's important that any mechanism or international partnership actually brings both civil society, academia, private sector, the technical community, and the governments together to really learn from each other and not only speak in their own bubble or in their own silo, and also between different owners, because critical infrastructure, sometimes it's owned by the state and sometimes it's a private sector company. And then it's important also within your country that you have mechanisms that you can exchange knowledge and exchange experiences within the country between the different stakeholders.
Very true. Thank you so much for your input. Now, this leads to the next question, as we have already mentioned, that it's important for the collaboration
The
between all
stakeholders, including the private sector, the government, and the civil organizations as well. So I have the next question from you, Mr. Dan, that how can private sector companies collaborate with governments and civil society to develop and deploy AI-powered security solutions that are affordable, because we are talking about the developing countries, and accessible to developing countries? So please, over to you, Mr. Dan.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and I really appreciate the comments that were just given, because I think they really lead into that really well. And I think that this is a huge challenge. I would just echo some of the comments, and just I prepared a number of different aspects of how companies can collaborate with governments and civil society. I think first of all, it just starts with a commitment that you want to do it. You know, that we all, I mean, there's the saying we say a lot in the U.S., which is when you've climbed the ladder, you need to send the ladder back down and help other people back up, because it's in all of our interests, global interests, to work together, to partner. Many companies, certainly in the U.S., but all around the world, have great partnerships in developing countries. Others, it's a new thing for them, but they recognize it. It's in the long-term best interest of everyone, the whole society, but also their own companies, of where they want to go and how they want to work together and partner in the future. So how can you do that? You know, public-private partnerships is a big one. Talk about NGOs, non-governmental organizations, partnering with those. I think from a practical perspective, you need to have tiered pricing models, offering subsidized or tiered pricing for AI-powered solutions to ensure affordability for low-income regions. I think that's done in other areas in society. We've talked about, for example, pharmaceutical prices, drug prices for different things at different parts of the world. There's models around that. The same kinds of things may need to be considered with AI and technology. Capacity building and skills development across organizations, and really making sure we have local training programs that meet the local needs. Because, I'm sitting here in the United States. Obviously, I don't understand the specific needs of the developing countries. I'm actually very interested in that, and working together with those on this panel and others around the world, and would love to help in different parts of the world, in developing countries, in Africa and around the world. But honestly, developing these partnerships that transfer AI expertise to local professionals will ensure long-term sustainability. And it needs to be done and contextualized and localized to those. I think thinking about long-term sustainable models, infrastructure investment, partnering with governments to build the necessary digital infrastructure, such as cloud storage, broadband access, in developing regions but also ensuring that local needs are being met, from privacy perspectives but that we have proper funding mechanisms in place as well. And I think that's a big challenge. Leveraging international development funds. I know that this is a UN panel, but looking at ways we can do grants, finance initial deployments of AI-powered solutions, and then really talk about. And I saw some questions. Maybe we get to those in a few minutes, but around local pilots or proof of concepts in a local context. I think those are really important. So affordable, accessible. It really is going to require multi-stakeholder coalitions. So really establishing coalitions with international organizations, whether that be the UN, World Bank, really talking about working together with NGOs, as I mentioned, advocacy groups, and then just really making sure that we all speak the same language. I just wanted to close on that. I think even some of the different terms we use in the U.S. are different than some of the terms that different people use around the world, and part of that is language. Different views on different spellings of words in English and that kind of a thing. I'm horrible at foreign languages, by the way, so I admit that up front. But just even the terminology and as we think about AI, I think AI can help us, and I think it's on a positive note. I've seen applications in the USA with different counties and cities and governments around the United States where they've used to have one or two languages, and now they've come together and they now support 140, 150 languages, and those same applications can be scaled to work in a wide variety of different communities that maybe even in Washington, D.C., for example. Montgomery County is a great example. The Monty application is called Monty, M-O-N-T-Y. It's a great application. That's in Washington, D.C. in the United States, but it serves communities, people from all over the world that live in that area that now have access to over 100 applications in their own language. And so I think AI can help us in that. And I think it can actually be part of the solution to make solutions that are available maybe in English available in multiple languages around the world. So the ability to reuse applications, to be able to learn from others, I think is a big part of this solution, and being able to not reinvent the wheel, if you will, but actually partner and say, okay, this government in the US or this government in Europe is doing this really successful application. How can we apply that in developing countries?
Exactly,
Thank you.
very well.
Go ahead.
Harsha, are you still speaking? We are unable to hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Actually, I switched my channel. Apologies for that. So, okay, moving forward, I have a similar question for you as well, Mr. Hafiz Farouk. That how can multiple stakeholders work together developing a global or a regional framework? Because if we see, some regions do have a framework for cybersecurity and things like that. But if I talk about some developing countries, like if I talk about my country, Pakistan, we don't have a framework specifically for the cybersecurity or information security. So, how can multiple stakeholders work towards developing a global or a regional framework for incorporation of AI in the critical infrastructure security?
Thank you, Harsa, for another great question. I generally agree with what Dan said. There has to be a global standard, first of all. So I the year of frameworks and the legislation. It was very good for the cybersecurity industry because we have seen many standards, many legislations coming across. I will give you a few examples. I will take an example of Singapore. Singapore recently released their Cybersecurity Master Plan 2024, which deals with in critical infrastructures. Similarly, we have Hong Kong. First time they passed the bill for the protection of critical infrastructures. That is another example. Similarly, USA has revamped their cybersecurity strategy by including security threat cases for the protection of the critical infrastructure. So this shows how the cybersecurity industry is moving towards legislation frameworks and the standardization. Also, you might be aware, most of you guys, about the European Union. They recently enforced an AS2 directive and AI Act. This is something very promising as well. So things were very positive in 2024, but only I think the missing part is the critical infrastructure legislation. I would say all these legislation I'm talking about, they don't cover use of AI for the cybersecurity of the critical infrastructures. So that is the missing piece right now. And how to address that, as Dan said, it has to be global first. I don't think so that the only regional approach is going to help us. First of all, developing countries and the technology giants, they need to sit together and they need to work on a global framework first, and then the regional frameworks, they should follow them. I mean, I don't think so that only a region or a country like Pakistan or for example, even Saudi Arabia, I mean, they can handle this, the bigger spectrum of cybersecurity threats alone. They need to work in collaboration. I mean, for example, UN is a good forum. ITU is a good forum. They should take the lead and they should actually standardize the use of AI for the cybersecurity of the critical infrastructure. I think more research and development and more collaboration is required for the time being to understand how Gen AI is going to be used, how AI is going to be used for the protection of our infrastructures. Still more work to go, more work to do in years to come. And I hope, I mean, we move fast before the attacker, they start using AI. We, the defensive guy, we should start using the AI as well to protect our infrastructure. I hope I answer your question. Thank you.
Definitely. So when we talk about AI, there comes some ethical considerations and some, some other security issues as well, because AI has its own concerns as well. So moving on to the Mr. Jacko, I have a question for you: that how can governments in developing countries effectively balance the need for AI-driven security with privacy concerns and ethical considerations?
Thank you, Harissa, and thank you, Hafiz, also for mentioning the need for the standards. I think, well, maybe to start off with your question about security and privacy and ethical considerations, which is a great question, and I think it's a very relevant question. I would start off with saying that maybe there's not really a dichotomy between the two, but you really need both at the same time, and more. Usually more privacy or more ethical considerations do not mean less security. It's both. Both would go hand in hand, of course. And also here, I would say this question, actually, when you talk about cybersecurity, I think that the basic principles, the general principles, they are both, they will be the same, whether you use AI or not. And I think the only big difference is that for AI, it enlarges many things and it makes many things much more impactful, especially positively and negatively. You can better defend against cyber attacks with AI, but you can also, of course, there is also the risks of the privacy risks and the risks of false data that you are using to train models is much bigger. So I think that does require international cooperation. The EU AI Act was also mentioned, the risk-based approach to AI systems. So I think the best way to actually incorporate this is both, and I'm going to also continue with on Hafiz's thread here on international standards and cooperation, is to both think about what do we have in common universally. We have universal human rights, we have universal standards already there at the UN level, and also basically globally. And then next to that, we have a local context where everything is happening, and in Pakistan this is different than from the Netherlands, or it's also different in Saudi Arabia. And I think we need to take that into account too. So I think to actually, and we've seen that in the Global Digital Compact too, when we talk about ethical considerations, we've had a push to include that in the Global Digital Compact. So I think the best approach to do this is to have a high level, and I agree with Hafiz that can be at the UN, to have a broader level agreement on the general principles. And then on a lower level, on a more regional or local level, you can have more legislation, or you can have specific critical infrastructure legislation that then you can look at the UN level and say, okay, we agreed these general principles here on the protection of privacy or on the protection of security also, and we base our national legislation on this. And then next to that, because multi-stakeholder cooperation is important, you can do that locally, but you can also do it internationally. We have many standard organizations internationally. Of course, resources are always a challenge, and it's always a huge investment to actually engage in standard organizations at the IATF or at the ISO or at different organizations. But this is a platform where you can engage with the big technology companies and with the suppliers and with the civil society. So I think it is important to also look there on the technical level with a multi-stakeholder approach, which is in principle open to everyone, but which can be improved for inclusivity. To start there with the standards for incorporating AI in the cybersecurity field. Thank you.
Exactly, and with that, we come to the end of our session. Concluding the points, we have highlighted that the skill building is very important, and for the skill building, collaboration exactly the main point which every speaker has highlighted here. That the collaboration between all the stakeholders is the crucial part to enhance the AI and cybersecurity, to raise awareness about the use of AI, because right now AI is not being much used for the protection of our critical infrastructure, so the awareness is very important. So thank you so much to all of our speakers for joining us today, and now we are moving towards the Q&A session. So I would like the audience to, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Just to chip in here, Arisa, followed by the on-site audience, we also have a question from the online audience. So I think we can proceed with the on-site audience first, and followed by that, I can ask a question that is in the chat box from the online audience.
Yeah, sure. So we have one question here.
Hello everyone, my name is Fernando. I am part of Brazilian youth delegation, and I work in a network provider, so I'm part of the technical sector. One thing that was presented as a problem was the lack of professionals in the cybersecurity AI, but another problem that I see is even with a long and continual cybersecurity training, most of the professionals eventually go to another country to work. So basically my question is how to retain these talents in their country to continue their work.
Yeah, that's a very important question. So anyone from the panel would like to ask? Would like to answer?
Yeah, I would just want to add a comment on the. First of all, Fernando, great question. I mean, the world is getting global. I mean, the people that are moving around. Is very difficult to retain a talent. Companies are looking for talents. If you are sitting in Brazil and the company needs you some other part of the world, they will hook you from there. So this challenge is there, but I think instead of retaining the talent locally, the challenge is to produce the talent. So because most of these systems, as I told you before, they are legacy. I mean, I'm not saying that we are not professional. We are professional, but the systems are so old that there are not enough documentation available. There is not much stuff available where you can simulate, where you can train yourself to see how the system is going to operate. So I think instead of localization of resources, we should concentrate more on the training aspect, and maybe the old legacy vendors, I mean, they should start maybe redoing their documentation. I mean, so actually my point is that the knowledge base should be increased instead of trying to localize the resource at a different location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farouk. Does this answer your question? Okay, perfect. So any more questions we have?
I do have one from the.
So we have one from the on-site participant.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you so much.
on-site or
My name
online?
is Tui. I'm from .VN03. We are from technical community. Then I have a question that we are talking about promoting using AI to protect our critical infrastructure. So I have a question that what infrastructure do you think will be in scope of the critical infrastructure? Thank you.
So your question is basically what infrastructure do we think is the critical infrastructure, right?
Yeah. My question for the panelists is that what can you name some of infrastructure that will be in the scope of critical infrastructure that should be protected by AI promotion here? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So anyone from the panel would like to answer the question?
I can start. Certainly from the U.S. perspective, we have dedicated sectors that we've listed. There's, depending on which people you talk to, 16 or 17 sectors. So everything from all utilities, water, power, but to finance, certainly banks, insurance companies, etc., government sectors, so that's state, local, federal levels, all different levels of government. But then you can start talking about, transportation. So clearly, airlines, trains. I mean, so really all of the core physical infrastructure in society, and it's actually a website you can go to and just type in critical infrastructure, certainly USA, but in North America, there's a very defined list and what's covered and what's not covered in the critical infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Dan. Does this
Thank you.
answer your question?
Yeah.
Actually, we are running out of time. If you have any question, you can connect with our speakers afterwards. Will that be okay? Thank you. Omer, do we have, we can take, I think, only one more question from the offsite participants?
Yes, we can take one question. It's for Dan. Right. So the question is from Ankita Rathi, and the question is, yeah. So can you then please elaborate on the specific resilience strategies that the organizations should develop to recover from AI-driven attacks?
Absolutely. Yeah. So there's a number of things people can think about. I've just, when you start thinking about threat intelligence, invest in AI powered threat intelligence to detect and predict emerging attack patterns. So, basically fight AI with AI. So, making sure that, cyber attacks are moving faster than ever. So, you need to have, kind of fight fire with fire almost is the mentality. You can also have red teaming and simulated attacks. So having tabletop exercises, AI augmented defense tools that allow you to respond very quickly. And first of all, you need to know about these attacks that are happening, be able to respond very quickly. But I think overall, it starts with a good resilience strategy. Resilience is a very popular word in the U.S. cybersecurity community right now. I think globally, it's a hot word. You need to have a comprehensive incident response plan. So if your critical infrastructure is attacked, whether that be the water, the utilities, the banks, you need to be aware of it. You need to be able to detect it and you need to have all parts of your organization able to respond, not just from a technology perspective, but people, process, and technology. And that means communication. It means working with all levels of, if your bank was hit, if your utility was hit, water supply was hit, everyone needs to know, from the business side of things to your clients, to your customers, what are the steps you're going to take? How are you going to respond quickly? So once you detect that, being able to respond and recover quickly in a resilient way is really, really key, especially with the ransomware attacks that we're seeing around the world right now. So hopefully that's a short answer to a much longer question.
Yes, that was quite helpful. Thank you so much for that, Dan. I think that brings us towards the closure of the session. Any concluding remarks, Harisa? Or any photographic sessions?
Yeah, I think we should have a photograph with all the online speakers and on-site speakers. So can you all please turn on your cameras? Jenna, can you do that?
Should I stop sharing the screen? I think it's occupying quite a good part on the screen.
Yeah, you can. Oh, perfect. So much, everyone. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to our audience. And if you have any other questions, you can follow our speakers on the LinkedIn, connect with them, and have your questions answered. We have our on-site speakers. If they have a little bit more time, they can also engage with you as well. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining today. And goodbye. Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good day. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for connecting with me and accepting my invitation and coming here to Yad. And
No problem. No problem. Yeah. First
Sorry,
of all, I mean, I don't know how did you find me, but I mean.
I found you through Umair. Umair met you, I think, on one of the ICANN
Okay.
in Malaysia, I guess.
Oh yeah, we met in Malaysia. Anyway, nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Nice meeting you.
Hello. Thank you very much, man.
For the photo. Any further question?
If you don't mind, can we have one picture with my camera also?
Yeah.
channel 2, okay?
Check.
Okay.
Test that.
Test. Testing. Okay, cool. Can we get started? All right. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Domain Name System Abuse, Defined and Experienced. Today, we're going to be discussing the definition of domain name system abuse, and our panelists will share their experiences with these issues. Our discussion is going to be guided by hypothetical situations, loosely based on experiences we've faced in our daily work, but firmly grounded in the reality of the exploitation of consumers and brands that's happening online. To give you an introduction to our panelists, we have to my right Tara Harris, the group IP lead at Prosus, where Tara spearheads the group's IP strategy, manages IP risk, and in terms of IP, too many acronyms here, intellectual property risks, and protects and enforces intellectual property assets across the globe, including managing the group's online brand protection program. And Prosus is part of Naspers, a South African multinational global consumer internet group, and one of the largest technology investors in the world. Next to Tara, we have Daniel Zani, who is, I'm skipping ahead, the global head of online brand protection at Avian. He's a highly experienced intellectual property lawyer with bar qualifications in Germany and the United States, who spent over 10 years at FIFA, where he led the intellectual property team and the online brand protection for the World Cup tournaments. Right now, Daniel is a partner at Avian, and he leads the Switzerland office, serving as global head of online brand protection there. And online, I think we have Dr. Sama Salem, somewhere maybe, hopefully, the Executive Director of Emerging Technology and Security at the Egyptian Computer Emergency Response Team, and a Professor of Cybersecurity at the Faculty of Engineering at Helwan University in Egypt. And Dr. Sami is passionate about fostering innovation while ensuring digital safety. I'm Alexis Crawford Douglas, a partner at the global law firm of K&L Gates, where my intellectual property practice includes helping clients combat cyber squatting, online infringement, and the domain name system abuse that we're going to be talking about today. So I have firsthand experience with these issues, as do all of our panelists. But the reason that we're here outside of our daily jobs is that three of us on this panel, myself, Tara, and Daniel, are all members of the International Trademark Association, which is an association of brand owners and professionals dedicated to supporting trademarks and complementary intellectual property. And one of our missions as part of that organization is to identify trends and practices online that impact intellectual property holders and ultimately really everyday consumers. It's not just about brands and making money, it's about the people at the end of those experiences. And that's a lot of what we're going to talk about today. And to this end, INTA put together a definition of domain name system abuse that seeks to hold registrars, registry operators, and registrants all accountable for a wider range of harmful activity that's making it, and also to make it easier for companies, governments, and consumers to stop this activity online. So we have, some of the objectives here for this program. And we'll go through the definitions very quickly, not to bore you, not to put you to sleep, but I think it's important to talk through these definitions and show why it's not enough and how the examples that we're going to speak about really touch on why there needs to be more protection and policies in place. The slide clicker is not working. Can you just go to the next slide for me? The next one. 2 more after that. I just kept talking through the slides, so. Keep going. Go ahead. This one right here. You could stop. Go back. One more. Thanks. All right, so some of the common definitions of DNS abuse are, one of them is the EU Commission study, that DNS abuse, domain name system abuse, is any activity that makes use of domain names or DNS protocol to carry out harmful or illegal activity, which can be a wide scope of activities, right? In contrast, ICANN and the new registry agreement that was amended this past summer narrowly defines DNS abuse as malware, botnets, phishing, farming, and spam, but when spam serves as a delivery mechanism for other forms of DNS abuse. These are very highly technical definitions and narrow definitions of what constitutes DNS abuse, and we'll talk today about a broader definition. The other two, ICANN's business constituency gave a somewhat broader definition that also included trademark or copyright infringement, fraudulent or deceptive practices, counterfeiting, or otherwise engaging in activity contrary to applicable law. We're going to take that and narrow it a little bit more because that's broad, but I think if you can flip to the next slide, please. INTA adopted a board resolution in 2023 to give a definition of domain name system abuse that is simpler and I think easier to understand, but also broad. It's any activity that makes or intends to make use of domain names for the domain name system protocol or any digital identifiers that are similar or in form or function to domain names, because now everything is included, to carry out deceptive, malicious, or illegal activity. And these 3 types of activity is what we're going to talk about today in our examples. Bad behavior online, to put it simply. So why do we care about these definitions? There's a lot of harmful behavior that's happening online right now affecting the general public, and there are not mechanisms for stopping it, easy mechanisms for stopping it. I'm going to kick it over to Daniel to talk about where we started with domain name systems abuse and kind of where we are now.
Okay, thank you. So kind of old school domain name system abuse, probably a lot of you have heard the term of cyber squatting. In essence, registering a domain name that is linked to a brand where you're the first one to do it, right? So you're earlier than the brand could register it. Let's say it's a .com, and as an example, you have the .com, but then in a different TLD, the brand is registered by somebody else, normally with the goal to sell it back to the brand. Now, one could easily argue and say, well, what's wrong about that, right? I'm just using the system. That's what the system is. I am leveraging that fact, supply and demand. Of course, brands, on the other hand, that have trademarks, invested a lot of their brands in the good faith, might disagree. And if that was done for that specific purpose, so in bad faith, registering a domain, there are mechanisms like the UDRP to get the domain back by the brand owner. An example for this is, for example, out of my practice when I was at FIFA. FIFA started to do a lot in the gaming world, in the esports world, and in the esports world, a typical TLD that is used is .gg, which is the Channel Islands Guernsey and Jersey. Now, .gg also stands for good game. It's a term that's used by gamers as, repping each other up. So somebody had registered FIFA.gg. Now, the FIFA esports team wanted to use that domain for their website, etc. It was gone, and it was offered actually to one of the FIFA partners, EA Sports at the time. Yeah, don't you want to buy this, etc. Then there was an exchange, and the person that owned the domain, which was also not clear who it was, of course, because due to privacy, it was not obvious, then said, well, we did some valuations, and for $17 million you can have this. Yeah, that was not really what the company thought the value was, and clearly higher than any out-of-pocket expense that the person ever paid. So, you know, a administrative procedure was started, an arbitration before the GG Arbitrary Commission. It's actually one person in Guernsey that administers it. And in the end, after the decision that was rendered, the domain was signed over to FIFA. Now, that is really not what we're typically talking about today anymore when it's about domain name abuse. These are things, sometimes I think some brand owners may even say of the past, because some brands don't even really care about domain names that much anymore. A lot of people just go and search, right? Like, who plugs in a domain name? Often that doesn't happen that much anymore. So brands are now more faced with situations where domain names that contain their brands are used for fraudulent activity, for scams, etc., that in essence don't only affect them, but much more affect the consumers. But for consumers, it's often very hard to go after something like that. If you've been scammed online and you go to your local police station, well, mostly good luck with that. You know, either they throw up their hands, they're like, I don't know what to do with this, or you file the report and it goes nowhere. But brand owners are in a position often to leverage their brand, their trademarks, and to file for, or to use the mechanisms available with the players in the field to get content taken down and whatnot, and thereby also help consumers being protected. And that was just, I mean, the start into it, to say that I think the issues nowadays are much, much broader than what initially DNS abuse was conceived to be.
Thanks, Daniel. And so now we're going to go into some of those examples. It's really hard to hear yourself while you're talking. Some of these concrete examples that show what's happening, the issues, and that there's not simple ways to combat any of this. So one of the hypotheticals that we have come across in this last year, and several of us on the team, I think, have dealt with this in different capacities. Let's say there's a domain name that was registered with a typo of a bank or other financial institution's name. Too many letters, missing a letter, something a little bit off from the brand owner's name. The bad actor sets up a website with the financial institution's name and logo at the top. They show a login portal where you can put your account number and password. And the bad actor contacts people acting as though they're from the financial institution, points to that deceptive website that they were able to register, uses deep fakes to communicate with the target, and over months and weeks, a relationship of trust is formed, and the consumer makes a money transfer to the wrong party without realizing it. If a follow-up call is requested to ensure the transfer is genuine, the call is accepted at a fraudulent call center. These are not made-up actions. These are things that we've all seen. And if cryptocurrency was used, trying to track that illegal transfer is completely impossible because someone's own bank doesn't know, the money's not traceable. The consumer tries to get their money back and then blames the trademark owner or the company, the brand owner, for that loss, and comes after them and is complaining about them. And so I think to ask our panelists to weigh in, how have you seen maybe examples similar to this, and what have you done to stop it?
Hi, is this on? Hi. So one of the big issues we have is with one of our classifieds platforms. And so I'm sure many of you shop online, and a lot of the platforms will offer delivery services. And so what we see sometimes is scammers going on and putting fake content on the platform, and then using it to lure people in. And then they send them a branded page where they can insert their credit card information, and of course there's no product, and the scammer now has the information. And this, of course, is very damaging. People don't trust the platform, but also, more importantly, people are losing money. And as Alexis says, the police don't always. There's nothing really they can do. So, as a brand owner, what do we try and do to try and help the consumers? We try our best to educate them. We warn them. We put various things on our website to say that you should only use our portals to speak to people. But of course, that doesn't always work. We also spend a lot of money trying to conduct, daily domain name monitoring to try and catch anybody that's registering our brands in these websites, so in these domain names, so that we can try and broadcast them as soon as content goes down. So that is some of the things that we see. I don't know about over at you.
Hello? Yes. So another example that we had quite a lot, especially in 2022 and in the build-up to the World Cup, where there would be a lot of job postings online with the FIFA logo, with the logo of the World Cup, offering positions, right? Often targeted at countries like Bangladesh, Nepal, where also a lot of the migrant workers that worked in Qatar came from, and soliciting applications for jobs that didn't exist. These actors had nothing to do with the organization or with any recruitment agencies that were actually working for the company or for the World Cup. And that then not only solicited the information, but to progress the application, to pay money. And, one could say, and this goes back to, I think, something we heard during these days a lot, online literacy, right? Especially if you're kind of newer to the internet, you might think, oh, this is just the way it's done, right? And you believe that. While others might say, well, who would really think it works that way? But a lot of people actually did send money. Often these are not large amounts for somebody maybe in a Western country, but $100 or $200 is a lot of money in Bangladesh, for example. Can be a year's salary, where people are desperate, like, oh, I'll go work at the... And we dealt with this quite a lot and tried to take down these fraudulent sites as quickly as possible, because the longer they're online, the more harmful they are. And really, the main goal and driver was to make sure no people are harmed. Yes, there's a harm to the brand. We get complaints about it, but it doesn't really affect the brand that much. There's no financial loss for the brand owner in a direct way, but there's definitely a financial loss to the consumer. And that is also something that I think, as a responsibility of especially big brands, you have to take care of.
And I think one of the reasons that we need this broader definition too is to hold the registrars accountable. So what do you do when there's a website like that? What are the actions? You said taking it down quickly. How fast can it be taken down?
Well, that widely differs, and we're talking about domain name abuse, right? I mean, a lot of this also happens on social media, where typically it's actually faster with a lot of platforms. It depends on the platform, really. But normally then you have, as a first option, two options. You go to the host that hosts the content on that website. If it's a compliant host and they know what they're doing and they actually want to play by the rules, you can be successful pretty quickly. If you're really lucky, within hours, such web content is taken down, if you give it enough evidence, etc. Or you go to the registrar, which sometimes are also compliant. But then in some regions of this world, they're not really, and you will fall on deaf ears. And then it becomes really complicated.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if it falls into a clear phishing attack, if there's a clear fish kit used, if there's a credit card, and you as an organization or brand owner have the mechanisms and the knowledge to understand that that is a phishing case, you can go and use sophisticated tools, but these cost money. And I think what is important is for smaller companies that do not have such a budget or do not necessarily even understand the need for these tools, they will not know where to start. So again, I think trying to explain often, even to when we get complaints, the difference between a phishing attack versus a simple infringement attack, or, for example, the job scams, which we see. We get a lot of complaints where people have handed over very personal information, attended online CVs, sent money, sent credit card informations. Again, it depends on where it is. Is it on a social media? Often they're 3 or 4 dimensional attacks. And so they get very sophisticated. And I think that's the issue, is trying to even, I've been doing this for so many years now. And even still, these cases that are coming to us now, they're getting so much more sophisticated, and trying to have a look at them and say, well, let's start and see where would we have compliance? Where is it worth spending the resources? Are they using our trademark? Is that something we can do? Is there a fish kit involved? But again, I think it comes down to having the expertise and skills in your team, the resources and the budgets to know which mechanisms to use.
And maybe just to add to that, because Tara just said it, the sophistication of these scams has exploded. I mean, as I said, back in the day when there were scams, it was pretty easy to detect. Often the English on those websites was terrible. You're like, okay, who drafted this? The links were all broken. If you clicked on something, it didn't work. It was often, at least to the sophisticated eye, pretty obvious. Nowadays, with AI, people create websites in minutes, put them up, they look perfect, go down, next one is put up. And I mean, you gave me an example of fish kits. You just said fish kit. Maybe speak to that a little bit, because that's really interesting. That's something that's rather new, but where whole solutions are offered.
Hang on, before we do that, I do want to tie it back to the idea of how long it takes to get something taken down. So if you have the host who's responsive and sees that there's some infringement, but if there's not copyright infringement, where there's the US DMCA laws that require them to act quickly, if it's just trademark infringement, just a brand name on there, the host might not act, and the registrar might not take it down because they don't know, who's behind it, and the risk of taking something down that's actual real speech, they don't want to have to make that decision. So then you go through the uniform domain name, the UDRP process, everybody knows, and that takes weeks, right? You finally get a complaint together. You have to hire a lawyer typically to put that together. It costs thousands of dollars. You have to file the fee, and then you have to wait, see if the other side responds, which they probably don't because it's bad behavior. They're going to just put this up on another site. And then the website is still up there for weeks until you can get it taken down, and it's continuing to harm people. People are continuing to put money in it or be deceived into thinking it's a real site. And so I think that's tying that back to why there needs to be that broader definition to put the onus on registrars and governments to make new policies to ensure that these kinds of activities can be stopped faster, and that's what we're talking about here with these examples. So I will let Dr. Same, who's I think online, chime in a little bit with his experience, and if we can take the PowerPoint slides down and then we can see him, that would be great.
Hello. Good afternoon.
We can hear you.
To join this panel. I would like to explore the Egypt efforts for especially financial frauds and the DNS abuse. Actually, you have several incidents happened in Egypt especially related to the financial frauds. For example, in 2023, the authorities arrested 29 individuals, including 13 foreigners, involved in a major online fraud operation linked to an app and a mobile application called Hookboard. The group allegedly defrauded over 20 victims and getting around $180 million. The fraudsters were looking for a quick financial gain through the internet. Actually, they use some suspicious activities, including creation of fake wallets, illicit currency transfers. Unfortunately, they use mobile phones, computers, group messaging tools to carry out their scams. Actually, the funds were funneled abroad and converted into untraceable cryptocurrency. In this context, the victims cannot blame the financial institute. This is an example happening in Egypt in 2023. There is another example of incident happened in Egypt. A number of phishing scam reported where individual fake bank messages. Fraudsters send SMS messages or emails that appear to be from local bank asking people to update their personal information and provide credit card details. This is another phishing scams is already happening. Also, there is fake charity scams, especially in months of Ramadan for Islamic society. Is already collecting donation for non-existent books. So in this context, there are, from my point of view, there are two roles. One from the consumer role and the other for the governmental role. For the consumer roles, any consumers discover or get suspicious activity, he should report the incident to the responsible boss. This is for the consumer role. For the government role, actually, first it comes to the government as a cyber incident or a complaint through the hotline or email for Egypt on finance or friendship. So to address this, we did a response plan. First, we validate the complaint by confirming the domains missing and its relation to the regional financial institution. Actually, we use tools like OS or RDRS to gather registrant details. In some cases, if we couldn't get the information, we submit a request to the Uniform Domain Dispute Resolution Policy, UDRA, to reclaim the domain and contact the host to shut down the defective domain or blocking the domain IP. Actually, we have a national project in Egypt. It's called the IP scanner. It scans the national IPs and any suspicious IPs already blocked. And also, if there is a social pages or accounts try to view the scams, it's already blocked in coordination with the Facebook company. For the prevention plan, actually, we should have a proactive monitoring. Legally, we scan the domain registration similar to brand using online brand protection services, or using anti-phishing tools to detect like email filters and antivirus software, authentication tools, authentication solutions for emails like DMARC or SDF or BKM. This is already authentication method just for to prevent spammers, phishers, and other unauthorized parts. Firstly, we did consumer awareness through a paid awareness campaigns, especially on through the social media and also through the TV and radio. So we educate the customers to recognize phishing and cyber tactics, share steps to verify phishing financial institution online. Also, we just to create leverage AI-based tools to identify which data-related activities. So we had the three laws, a plan for response plan and prevention plan and the role to the consumer.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sami. That's very helpful. And I think it also brings up one of the key pieces that government and businesses share the tools. We have the same tools, right? The brand owners, the RDRS. You have to see who's behind it, right? Who's behind this bad activity. For government to take action, it's also impossible for them after the WHOIS information, was taken down to get accurate WHOIS data. So governments rely on that, intellectual property owners rely on that, all to protect consumers. So without that accurate information, it really limits the ability of anyone to figure out who's behind these websites and get it stopped. I don't know if the two of you have any more insight on that piece.
Yeah, I think in the previous session, also on DNS abuse, I think it may have been a Brazilian regulator. I joined a bit late, but he was also saying that not everyone needs to have that information, but at least the platforms do, and I think that should extend to DNS providers and registrars and registries as well. They should also have the right information. I don't believe that it should necessarily be published. Of course, that would not be GDPR compliant. But I think that if there was at least some mechanism to have that in place, it would assist, especially when a crime is being committed. Because at the moment, it could be that Mickey Mouse from California owns the domain name, and then when you try and uncover the WHOIS, that's of course hidden, and then when you try and even look for where it's hosted, that's usually hidden as well behind Cloudflare. And so you just hit with constant walls when you're trying to enforce harmful content, and that can be very frustrating when you have customers that are very upset, that are hurt, that have lost money. Similarly, we have HR personnel who are being cloned. And so even our staff are upset because their privacy is being invaded. People are pretending to be them. So yeah, I think certainly from my side, it feels sometimes like multiple walls that block you. And then the normal enforcement mechanisms, if the criminals know what they're doing, are not always effective.
You're very right. And normally in these situations, especially with scams, phishing attacks, time is of the essence, right? I mean, the longer they're perpetrated, the more, the bigger the harm is, and often it takes quite significant amounts of time to deal with it, to find the information, to get behind it, if you can at all, and then hope that the hosts or the registrars you're dealing with are actually compliant and see what you're seeing, right? Or sometimes it's also an issue of internal education of the people dealing with these complaints. Investment by the companies in their workforce to deal, because it's not always that easy. And I understand also from their perspective, sometimes it's borderline. Are you going to make that call and take a whole website down that then there might be backlash from the other end, right? That you're inhibiting speech. It's not easy, of course. These are not easy questions often to deal with. But that's why, regulation or clearer rules are important to give guidelines on how to deal with such situations.
Is there anything? We're going to open this up.
We have one comment from the online participant, Keith Drazik from VeriSign. He just added to the... You're here?
So, thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Keith Drazik. I'm with VeriSign, the registry operator for .com and .net. Thank you for having this session. It's very important. I'll just paraphrase in my comment, is that under the ICANN's new agreements with registries and registrars, a fish is a fish whether there's IP infringement or not. And ICANN's GTLD registries and registrars, and I'm drawing a distinction between GTLDs and CCTLDs that don't have a contract with ICANN, but the GTLD registries and registrars do. And we, as contracted parties to ICANN, now have an affirmative obligation to mitigate these harms, these online harms, these DNS abuse definitions. Phishing is clearly one of them. And if there are registrars or registries in any region that are ignoring well-evidenced reports of phishing, they should be reported to ICANN, because ICANN now has the tools to hold them to account. And they have said that if registrars continue to ignore well-evidenced reports of phishing, that they will take action and hold them to account, including de-accreditation. And that is an important tool now in ICANN's toolbox that didn't exist before Q1 of this year. So this is a really important conversation, but I wanted to note that ICANN now has the tools that they didn't used to have, and we're expecting ICANN to, basically clean up the industry to the extent needed. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. I do think that sometimes proving that the phishing, I do think that sometimes proving the phishing, that connection, having to give personal information about the consumer was harmed, what do you do? Do you give that email where they said they lost $15,000 with their personal information in it to prove that? So I think that's where it gets a little bit fuzzier. It would be easier if you could just say, my brand name is on that, that's not my site, take it down. But that's definitely an excellent point. And we have a question in the front.
Hi, just to put the count of you, so my name's Nick Wenburn Smith. I'm the General Counsel for Nominet, which is the .uk CCTLD registry. I oversee all of our dispute resolution. I think we have quite a good system. I think it has a good reputation in general terms. And in fact, we do have quite a wide definition under our terms and conditions, which would include any sort of unlawful content. But I just want to sort of just explain, and since we've got the FIFA here, I'll use a football example. So we once had a situation where there was a football manager, quite a famous one, called Alex Ferguson, managed Manchester United. He published his autobiography. I guess it was a ghosted autobiography. Anyway, he had the copyright in it, and it was extensively reported when it was published, and including on the BBC's website. And he was pretty cross, and he claimed this was an infringement of his copyright on the BBC. So I just want to say that if you need to be quite careful about creating firm rules, because operators like to follow firm rules. But if you're not too careful about widening the scope to, obviously clear scams would be within scope, but a sort of an arguable copyright infringement, the logical consequence, if that was determined, and maybe it was copyright infringement, right? But the DNS level action in that situation would be quite a severe one, in the sense that the whole of the BBC's website and all of their employees' email addresses would stop working. So I'm just sort of testing the tires in the nicest possible way. The industry generally, certainly the people who participate in these sorts of practices, are very responsible, very responsive, have a very strong self-interest, I guess, in terms of the reputation of their own infrastructure and resources. But you just need to be quite careful about overbroad definitions. That's the point I wanted to make. Thank you, and thank you for having the session. It's very interesting.
Thank you.
Maybe if I may on that point, and I think you make a very good point, because as now being on the side of a service provider, right, we sometimes see where we get from brands, lists of websites that in their minds are infringing, and if you took it just for bare value and you go after them, we would have at one point taken down a major Australian retailer, or at least tried to. So yes, there needs to be scrutiny, and there needs to be, and it's often a fine line, and I totally understand from a registry perspective, you can't take the point of a court, I mean that's not what you're supposed to do, and I totally get that.
I think we have one question over here, and then we'll go back to the examples.
Hi, thank you. Andrew Campling, 419 Consulting and DNS enthusiast. Just a couple of quick points. Firstly, education absolutely helps, pick up one of the points that was said by the panel. But when you've got mixed alphabets of, say, Latin and Cyrillic letters, even if you're actively looking, it's really difficult to spot it. So maybe others need to think about whether we should not allow mixed alphabets in domain names. But then just two brief points. One is informational point. The speed of exploitation. There's research from earlier this year which says the sites are created and exploited within an hour, and if you don't act within 24 hours, they're no longer interested. They've stopped using them, they're on to the next one. So it's, you have minutes before the exploits begin. It's quite scary. And then, the second point, which is, building on what's been done already, let's build some more friction into the system. So know your customer is tremendously valuable here. If a domain isn't linked to a real person or a legal entity, mark the reputation down on the threat feeds. Then it's hard to access the system for many internet users, then it becomes a lot less useful. So it raises good behavior. Those sites are more valuable, and penalizes the registrars that are allowing these bad practices. So build on the good practice of ICANN and Nominet and others, and make the bad actors less successful.
You spoiled our punchline. I'm just kidding. The know your customer idea. I think we'll get to that too, because I think that's a good threshold.
Alexis, just if you allow me to answer one very important question he mentioned about the other languages, internationalized domain names, what we call sometimes. We were part from the beginning when they start, for example, some of this, and at the same time, I was part in the Arabic, for example, script, and we banned some characters, which sometimes looks a little bit different or similar to each other. I expect the other languages did something similar. For example, not allowed to say in French the accent without something or something like this. So I think it's yes, but I agree with you. It needs more technical solutions. And to a dominant comment, if you allow me, I like that .uk since long time is one of the best, of course, in handling everything. So I know that many CCTLDs, INTA, for example, did something recently in the UAE, and the .ie now follows some kind of similar to UDRP to try to help these DNS abuses and so on. Just wanted to share this with you. Thank you.
Discussing the other day, the short form that .uk has that's much simpler and easier to get things taken down. So definitely a leader. And I think we were also discussing recently that the NIS2 regulations coming into force in the EU or being adopted will also have an impact on understanding who's behind domain names and having more veracity behind who's registering these and getting them stopped. Were there other examples? I think we were talking yesterday too, to just get back into the examples a little bit, to keep hitting at, it's not just phishing or financial fraud. We were talking about the products last night. And if you could just mention that, the average consumer, being online, how does this affect them too?
Okay, yes. About counterfeits. I recently got asked by one of our platforms. We have multiple platforms. We have B2C, but we also have classifieds where we've got consumer. But on one of our platforms, we got some really bad press on one of the journalistic shows, saying that we're the place for counterfeits. And of course, the business was very upset. They had a sort of trademark program, a bit like the Amazon program. It's only relevant for African trademarks, being that that's their market. And it turned out that there was a anti-choking device that was being sold, and it was a counterfeit. And of course, we did not know that. And the consumer, when they bought the product, realized. But the good thing in this situation was it was on our platform, so we could immediately ban the seller, take appropriate legal action. But what we were talking about is the example of this. Whilst it is a small device, it's an anti-choking device. This is not something you want a counterfeit. And if this was being sold on domain names, for example, this could be very dangerous. And given that this counterfeit product is in circulation, it's obviously being sold in many places. So in my view, that's an example of quite a dangerous product. I mean, people talk about, we've spoken about baby car seats, we've heard of baby formula, and all sorts of things that could really have a sort of life or death, could be really dangerous.
And I think the hook there too is that it's so much, and we talked about it before with AI, and I've seen this explode in the last year. Like, my desk has gotten a lot busier with these kinds of issues because it's gotten a lot easier to put up websites that look like a real website selling this anti-choking device, and people think this must be authentic, this must be real. Oh, let me go in here and put an order in, and nothing ever comes, or or they get something that doesn't work. So it's so much easier to pretend to be real. And Daniel touched on that earlier also. Daniel, I don't know if you have more examples of those kinds of issues with domain names.
I mean, what you also sometimes see where it's also smaller companies, right? Where then it gets more difficult because they might not even have trademark protection. You know, they're up and coming startups, but that get, quite prominent or successful in their small area, in their region only, but haven't even gotten to that point yet. And then if you don't have a trademark, then it gets more difficult to take action. And I mean, we had a case with an asset manager that just never thought about it really. They didn't need it. They were like, well, I only work in a small area, but somehow their site got cloned. Wasn't a one-to-one, but their address was on there, their information, and instead of being able to buy whatever financial products they were offering, it related to crypto. And it just had wallet addresses. They were like, oh, you want to now invest with us here? Just send it to us. I mean, if you do that, your money's gone. As simple as that, right? And in that situation, we were just lucky that the host that was hosting the site was very compliant and understood very quickly, yeah, we see it, this is a scam, took it down, was over. But, maybe the infringer there wasn't even that smart because they used a compliant host. Often the infringers know what they're doing. The scammers know that they go to hosts where it will take a while for things to disappear online. So, it happens every day, and I think it can happen to anyone. I mean, often the scams are so sophisticated that we might be duped.
But I was also thinking about, some of the discussions we've had, and I'd welcome the audience's participation in inclusion and digital literacy, and, more people getting online and having access to the internet and not understanding, what's real and what's fake. There's these products, there's also, services, fake tech support, fake customer service attackers might impersonate the customer service portals of legitimate companies. I'm not going to name any because I don't have any examples, but, think of the biggest tech companies you could think of, and someone, mistypes their name in, and they have a fake chat service, fake phone numbers. Someone might contact these consumers thinking, and you're new to the internet. Think if you never, saw this before, and you're like, oh, I know, I've heard of that big tech company. Maybe I'm online. This must be their tech support helping me with my new email account or something like that. And pretending to be these agents, the victim's tricked into giving remote access on their device or paying for services that aren't needed. Malware, of course, is covered by the new definition at ICANN. But, there's things that are not so bad as phishing or malware, but it's still bad, and it's still harming consumers. And so I guess, have you guys had, taking it from the counterfeit piece really to the services piece, where it's not as tangible, right? It's not as, here's the evidence of this, financial harm, but also hurts the brand owner, who the customers now think, this is what's going on here? They've taken my information. So Tara, can you weigh in on that?
I think one of the big problems we have at the moment, Daniel also meant them, we've got two types of scams: investment scams and job scams. And job scams, I think, really, people were talking about fundamental human rights, and the right to work is one of them. And so people are desperate, right? And what happens? These scammers tend to advertise these remote jobs with our company, and they really, targeting vulnerable people that are desperate, that are looking for money, and then they make them apply for the jobs. They get all their personal information, and I spoke to an external lawyer about this, and he said that some of his big clients have the person has been tricked, and they've actually gone on a plane, and so this almost becomes a sort of human trafficking issue. Thank this has not happened to us, but you can see how easily this could happen. Someone who's desperate and say, well, I've got this offer and I'm getting some money, because they do start paying in the beginning. They only hook you in a little bit later. The other one is, of course, investment scams. And we had, whilst we're a public listed company, you have to go to your broker and buy the stocks. We don't sell them. And what we found were people were going offline, first of all, and going into retirement homes and other sort of places where very vulnerable people were, and then showing them all these ways that they can invest with us, and then bringing them back to websites that either look like ours to try and get information to either get hold of their own shares. So these are the kind of things we see where vulnerable people are targeted.
That's perfect. And I think developing those kinds of, secure, standardized access mechanisms for, entities like yours and others to get the information as to who's behind this and how do we stop it, it needs to be more clear, and it needs to be more accessible. Daniel, did you have more on the services? And I don't want to ignore people online if there's anything going online.
Maybe one final thing is that what we've seen quite a lot in the past is impersonation issues, where CEOs of big companies, etc., their identities are stolen in that sense and used again for scams, mostly investment stuff. And it's not about quenching criticism of a company often. They're really used, the personas are used to drive certain behaviors from consumers that are harmful for them. And I think that's quite a big topic at the moment with a lot of companies, that impersonation has excelled, but to be honest, mostly on social media rather than, from my experience, rather than on websites. But it's definitely a field that is being watched right now. And then you have the whole deepfake issue, that personas are created, interviews are being put out there on websites, etc., that are just made up.
Right, and the way that ties back into, rather than moderating content, but tying back to that idea of being able to put up these websites at domain names that look legitimate, right, with the deep fakes, or even, I'm thinking of websites that you can put up with the technology that's available now. You can put up websites that aren't, that have photos on them or things like that aren't even copyright infringement, right? You can't take it down through a host because the photo isn't real, because AI made it and it was an amalgamation of numerous photos. And so, those kinds of issues that have just gotten more sophisticated and make it, really necessary for, more policing and more effective, I think, abilities to take action online. I don't know if Dr. Sameh, if you had any more examples or thoughts on what was being said here this afternoon. Is he unmuted? Oops, sorry, we had technical issues. If anyone in the room has any examples of this or dealt with this in their own region, we'd really be interested in hearing about it, because I think it's not just a U.S., or European issue. Oh, just
Hello?
a second. Oh, yep, there you are.
Sorry
Thank
again. Sorry, I just trying to say to stop, but you jumped me. We have similar issues. I agree with my colleagues about what you said. The key concern for, especially for big stores and job scams and personalization is, for example, for fake stores or counterfeit goods, actually damage the customer trust and compromise their safety and undermine the legitimate business. So actually, we should consider again, as my colleague said, you have to enhance the consumer awareness. You have to educate the consumers, and verifying their authenticity through official channels and avoiding the official marketplace. Also, there is a need for cross-sector collaboration. We need to encourage the collaboration between brands and the governments and the platforms to detect and act against counterfeit activities. Actually, we need also to strengthen intellectual property laws. Actually, we have an issue in Egypt happened in July 2024. Actually, suddenly it appears fake Apple stores in Egypt. So the Apple Inc. filed a lawsuit against the stores in Egypt using its logo and selling counterfeit products. So actually, and Egypt already have a legislation for that, for the intellectual property rights, law number 282 for 2002. So actually, it is already protected the Apple stores already, we already did actions against the fake stores. Also, we have the same in Egypt for the for the medicines, especially for the fake medicines. There is some social media and Facebook accounts selling outdated medicines and the fake medicines as well. But actually, the government did announcements for establishment Egypt's own drug authority, just to come at a good time to stop the cases of fake drugs in the country. So the legal frameworks already is necessary, and the education and educate the consumers just to take care about most of the scams. So in addition for the third one is the technology driven solution. We have to leverage the blockchain and AI base, especially as my colleague said, the deepfake. We have to use new techniques and the AI just to discover any malicious activity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think those are excellent points, and the idea of the fake drugs brought me to another example in medicine, and we talked about this a lot in our committee as we were preparing for this presentation. There are people that are part of pharmaceutical companies, and I've had issues on behalf of pharmaceutical companies where the website, again, looks like a good website and it's selling steroids or, drugs that are very harmful. And do you wait and do a fake purchase to see if if it's an actual site, or do you just get it taken down? And these are regulated companies, right? The pharmaceutical companies are regulated companies. They are worried about these products. They do not want consumers to be harmed. They don't want people taking these. They want these down quickly. And so doing a whole, UDRP proceeding again, which turned out to be the only option in one of our examples, it takes a long time and someone could be hurt in the process. So I think that's, what all of these different examples go to, but I think we have another comment from the audience.
Thank you. So thanks again. Keith Drazik with VeriSign. Again, I typed into chat, but I'll just paraphrase. As we refer to domain names throughout this conversation, I think it's really important to recognize the distinction between domains that have been registered with the purpose of and the exclusive use to perpetrate or propagate harm, right? DNS abuse, phishing, farming, malware, botnet, command and control, whatever it may be. That in the instance where there's a domain that is being registered and used exclusively for that purpose, then absolutely the registry is in the most appropriate position to deal with that, because you take the domain name down, everything associated with that domain name is being used or intentionally used for harm, then that's appropriate. However, if you're talking about a compromised website where a perfectly legitimate website has been hacked and malware is being distributed, or a portion of that website is being used for phishing or for illegal activity, then the most appropriate actor in that case is the web host, because they're able to, in a very targeted way, deal with that bit of harm on the website or in that hosting platform. Whereas if you were to take the domain name down in that case, everything associated with that domain name would be negatively and disproportionately impacted. Email was an example that was used, right? And so I think as we in the registry and registrar in the DNS space think about it, the distinction between a maliciously registered name or a name that's been registered for exclusive malicious use versus the compromised website is just an important distinction, and that really points you to who the most appropriate actor is when it comes to the mitigation. Thanks.
Thank you. That's an excellent point. So we're up on time. I think we have one more. We can, go ahead. Charles.
Is it okay? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share the experience of the .cm CCTLD on those issues. We have included in our .cm charter some measures to mitigate the case of misuse of domain names. And when we are informed of an abusive use of domain name, and when we have enough evidence, we just suspend the name, and I think that it can be a very good way of dealing with this kind of problem. So thank you very much. .cm is .cameroon domain name. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Excellent. Well, now that we're done on time, is there anybody else over here? Great. Well, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Thuy. I'm from .vn, and I just thank you for giving the time. And I would like to have a question that for .vn, for example, for abuse the domain name, we suspend and we can come to delete at the college from. Have a chance there, but I would like to ask ICANN and registry and registrar lies very side. As you share, ICANN and registrar apply the many way to shut down the domain, but by our observation, there are still quite a lot website using in Vietnam that is a fake website. Even they fake even the governmental website. So can you have for us in such situation what the best method to shut them down? Thank you.
I think you're welcome. I don't know if you guys want to weigh in on that, but I think that's the very issue here is what is the best way. Sorry, no, you're just putting your headset on. What is the best way to shut down testing a website that isn't a .vm or a .country code domain name? And that is what we were talking about here today. Really, is the .coms and the .sites, everything else. I think it happens less on the country domain name issues. So the processes that we discussed is, contacting the registrar, contacting the hosts, or using a UDRP or other mechanism for transferring the domain names. I don't know if you guys have more to add on that piece, but I know we're coming up on time, so I think, we'll put our takeaways together, but thank you everyone for joining us and for this opportunity.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me better now? Um,
Hello, can you hear me now?
I can. And Beher, just to let you know, I'm not able to switch on my video. Can you hear me, Beher? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me? Yes. If I need to speak louder, how about now? Okay, great.
Hello, 1, 2, good. 1, 2, 3.
Channel 2. Okay. Thank you. Try it.
Yeah, it works.
Okay. Keep it with you.
One, two. Okay. Welcome. This is our shop language and inclusion multilingual. I'd like to welcome all of you here in the room, joining us remotely. Okay, let me change the mic. Okay, I'm back with another mic. I hope it's better. Okay, so language and inclusion. As many of you know, multilingual internet was one of the Tunis agenda items back in 2005. Language plays a crucial role in fostering cultural diversity and promoting digital inclusion. And to address language inclusion in the digital age, we should consider how individuals and communities can have equal opportunities to benefit from digital technologies, regardless of their language or how and where they access these technologies. Today's panel will focus on domain names, which are crucial to the functioning of the internet. I'm joined by a panel of experts to discuss ongoing collaboration and efforts aimed at ensuring all domain names, including internationalized domain names and email addresses, are treated equally and can be used seamlessly across all internet-enabled applications, systems, and devices. We will also explore the roles of various stakeholders in advancing universal acceptance of domain names and promoting internationalized domain names to support a more inclusive and accessible internet. So let me take a couple of minutes to introduce our speakers. Here in the room, I'm joined by Hisham Al-Hamad, Domain Names Director at the Communications, Space and Technology Commission of Saudi Arabia. CST is the organization that operates Saudi's top-level domains, ASCII.SA and the Arabic.Saudiya. Also in the room with me, Teresa Swinehart, Senior Vice President, Global Domains and Strategy at ICANN. And many of the key programs and initiatives we're going to touch upon today actually are being run and spearheaded by Teresa's team. Joining remotely, we have Manal Ismail. Manal is Chief Expert, Internet Policies at the National Telecommunication Regulatory Authority of Egypt. Manal is also the representative of the Egyptian government in the Governmental Advisory Committee of ICANN. Also remotely, we have Walter Wu, President of Internet.Trademark Organization Limited. Walter is also a Universal Acceptance Ambassador. And joining shortly, or maybe has joined already, is Banu Nupain, Program Manager for ICT and Sciences and Open Access to Scientific Research at UNESCO. Has been with UNESCO for over 23 years and brings significant experience with internet multilingualism and language-related technologies and initiatives. So, all right. So I think Banu has already joined. So let me start with Banu. UNESCO plays an essential role in promoting digital inclusion. You yourself have been involved in many multilingualism and language-related initiatives. So maybe you can tell us a little more about those initiatives and how they contribute to the fulfillment of WSIS agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Can we unmute Banu? Banu, are you able to speak? Unmuted? Banu, I think you can speak now.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay.
I think, sorry, Chair, I think you'll have to repeat your question one more time so that I can start from the beginnings. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. So it was about UNESCO's role in promoting digital inclusion through the various initiatives you've been involved in. If you can tell us a little more about those initiatives and how they contribute to fulfillment of WSIS goals and agenda.
Thank you so much, Chair. This is extremely pertinent question. As you know, UNESCO is an intergovernmental organization, and we've been playing a very decisive role in advancing digital inclusion through targeted initiatives that align with the WSIS agenda and support the advancement of Sustainable Development Goal as large. For WSIS, UNESCO leads Action Line C3, C8, And I think this session will pretty much fall in the bracket of C8, C9, and C10. And we are also responsible for the e-science component of C7, which is one of the ICT application for this one. For SDG goal, about this along the same line, we are working for SDG 4, SDG 9, and SDG 16, which primarily looks at peace, justice, and strong institution. And access to information also falls within this particular SDG. So that goal is pretty much advancing on something that we are working on, digital inclusion. One of the key focuses of UNESCO is universal access to information and knowledge. And this primarily ensures that digital transformation promotes equity, inclusion, and multilingualism. So these are the three areas that we are focusing on at. The commitment dates back to 2003 recommendation. There was a recommendation that member state had in fact agreed in 2003, just about the time when WSIS was also starting, when they thought about agreeing on a recommendation concerning the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace, which emphasizes on importance of linguistic diversity and inclusivity in the digital world. Quite interestingly, in 2023, UNESCO recognized something that I think this audience primarily understands. And it co-opted universal acceptance as one of the pillars that it would accomplish while implementing this recommendation. So since then, we are pretty much focusing on and working primarily with ICANN to see how the domain names can be internationalized and how universal acceptance can be brought to the doorstep of member state. How can they start making their internet universal acceptance ready? That's one. The other thing that we are also working is building digital and media literate, and where we are primarily taught empowering and enhancing the capacity of member state in understanding that the internet must be utilized in more than one languages, and we are in fact working on that. Of course, UNESCO is also in its cradle is the ethical AI and its inclusivity. This is where the recommendation of ethics for artificial intelligence comes to fore. We also have something that we are working in advancing ICTs for education, and primarily working in the area of open solution, which sensu grosso, we actually take on board, three things. That one talks about open educational resources. We also talk about, openness of data. And now, we have also started to talk about, free and open source software, and working more and more, like in language technologies, and trying to see that, whether or not, this language technologies will also becomes a common fare to the member state and our stakeholders at large. And of course, we are also custodian of the 16.10.2, which primarily talks empowers member state to make information as the cradle on which development processes move forward. So I'll stop there, and perhaps I'll come back to these points in a bit. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Banu. That was very comprehensive. So let me move to Teresa. Teresa, ICANN community has introduced internationalized domain names at the top level of the root of the DNS more than a decade ago. So how do you think IDNs have helped foster a more inclusive digital landscape, and what are the key challenges that continue to hinder their spread?
Thanks, Bahir. And thanks for organizing the panel and for everybody who's participating. As the IGF knows, for a truly connected world, you need to have a unified, interoperable, and a system that's accessible to all. But as users of the internet, we all want to be able to engage and communicate in the languages that we speak, in the scripts that we use, and in the methodology that we want to use, the length of a domain name right to the or left to the dot, around all that. We want to do that in our day-to-day lives, and there's no reason that we shouldn't be able to do that while we're online in the virtual world.
Audio from the room is not clear, so maybe you can try this mic.
Is that better? Yes? Excellent, excellent. Oh, hold it like this. Okay. We got it? Okay, excellent. By the end of this meeting, we'll all be very trained in how to do this. So in this regard, ICANN has a role. We have a limited role within our mission with relation to internationalized domain names and tables and a lot of the work that is, no, not working. Is that better? Is that working? Excellent. Okay. Okay. So where I was that we have a limited mission and a responsibility around this space, and we're working with the community on it. But we also work with many of the partners and other entities on how to enable both awareness around internationalized domain names and universal acceptance, and then those that play a role in enabling universal acceptance more generally. And many of you are in the room here as well and participating. So as you know, internationalized domain names are important in the way that we help make the internet multilingual and inclusive. For those of you who are not familiar, it essentially means it enables somebody to use a domain name in the local language or script. For example, Arabic, Chinese, or Cyrillic. And with this introduction more than 10 years ago, we've seen many, many language communities around the world coming online. Part of the challenge, though, is an awareness that they can communicate in their own language or in their own script. And so with that, we're still in the early days of multilingual DNS. And as you've noted, it's been about a decade since IDN top-level domains were first introduced. Some of the challenges, though, that are existing around this is overcoming the geographic or linguistic barriers, the generation of local content, the enabling of technical skills and capacity development. These are all critical for enabling the usage around this, and that in turn has an impact on economic growth, independence, and the minimizing of resilience on others. So a key goal in enabling this is actually what's referred to as universal acceptance. That is the ability for the technology, the platform, to accept the script or the length of what is to the right or the left of the dot in the communication methodology. And it means that all internet applications and systems treat all top-level domains in a consistent manner. This is essential for the continued expansion of the internet, and it provides a gateway to the next billion internet users in a way that will make it more meaningful for them. But we're not there yet, and progress has been made, but there's still gaps. For instance, testing shows that only about 11% of the top 1,000 global websites can accept internationalized email addresses, and just 22.2% of email servers support them. So these challenges highlight the urgent need to look at how to address universal acceptance and the partnerships that we can enable with governments, businesses, any entity around that. All the actors developing applications and operating services online are encouraged to ensure their systems are updated to support all domain names and email addresses. And this alignment will not only promote a digital landscape that's unified, but it'll have a ripple effect on encouraging people to utilize local content and engage in their own languages. So within ICANN, as Bahir noted, we have a team that's dedicated to identifying and making important software fixes to allow for universal acceptance. My colleagues online, Sarmad, Seda, Pitanan, are experts in this, and as we go into more detail, more than happy to engage in those conversations. As noted, we're also working with the broader ICANN community to ensure awareness around this. And with that, we are now in our third year of, I believe it's the third year, yes, of the Universal Acceptance Day, which is held on or around the 28th of March in both 2023 and 2024. And in this year, we had over 52 events in 47 countries. We will be hosting it again, but in partnership with our colleagues from UNESCO, which we're looking forward to very much in 2025, and have already received many applications from interested parties to participate from around the world. So as we move closer to enabling the ability to engage in your own language, we're also moving closer to opening up our next round of new top-level domains in 2026. This will be an important opportunity for universities, governments, businesses that wish to apply for a top-level domain in their own language or their own script to participate and to apply for that, and thus enabling even more inclusivity in the world. So with that, Bahir, I'll turn it back over to you, but thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Teresa. And on the UA Day, maybe worth noting that several UA Day events will be held in this region as well, including one in Saudi Arabia in partnership with the CST. So, okay, let's move to Walter. I'll come to you now with your significant experience with the implementation of IDNs, specifically the Chinese names. What do you see as the potential value of IDNs in promoting local businesses and communities? And if you can tell us more about this experience and the challenges you've encountered. I hope you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I'm very glad to got this opportunity to share kind of a development status in China about the ID market. And I will have a self introduction before I, at the very beginning for this part. Actually, I'm from a registry of Chinese IDN. Dao Shangbiao means trademark in Chinese. As a co-founder of the Dao Shangbiao registry, personally, I'm very grateful for the new GTLD program of ICANN, because it gave us an opportunity to do some innovative attempt for launching a dedicated TLD to trademark holders. Shangbiao is this Chinese character word, means trademark in English. Compared with the traditional TM or R mark, it creates the best awareness for the customer that is a trademark. So the key value for us to choose Shangbiao as the TLD name to operate is the trademark identify function of these two characters. Shangbiao not only permit the registration, for registrant holding a trademark right, but Dao Shangbiao registry verify the trademark right of the registrant, and the register name has to be match their trademark and brand names. This service focuses on the Chinese-speaking region. It provides opportunity for brand owners to create an exact match domain name with their brand name composed with Chinese. And the second part, I will share some market status of Chinese overall internationalized domains. By the end of Q2 2024, the number of overall ID and GTLD globally is around 408,000. The total number of Chinese IDN is 347,000. Chinese IDN gets the market share of 85% of global IDN. 网址在线 means web address means online, 商城 means shop, 公司 means company, 商标 means trademark, the top, and also 手机 means mobile phone. top Chinese ID and TLD. Those 6 Chinese ID and TLD get around 64% of the global IDN market. And next part, I will talk about the value of IDN for the Chinese customer or the Chinese communities. The new GTLD program and overall IDN development give us the opportunity to implement a trust domain name solution for end users, like enterprises and organizations. Most of the organizations use a local Chinese name. In English DN system, the registrant must use translation, abbreviation, pronunciation symbol. We call it pinyin. That's a kind of a symbol for pronounce the Chinese character. That actually makes the domain name are not easily remembered and recognized. It also easily generates the phishing website since the domain name cannot easily distinguished by the internet users. For brand owners in Chinese-speaking community, the domain name exactly same with the brand name in Chinese brings high value for online direct-to-customer marketing. Not only local brands need the IDN, actually the multinational, they also need the IDN in China. There are several examples for the Chinese IDN registered by the multinational, like Starbucks. Actually, they register their Chinese brand name Xingbake, and Tissot watch they register Tiansuo, trademark. They register Valentine names. Because in China, lots of customers may not easily remember the English name. I don't have the exact statistic, but I guess over 90% of the Chinese consumer cannot spell right for Tissot or Starbucks. So a lot of multinationals will localize their brand when they enter China market. All of those companies have a Chinese local name. Before the Chinese IDN program launch, they can only use their English brand name and register their domains. Since the customer may not remember and spell right for the domain names, it will be a big challenge for those brand customers to launch their official website. And last, I will also share kind of a difficulty of IDN implementation in Chinese. Actually, overall speaking, lacking the overall awareness of IDN is the biggest challenge for the internationalized domain names. Without the awareness, because the not a lot of registrants very actively use and promote that. Part of the reason is they met the UA challenges. Browsers is always a most important UA issue. Although in the last couple of years, the browser issue has been dramatically solved, but unfortunately, recently we also meet another UA issue because Safari, after the iOS upgrade, they do not support the Chinese IDN right now. So it's like always we met all kind of challenges about the UA. Beside the browsers, actually search engine, EAI, and like the hyperlink for the social media is also the several key issues. So that's a major difficulty that we think, that into IDN development in China. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Walter. And perhaps we'll come back to you in the next round of questions. Maybe you have some solutions to share as well. So let's come back to the room. Hisham, so Saudi, of course, and Saudi, Nick, and the team at the CST, you've been in the forefront of advocating for the introduction of IDNs, specifically the Arabic domain names, and promoting their use in web, email, and various other applications. So could you tell us more about this journey, and like what were the biggest challenges, where you are now, and so on?
Thank you, Baher, for for invite me to this session, and I am happy to be with the distinguished guests and speakers. And thank you for all to attending this session. As you mentioned, maybe Saudi, represented by Saudi NIC, started early to introduce the Arabic domain names. And the first start was in maybe 2004 with a cooperation with the GCC, the Gulf country, and also with the Arabic League. And based on this, they developed like a pilot project, and this pilot project used to identify the aspects that need to be developed to be ready for the introduction of IDNs when it's introduced by ICANN. The Saudi domain names and the Arabic IDN for Saudi domain launched on 2010 with all the thanks for ICANN for their support. And the first maybe Arabic domain names was on the internet was a Saudi domain name. After that, we start the journey to make sure that these domains will work as expected and to avoid any challenges that can face the users and even the registrants. One of the major challenges that face the Arabic, or faced us, maybe you know that the Arabic language is part of the Arabic script. And the Arabic scripts contain many languages. Even it's used by more than 43 countries. And there is, in the shape of the letters of the Arabic, there is the shapes of the letter is the same between different languages. And even within the Arabic, there is also some kind of variance for the same letter. And this was like a very challenging thing. And we focus on the part related to the registry. We want to make the registration straightforward. We want to avoid any confusion that can be occur based on registering a specific domain names. So we focus on this kind of variants, and which the variants all we can see it, for example, for the English, but it's solved by protocol in the protocol itself. Like for example, Google, it's have variants regarding the capital and small, but it's solved by the protocol. But in Arabic, we have like many problems with the variants. For example, if we get the two first words from our organization, which is in Arabic, Hayat al-Ittisalat, Telecommunication Commission, this maybe as a variance, it's more than 2 million variants. This one is having 2 million variants, and this should be considered. So what we did, and our valuable colleagues and pioneers, they start to develop like an algorithms which use like something called master key. So we have one master key for all the variants. So we can, by registering one domain, we can block all the variants and enable the user to enable any variants for that. The master key, even this algorithm also save our space. Instead of registering the 2 million variants to avoid anyone to register this domain and make it confusing for the users, it will be only using this master key. Again, we face also the problem. The 2 million variants is not based on the language itself, is not like used, and it's not practically used. For this, we go to another stage to build like a filter, and this filter used to make it to have like 4 levels. The first level is the must to be allocated, and it's for reachability. The second one is about desired variants. Then we have not desired variants, and the fourth category is blocked. And this minimizes the number of variants by maybe 98%. For example, if we get the name the holy city, Mecca al-Mukarrama, for example, it's around have more than 3,000 variants. Yes. No, maybe the Zoom. Okay. For example, for Mecca al-Mukarrama, this have maybe around 3,200 variants. The desired variants, it's only 4. So this was minimizing the number of variants that can be enabled. In this situation also, we provide for our registrant the ability to specify what is the desired variant, and they can register it without, there is no need for register another domain. It's considered as a variant, and it have the same specification and configuration that needed for the same domain. Before 2021, we was providing the registration directly. We have a direct registration without fees. After 2021, now we have our registrar. We transmit to the registrar model. So in this situation also, we engage our registrar with us. Now we provide him with the API to define the variants, define the desired variants, and give him the ability to enable any variants to enable the Arabic domain. Also, we go step further, and we work with the email, and we launch maybe in early stages the Rasil, the phase 1 of Rasil on in the period between 2010-2013, and it's this was launched before the standardization for the international or email address internationalization, and we implement it as do a hack for the Outlook and some clients, and we success in this part. After introducing the AAI, we also developed the second phase of Rasil, and we test it with the international emails provider like Google and Microsoft, and it's worked fine with success. And our implementation was to find what is the difficulties, what the challenges. It's like a proof of concept to this part. Again, we face some challenges about the domain. We solve it by the variants. Still, for example, we have the user part before the domain. Also, we'll have the same situation with the variants, and it should be considered to avoid having the same shape for the username for different ASCII code. And this also one of the challenges that we face. One of the initiative, even before maybe the universal acceptance started, we also publish some reports about the readiness of the browsers and other systems for IDNs. We publish it on 2010 and also 2014. To make sure and to make show the case that there is a problem with specific providers and specific. This may be our journey in short, on summary. Maybe the most, if you wanted to talk about it now, the challenges, or make it in the second. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Hisham. This is obviously a very rich journey, and I'm sure lots of lessons learned. So we'll come back to you to talk about not only the challenges, but maybe some, because you've also touched on some of the solutions that you have made to deal with some of the challenges in the applications, emails, and so on. So maybe we can talk further about that. So now I'd like to go to Manal. Manal, you've been part of this journey for a long time since ICANN, started working on policies to allow IDN CCTLDs at the top level, process known as fast track and so on. Now, how do you, and then of course you're part of the government, part of the regulator in Egypt, who's also the manager of Egypt's IDN.Masr. So how do you think national regulators can help foster digital inclusion at the local level, particularly in the DNS area, and in collaboration with other players in the ecosystem? Like, what role can regulators play in that regard? And if you also want to touch on universal acceptance, you can do that, or we can come to that later on. Manal, over to you.
Thank you. Beher, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Beher, for the opportunity, and thanks to Saudi Arabia for hosting this year's IGF and availing remote participation. I'm sorry I was not able to join you in person, but thank you for the opportunity. Multilingual internet is crucial for digital inclusion, as have been mentioned already by other speakers. And a truly multilingual internet is essential for the continued expansion of the internet and the growing of the online population. And it is necessary to have a gate open for the next billion internet users to connect meaningfully to the internet. ICANN has already introduced more than 1,200 new GTLDs, 100 of which are IDNs. We have around 60 IDN CCTLDs, and we started to have mailboxes that are no longer just in ASCII. And we have another round of new GTLDs also on its way. Yet the actual number of IDN registrations remains relatively low at 1.2% of the global domain name market. And its uptake is very slow also. And per the URID IDN World Report 2024, only 3 CCTLDs witnessed notable growth in their IDN registrations over the past year, while the majority of CCTLDs experienced minimal or no growth at all, with 19 CCTLDs reporting contraction in their total IDN registrations. So this makes universal acceptance a fundamental requirement for unleashing the full potential of IDNs and internationalized email addresses, and providing a truly multilingual and digitally inclusive internet. Internet multilingualism is also of strategic importance to governments in accordance with their digital transformation plans and the promise to leave no one behind. They have a distinct role to play in that respect in order to reduce inequalities and bridge digital gaps. Universal acceptance would, deploying it on a wide scale, would surely benefit government efforts regarding digital transformation and digital and social inclusion, where the pandemic here served as a wake-up call to everyone that the internet is not luxury but a basic need. Also preserving culture and advancing digital identity through preserving local languages and encouraging their use on and off the internet equally. Ensuring that government online services reach citizens nationwide and in the official language of the country, of course. And stimulating the growth of the local IDN market and online multilingual content by increasing competition and innovation, increasing customer choice, availing internationalized email addresses, which have been hindering the uptake of IDNs, and this is also out of our experience in Egypt. And driving the use of local IDNs and email addresses as opposed to Latin-based ones hosted off borders. This also helps increasing internet penetration and bridging the digital divide and promoting digital literacy and facilitating meaningful access to the internet. And lastly, acquiring future-proof systems and applications. And an analogy with IPv6 could be drawn here. To the second part of your question regarding government role or NTRA role in making government systems universal acceptance ready. So we are at NTRA working closely with the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, being the technical arm of the government, to ensure awareness of the issue and provide consultancy through subject matter experts, establish pilots for proof of concept and stress testing, assist in stock taking of government's current systems and applications to ensure they are UA ready. Take into consideration, of course, UA readiness of online government services, include universal acceptance as a requirement in procurement processes, tenders, and purchase orders, assist in universal acceptance-wide deployment in cooperation with licensed operators, vendors, and other stakeholders. And try also with the academic sector to add universal acceptance as to the curricula of the relevant students, and collaborate on a regional level also to drive adoption and universal acceptance readiness in cross-border platforms. So there is so much to be done. I cannot claim we have achieved everything yet, but we have a long list of things to do. But again, it's a win-win for all, and I leave this till later. Thank you, Beher. Back to you.
Thank you, Manal. So we've heard, I think, from everyone on the panel. So maybe it's time to pause and see if there are any questions from the floor here in the room or online. Any question? Fuad.
Hello, this is Fawad Bajwa. I have, the IDN growth hasn't been as expected, and, that's been discussed. But at the same time, what steps need to be taken before the new round opens up? Because if you haven't been successful, that successful as compared to the other, English GTLDs, so what do we need to do? What are the concrete steps that we need to take? And now that we're near the other round, the applicant support program is already open. There could be requests in that from the community as well. So what are we going to improve going forward in terms of, the adoption of IDNs? And within market competition, do we expect, GTLDs to increase by a significant number? Or is the lack of confidence on, all of those that the GTLDs have already issued, what are we foreseeing in the near future? Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps I could start and then ask my colleague Sarmad, who's online. So I think that there's two aspects. One is awareness that it is possible to utilize one's own script or have a different length or utilization to the right or the left of the dot. I recall being at some events where you discuss that and there's awareness that you currently can do it to the left of the dot or to the right of the dot, but not having the full experience of using something in a full experience. And I would equate it, with the address on an envelope. I can write the address entirely in my language, or I have to put some parts that are not in my language. So I think there's a lot of awareness that needs to occur around that from an information aspect and what that could imply. But then I think that there's also some very solid technical aspects that need to occur with trainings at universities and things, and that's where I might ask my colleague Sarmad to share a little bit, if I may, Bahir. Yeah.
Sarmad, could you try unmute yourself?
Okay, hi. Can you hear me? This is Sarmad.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Bar, and hello, everyone. Just to follow up on what Teresa was saying, that, of course, I think the start of the journey is with creating awareness. Many people around the world still do not know that these options exist in their own languages. And so making them aware of this is key. But then as a next step, when people become aware that they can actually have a domain name for their own business, for example, or an email address for their personal use in their own language and script, next step is for them to acquire that and use that. And we see obviously some challenges here which have been shared that first of all, there is the registrant journey actually, and as a registrant, you would want to be able to register the domain name of your choice in your local language, for example, and then not just register it, but take it further to host it and deploy it, and have an email address against it. And what we see is that that is always not always an easy set of steps. So the industry which is working with domain names, obviously, and the tools they're using, sometimes there is lack of capacity or lack of support, which I guess needs to be addressed. In addition to that, even when somebody is able to get their domain name and email address functional, what we see is that some of the applications downstream, for example, social media, other application, e-commerce websites, they are not also aware of domain names and email addresses in local languages. We see that with the work which is being done by community, by ICANN, by others, there is now a growing awareness. We see more and more, not just awareness, but adoption of domain names in local languages and email addresses in local languages over time. For example, many large email providers, generally globally, also in different countries, are now at least allowing email addresses in different local languages to be able to send and receive through their platforms. There is now also, I guess, more maturation in the browser technology to support domain names. So we see that the effort which the community has actually been putting in over last decade or so is bearing fruit. There is now growing support. We cannot say that we are there, but there is certainly a momentum building up, and we are making our way there. We do need to keep working in this area. So back trying to, I guess, respond to Fawad's question. We are certainly well on our way. We see good support. but we need to keep working to create more awareness and more support. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarmad. Manal?
Thank you, Beher, and I fully agree with what Teresa and Sarmad already said. Just to it's surely an awareness thing and wide deployment of universal acceptance. And with the awareness, it's an interesting situation here with the universal acceptance that we need to convince both sides at the same time, the supply and the demand. So there is no appealing product in the market yet to attract demand, nor a pressing demand from the community to trigger supply. So ending up in a unique situation where we need to work on the awareness of both sides at the same time. Also, another challenge is the universal acceptance needs to be widely deployed before it bears its fruits. So there is no use in being UA ready alone. So we need to have concerted efforts to push for the wide deployment. Also, as Sarmad mentioned, some may not even know that this option exists, and this relates again to the awareness. So for users who don't have a language barrier, those are already online and they feel that everything is working fine. For those offline, because of language barrier, they are taking it for granted and not knowing that there is a solution to their problem. Also, the business model may not seem very appealing or pressing at the moment, but it's definitely future-proof and opens a new market. So again, it's a multi-stakeholder issue which has technical, strategic, commercial, and cultural dimensions and needs the buy-in of everyone and collaborative efforts. Thank you, Beher. Back to you.
Thank you, Manal. And perhaps I'd like to go back to Walter because I mean we're talking about challenges, we're talking about awareness, and Walter, you mentioned that right now 85% of the IDN domains are Chinese. So it seems to me that there is, demand in China. At the same time, you also spoke about some challenges. So how do you see the scene in China in relation to challenges and at the same time opportunities?
Yes. Actually, the Chinese IDN community, especially the registrar and the registrar side, is currently trying to push the usage of the IDN because we think that's a key part of the increase the awareness. Actually, promotion of the IDN needs to start from the registration side. That's my personal opinion, because internet users cannot get awareness of IDN only when they can see a lot of IDN domain names in daily life. Like they can see the IDN domain names in the advertisement, in the enterprise brochure, in their service scene. That service means, for example, a restaurant. If inside of a restaurant, they can publish their IDN name of their restaurant. Then every customer in the restaurant can see and get the awareness of IDN. Actually, I think the whole industry in China, I think generally speaking, we all began to examine our promotion strategy. At the very beginning, when we launched the IDN, actually a lot of customers registered the IDN because of the domain name investment or the brand protection purpose. But now we see more and more registrants realize the value of IDN. IDN is the most important tool for the direct-to-customer DTC marketing strategy, and it provides a direct link between brands and customers. Moreover, IDN can be a very important can be an important tool when that can save their cost and enhance the efficiency for their online and offline promotion. And for our own Daoshangbao registry, we are trying to penetrate to the different industries. Like we have a good connection with the trademark and brand industry. I think the major purpose for when we connect with the brand industry is we hope to create the motivation of a brand customer. You know, we not only want the customer register the IDN, but we need their proactively publish the IDN and use the IDN and provide more cases for the registrants. So I think only by let more and more brand customer publish their IDN, then the internet user can see the real IDN case, and gradually they can build the habit to use the IDN. I think that's what the Chinese community focus on. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Okay, Hisham, back to you now, because you also spoke to the challenges, but at the same time, Saudi NIC or CST, you've done significant efforts in developing tools, applications, and so on. So you kind of provided some of the ingredients of the supply side, but how about the demand side? Do you see demand coming from the local community? I'm talking about Arabic domain names in this case.
Thank you, Bahir, and thank you for all colleagues. We, as you said, that we build the demand, build the supply part, and we provided the things that can minimize the risks that can be appear from in issuing the Arabic domains. But still, the demand is very low, and I think there is something. First of all, we need to understand that DNS and domain names is part. It's a component of the infrastructure, and changing in the infrastructure standardization, it's something that need time. So, for example, even now the DNSSEC is produced maybe 1997. The adoption still around 25 to 30%. Even now, after maybe more than 20 years. And there is a continuous improvement for the standardization for DNSSEC to avoid the complexity. The problem with the now we have, for example, for the IDNs, we have a very good and very valuable efforts from the universal acceptance. And we see now, first, we identify the problems, we provide the solution. There is a technical solution there from the universal acceptance that can solve all the levels that can affected by the domain names. But again, still the user experience, it's still very difficult. So if I register a domain in Arabic, I need to have a hosting. Most of the hosting need me to add a bunny code, not add it with the Arabic language. So this is difficult for the registrant. Again, if I have a variant, I need to add each variant and enable it in the name server. If I want to send my domain name through one of the platforms like WhatsApp, if I send the email or the domain without adding the protocol, it will not be identified as a URL. But I need to add the protocol, for example, HTTP before the domain. When I add the HTTP, this you have a problem for the bidirection. The HTTP is left to right and the Arabic is right to left. So still the experience for the user is not giving the people the like incentive to go with the domain name. And as my colleague Walter from Chinese mentioned, that even sometimes we have, for example, he mentioned that Safari, for example, it was Safari supporting the Chinese IDN. Then after the upgrade, the support is not more there. This also flapping between the support. You can find, for example, a provider supporting the Arabic domain now, then after a specific upgrade, it will not support it. So there is no stability in this situation. And this, I think, one of the difficulties that face the Arabic domain. Maybe the question from our colleague about the domain, and should we wait to solve the problems before we issue or open another round or this kind of discussion? Maybe it's the philosophy for the chicken before or the egg before. Sometimes we have the planes, but the airport is not ready. But still, this is a fact, and we need to work with it. So we need to work like in parallel. We have effort on the high level from universal acceptance point of view. We need to think about the platforms and how we make it ready and support these ideas. And I think we need to have a step more to think about the protocol itself. Can we have a solution from the protocol itself? I know that it's very difficult, but we can have like a solution. The DNS now is invented before maybe 40 years, and it's based on the ASCII. Everything is based on the ASCII. Even the computers before is using the ASCII. Now it's solved, and we use the Unicode as by nature. What about the DNS? DNS was built before 30 years without any security measures, but now we have the DNSSEC. It's built. The DNSSEC it's built, but it's not covering all the issues. We have the DOT, the DOH. Still, we are trying to solve all the problems. Why we not look on this part even from the protocol point of view? Let's see what kind of solution we can have. There is like unlimited records, unlimited flags that we can use it, reuse it, and see how we can solve the problem. Another levels that we can go, for example, the CDNs, the load balancers, the antiviruses, how they will deal with the other IDNs, and the reachability. For example, if I have a keyboard for Urdu language and I want to write like Arabic domain with specific words that is in the shape is the same between the two languages, but it's different in the ASCII code. We should have this kind of reachability, and I think we should solve it from the second level and even from the top level. Again, I think we are doing, there is an effort which is move on, and we appreciate the universal acceptance issue, and we have like the universal acceptance day that started maybe 2 years ago, and we see the potential. One thing about the awareness, the difficulties in the awareness that even for the DNS itself, now the graduate people and students, even about the DNS, they don't aware about it. All the people now and graduate, they talk about AI. The infrastructure related topics is not that important now in the university part. So we need to step in this part about the DNS and also about the IDNs and other aspects regarding even the new GTLDs. Because I faced one of my colleagues, he was thinking that the new GTLD is phishing site. He only understand only .com and also the two letters. When he see, for example, .services, he think that it's not a correct domain name. Even, by the way, he's a technical guy, but he's not aware about this kind of domain name. So we have like a gap in this part, and with collaboration, we can cover this gap. And thank you.
Thank you, Hisham. So obviously, more awareness is needed. I think everyone agrees on this. Efforts, significant efforts are being done. Yet more to be done. Now, are there any questions? Yeah, Abdul.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Beher. Actually, I would like, this is Abdul Manam for the record, working for the telecom regulator of Egypt. Actually, I would like to add something to my colleague, my brother Hisham said about the challenges regards to the use of IDNs. There are, the first thing that we don't have many services built upon IDN. It's one of the challenges. The other challenge that it is related to email addresses. Assume that I have my Arabic email address and I send an email to Chinese email address. How could the receiver be accurate that I am Abdul Manem, I am the correct guy who sent this email? We need to have a workaround about this. This fact will affect the use of email addresses that are using IDNs or EI mailboxes. This is the first point. Second point related to it is just a comment rather than a question. Awareness is somehow is a public word. It's an open word. There is awareness differs between the email administrator inside your organization, and there is another awareness another awareness for the software companies who make the software used by this organization. The difference is here. For the company who makes, the provider who makes this email software, he needs awareness from day one. But the other side who are consuming this software, whatever he is, entity or organization or person who uses software, he need to have a release notes about that there is an update for the new version of this email software that support AI and universal acceptance ready. At this time, me as email administrator, I will ask, what is this email EAI means? What is UA means? At this time, I could conduct awareness session for them. It is different. We need to go for both ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul Manam. I want to get to your question. You asked the question at the beginning about the email and sorry, and I want to check if Sarmat could answer this question. Can you repeat the question about the email and the identity behind the email?
I said that the source email address is Arabic email address, pure Arabic email address, and I send an email to Chinese mail server who has Chinese email address. How could the receiver who owns this Chinese email address understand or be sure that I am the correct one? I am Abdul Manam who sent this email address. It's one of the issues. Maybe the answer said that if you are Arabic, you assume that to send Arabic to other entity who are in Arabic, but it's not the case. Maybe I am a businessman. I wanted to send emails to my organizer outside Chinese, something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarmad? Sarmad, could you unmute yourself? You can't? Okay. We need to unmute Sarmad. Can you try
Thank
now?
you,
Yeah.
Bahar. I hope you can hear me. So I think the way to, at least the way I would understand the question and the possible answer is that, we, in the virtual world, online world, our, I guess, experience is not very different from our real world. And when we are talking or communicating in the real world, we are communicating in many different channels, in many different languages. So when I'm actually speaking to a friend of mine who's local, I will talk to them in a local language. But when I'm talking to colleagues who are perhaps not local, I would choose to communicate in a language which we mutually understand. So that's really what the real world experience is. And that's, of course, what would be a online world experience as well, right? When I would want to communicate with my friends, and we would see that also in social media, people write in local languages because they are part of a community which actually understands that language. But when you're communicating, for example, for business across languages, different languages, then you choose to um, switch to a language which to communicate with somebody who doesn't speak my local language but can understand English. And for example, for myself, I have a mailbox set up where I actually have an Arabic email address. I also have an ASCII or English email address. I can use the same mailbox to send an email from either of those email addresses. And if I get a response back to any of those email addresses, it comes to the same one single mailbox. So I can have multiple email addresses, all, for example, synchronized or I guess pointing to the same mailbox. And that allows me to switch to different languages with reasonable ease. That's, for example, one solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarmad. We have another question here in the room.
Thank you. My name is Jamal Shaheen. Um, Thank you very much for the presentations. That was very insightful. I have a few naive questions. Well, I hope they're not too naive, but a couple of questions that I'd like to just address. I'm new to this field, so please bear with me. One of the questions that I wanted to address was, how will countries be identified in the different scripts? Will you go for 2 characters still, or how will that actually sit, and how will you actually, be able to distinguish between country websites and then other GTLDs, and how will that actually play out in the ICANN system? And then another thing that has been really enlightening from this conversation was in previous discussions with technical community experts, I had the feeling that everything was sorted technically, that this was very easy, it's just a question of rollout. That, it's just we need people to be aware and then accept and so on. And now, as I'm hearing the conversation go around here, this is more than, there are big technical issues that we still need to address. And, I'm trying to put into these stages of awareness, technical issues, policy issues, what are the priorities right now, and so on and so forth. That leads to a third question, in terms of public administrations and governments, is it just sufficient to say to mandate that IDNs are in any services that public administrations and governments offer, that IDN should be the baseline, and then that's the way we go? Then we have to have a standard that we have to agree to on the technical side. So I'm wondering which comes first. You talked about chickens and eggs. There's a whole batch of chickens here, right? That's the question, sorry.
Thank you, Jamal. So there are 3 questions. The last one, I think I'm going to go to Hisham to answer about the governments and how if they mandate use of IDNs. But before that, 2 questions. One about the country names in IDNs and how those names were kind of chosen. I can start, and then Sarmad can continue, and then Sarmad can also tackle the second question about the technical issues, right? So back in the days when country code names were introduced, not country code, but country names were introduced in IDNs, the ICANN community came together and agreed on a process of how to select or pick the country names. It's based on the language scripts, how the country is being listed in the UN, different UN lists and so on. And one of the rules that was put in this process was that only countries with official languages that use scripts other than the Latin script can apply for getting or obtaining their IDN country name. So, and Arabic-speaking countries, they got their name in Arabic, Russian, and so on, in Cyrillic, and so on. So that is the first question. And now I'm going to hand it to Sarma to correct me and then to add more.
Thank you, Bar. Could you please also repeat the second question again, just to make sure that I answer it accurately?
Yeah, I think the second question was that Jamal said that he thought, or he was under the impression that technical issues pertaining to IDNs have been already sorted out. But from what he's hearing in this session, there seems to be, some serious technical issues yet to be resolved.
Thank you, Bahar. This is Sarmad. So, just on the first question, so I think you provided good details. Basically, the criteria used for country codes is the two-letter code, which is available through ISO 3166 standard. And if a country or a territory wants to apply for internationalized domain name, country code, top-level domain, IDN CCTLD, they can, if they already have an ISO 3166 code, and then for local language, as Bahar said, they could apply for any language which is the administrative language of that particular country or territory in a script which is used by the local community. And there is actually a process to apply for it. They can choose any string. Some countries use a short name for the country. Some could use, others have decided to use an abbreviation. So that is really up to the particular territory or a country and their community to decide the particular string they would like. There's a link in the chat. Please go there and there are more details available. As far as the technical, I guess, ability or adoption of universal acceptance is concerned, Jamal, you're actually quite right in assessing that we are well on our way as far as the journey is concerned, but we're still certainly not at our destination. We are in the process of creating more awareness, creating more adoption, creating more technical solutions. We certainly already have available many solutions, but there's more to do for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarmad. And the third question was, is it enough or is it sufficient for the local government to mandate the use of IDNs and then everything will be fine, everyone will follow and use IDNs, or is it a little bit more complicated?
I think it will be complicated, yeah. But in general, I think going with the last solution always, I think it's not a choice, especially that if the solution is not mature until now. But sometimes we have it like another. We have a good experience. We try it this year with the DNSSEC, for example. We didn't mandate the government. We do a cooperation with the digital government authority, DGA, and they have like a measurement every year. They measure the digital transformation readiness for the government entities, and they have some specific rules. This year, last year, we add two criteria, new criteria with the coordination with them. One is about IP version 6 and one about DNSSEC. And we see the effect, but it's not must, but it's like only measuring the maturity. If they didn't do it, only their maturity will decrease. And you maybe attend before, maybe on Sunday, they announce the awarded government entities. So this kind of, I think, techniques, I think it's more valuable more than make it mandate. About the IDNs, I think we still very early in the stages to mandate something about the IDN, but we can promote it using some kind of this kind of criteria to make the accessibility for the user more solid. The point with the IDNs, for example, that it helps the people to identify if it is phishing or not. For example, we have like a national service which called Abshir.sa. It's like a centralized identification provided by the Ministry of Interior. The Abshir is spelling in English. It can vary. For example, you can add 2 E's, 1 E, but in Arabic it's very clear. If we use the Arabic, it will be more clear for the user that this really is Abshir, not another site. So from this point, we can achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hisham. And I see Manal's hand is up. Manal, go ahead.
Thank you, Bahir. And I would like to start from the intervention of the from the floor. And it's very good to know you're new to the topic. This is excellent. It means that we're reaching beyond ourselves. So it's always good to know that we have people who are new to the topic. I think governments should lead by example. So they should start promoting and using the IDNs and resolving universal acceptance issues, but still, I think we need to strategize the issue more. So it's not just that we need to implement or deploy universal acceptance, but rather we need to have multilingual internet. And we need to have a holistic view of what we want to achieve, and we have a global plan, because it was very surprising to me to hear that with upgrades, we lose the progress we've already done. So we need things to be prioritized, institutionalized, and maintained so that we continue to progress and not go back. So I think this needs to be a global initiative to have a multilingual internet rather than just talk about the technical part of it. Again, we will not know all the problems until we start using IDNs and universal acceptance extensively. And like anything else, I mean, it can be as easy as enabling some libraries and doing the technical part, but then it comes with a long list of other issues, as Hisham mentioned, security, variants, and the list goes on. So in terms of direct implementation, it's not that tough, but as anything else, it comes with a long list of challenges. The whole thing was built with ASCII in mind, and what we're trying to do now is workarounds that we need to institutionalize and have it transparent from the end user. So anyway, we owe it to those who need it, so we should continue pursuing this forward slowly but surely. Back to you, Ben. Sorry.
Thank you, Manal. I think we have like a couple of more minutes. Are there any questions? Or maybe if there are any closing remarks by any of the panelists. I think from what I'm hearing, it's a long journey, and it's been a long way. A lot has been achieved, more to be done. And I see Banu's hand is up. Banu, I think you will have the final or the last comment.
Thank you very much, Bahar. Just a few very important things that I want to raise here is we are following and then tracking this recommendation that was agreed by the member state in 2003. And perhaps that was the first time ever an intergovernmental process had recognized the importance of multilingual IDNs and of course the top level domain name. And internet was just starting at that time. Like world had very few internet users, and now that has in fact become too large a number. But one of the things, that we have identified is every 4 years, we go back and ask the government to report on this one. Most of the time, they say that, okay, we have allowed different languages to go in the internet, but they never talk about IDN or GTLD. So there is an extremely poor awareness on the part of the decision maker. And then we have also started to realize that many governments, or most governments, still do not have the context of universal acceptance recognized as part of their internet policy. So this is a major drawback, for us to move forward. Perhaps, there will be a time when reaching out to everyone using internet will become a mainstay for the government, and perhaps to be recognized exactly as the data breach that happened several years ago, and then GDPR became a mainstay. Perhaps something similar like that must come forward, so that the government will say that unless a new service provider or an internet regulation around the world are universal acceptance ready, they should be kind of, like this should something should be done on that one. Perhaps this shouldn't be part of the global internet, say fraternity in some sense. So I think that this is one thing that we have been very much observant about, and we are now partnering with ICANN to do exactly that. Primarily three things that we want to do. One, that we are trying to prepare a policy brief targeting the member states around the world to bring their understanding of universal acceptance differently. There are not many examples that, okay, we have been asking them that, okay, make your internet multilingual. First, they'll say that what is the benefit for that? It'll cost us a lot of money. And I think there is just one report, that is out there which actually puts some figure that, okay, if you make the internet, multilingual, there is $9 billion that you can get as part of, and you can in fact benefit, or get a chunk of that resources. Those type of empirical studies, we do not have. So I think we need many more of that, and as empirical evidence of the benefit of multilingualism in all sense of the word. The other thing is the technical capacities around the world is extremely poor.
Banu,
so I'll just stop.
Yeah, sorry, we're running over time, and I've been informed that we need to wrap this up. I'd like to thank everyone for joining today, both here in Riyadh and remotely, and please join me in thanking our panelists for this very informative discussion. Thank you, everyone.